Chapter 51, Sudden Enlightenment. Zhu was happy with the progress Lin Mu had done in the past day. Not only was he able to freely manipulate the wisps of spirit qi and link them, but he was also able to completely connect them into a tendril of spirit sense. The boy has talent in spirit qi control, but I can't tell if it is innate or if this is the work of the ring as well, Zhu thought. Lin Mu was sitting on the ground cross-legged and was using his newly refined spirit sense to feel his environment. The new sensations felt novel to Lin Mu. He felt that he was able to see in a 360-degree angle with the help of the spirit sense. Lin Mu wanted to test the second skill blink and see if he could teleport to a location outside his field of vision, but decided against it as he had exhausted nearly all of his spirit qi. Every time he failed during the process of refining the spirit sense, he would lose the wisps of spirit qi that he was manipulating. The spirit sense tendril that he had refined was 1 meter long and was refined by linking 20 wisps of spirit qi. Over the multiple attempts, Lin Mu had lost nearly 500 wisps of spirit qi, leaving him with a meager 35 wisps of spirit qi in his danshan. I need to replenish my spirit qi, and I also need to eat something, I'm starving, Lin Mu thought. You can continue your practice tomorrow. For now, you need to rest, Zhu ordered. Yes, Senior, Lin Mu responded. Lin Mu cooked some dinner for himself, ate it, and then laid down on the bed. He rested his head on the soft bolster and slipped into a deep sleep. Perhaps because Lin Mu was extremely exhausted both physically and mentally, he did not appear inside the sleepscape and just slept normally. While Lin Mu was sleeping, Zhu was continually absorbing the spatial energy within the ring. There seems to be no end to the spatial energy in here. I had originally thought it would be depleted after I absorbed it and would take some time to be replenished, but the ring seems to be producing it at a much higher rate than I can absorb, Zhu thought. Although the boy has talent, he is still lacking in resources. Without resources, it would be extremely difficult for him to progress in his cultivation. I need to figure out a way so that he can gain some resources. Till then, I guess he'll have to depend on the forest, Zhu pondered. Several hours passed, and the sun rose up in the sky. Lin Mu woke up and stretched his body, but found that it was surprisingly not stiff. He felt refreshed, and his body felt as if it was new. Lin Mu started his morning routine and cooked some beast meat. While the meat cooked, he sat down to cultivate and replenish his spirit qi. His body had already replenished 100 wisps of spirit qi while he slept, thus he had a sufficiently large amount of spirit qi to start cultivation. Although Lin Mu only cultivated for 15 minutes, he found out that the speed of absorbing spirit qi had increased again, and he was able to absorb 50 wisps of spirit qi. How did my speed of absorption increase again? Lin Mu muttered to himself, but Senior Zhu heard him. That would be because of your spirit sense. Spirit sense not only allows you to sense your surroundings, but it also has other effects as well, one of them being an increase in sensitivity to spirit qi. Zhu spoke. What are the other functions and effects of spirit qi then, Senior? Lin Mu asked. Spirit qi is highly versatile and is used in things such as controlling spirit weapons and tools, creating formations and refining alchemical pills, Zhu answered. Lin Mu had heard about spirit weapons before. He knew that they were much stronger than normal weapons and even had some special effects. He wondered if he should obtain one somehow. While Lin Mu was lost in his thoughts, his breakfast was ready. He then finished his breakfast and assimilated the vital energy. When he was about to start cultivating, he noticed that the black dots had returned. He was able to spot several of them in the area. Senior, the black dots have returned, Lin Mu spoke. Black dots? Ah, you mean the spatial gates. I can sense them too, but there are far too many of them here, Zhu replied. Too many, but I see them wherever I go. Is this abnormal? Lin Mu inquired. Yes, those black dots you see are actually the weak points that exist in the space. Normally they should be rare, but it seems that the mere presence of your ring is enough to destabilize the space, Zhu answered. Having satisfied his curiosity, Lin Mu sat down cross-legged to replenish his spirit chi. He cultivated for 2 hours and was able to replenish his spirit chi up to his previous levels. Lin Mu slowly extended the tendril of spirit sense and analyzed the surrounding area. He could sense each and every blade of grass and the tiny insects that were crawling on it. If Lin Mu used the Severing Heart Sutra and focused even more, he could observe the specks of dust floating in the air. Lin Mu tried to sense the area underground beneath him and found that he was only able to probe a few inches in. If he tried to go any deeper, his spirit sense was just blocked, as if there was an iron wall in front of it. Stumped at this problem, Lin Mu decided to ask Senior Zhukang for guidance. Your spirit sense won't be able to pierce through solid objects for now. You will have to increase its range and strengthen it further to be able to do that. Right now, you should just focus on increasing its range and leave the rest for the future, Zhukang advised. Lin Mu nodded and decided to finally test Outblink. He stood up and extended his spirit sense behind him. He locked on to a location and activated the skill. In the next instant, Lin Mu disappeared from his previous location and appeared in the location he had chosen. Well done, Zhukang commended. Thank you, Senior. It is all due to your guidance, Lin Mu politely acknowledged. He then continued to test Outblink in different manners. Since the range of Lin Mu's spirit sense was only 1 meter, he was only able to teleport that far behind. If he wanted to increase the distance of teleportation, he would have to increase the range of his spirit sense. While using spirit sense, he found out that he could actually teleport in midair. But it was only possible if he used his spirit sense and not by just using his eyes. Lin Mu could think of multiple situations where he could use this method for an ambush. Suddenly, Lin Mu remembered that tomorrow would be the day when he had to return to the town. It had been 5 days since he had booked the room at the inn, so he will have to return tomorrow. Senior, I will be returning to the town tomorrow to live in a room at the inn, Lin Mu said to Senior Zhukang. When Zhukang first saw that Lin Mu was living in an old and mottled shack, he did not think much of it. For a being such as him, who has lived for countless years, he had seen people from all walks of life. Also, because he was a beast himself, he could not be bothered with humans and had a different mindset. Why have you been living here in that shack and not in a human town? Zhukang finally asked. Lin Mu then went on to narrate the story of how he was punished and his house was seized. Zhukang silently listened to the story and let Lin Mu speak. Only after Lin Mu had finished speaking did Zhukang respond. So I guess you want to buy back your property? Zhukang asked. Yes, Senior, and once I do that, I'll pay my respects at the grave of my parents and ancestors before leaving the town to start my journey, Lin Mu answered with determination in his voice. Good. A true cultivator can only progress when he experiences the worldly tribulations. Your choice of leaving the town behind and journeying will only bring you benefits in the long run. Zhukang spoke with a sagely voice. Lin Mu was lost in thought after listening to Senior Zhukang's words. He then remembered the esoteric chants that he heard while receiving the Severing Heart Sutra. A sudden wave of enlightenment spread in his mind, and he was washed away in it. Seeing that Lin Mu had closed his eyes and seemed to be lost in his thoughts, Zhukang called out for him. But suddenly alarm bells started ringing within his mind, and he became apprehensive. Then Zhukang saw a blinding glow appear in front of his eyes and felt a feeling he had not felt for millenniums, terror. Chapter 52, The Day of the Fallen. The altar within the mysterious ring was currently glowing with a blinding light. A peculiar energy was being emitted by the altar, which was leaking out of the ring. Even the barrier created by Zhukang could not stop it. The energy was so strong that it had spread out in an area of 100 kilometers. Zhukang, who was inside the ring and also the closest to the altar, was bearing the full brunt of the impact. The feeling of terror filled every speck of his body and paralyzed him. Especially since his current body was only an avatar and did not have the cultivation base of the main body, he felt much worse than normal. What is this aura? Even those old monsters would not come close to this level, Zhukang thought. A minute later, The aura changed from being cold and overwhelming to sharp and deadly. Zhukang now felt as if he was in the presence of a peerless sword immortal. He had to use every bit of his will to resist the sharp aura, otherwise he felt as if his soul would be severed in an instant. In the northern town, there was a large courtyard that was hidden from the eyes of mortals. Within this courtyard, a manor existed, in the front of which a beautiful garden full of fragrant spirit flowers was spread. In this garden, 2 people were currently sitting inside a pergola. These 2 were none other than the pair of grandfather and granddaughter, Jiang Wei and Duan Qi. Jiang Wei was drinking a cup of aromatic tea while Duan Qi was reading a jade scroll. Suddenly both of them felt as if freezing water was poured over them, and they dropped the items in their hands. The elegant cup fell from Jiang Wei's hand and shattered, while the jade scroll dropped on the table and made a clinking sound. Once the freezing feeling passed, it morphed into a sharp and deadly aura. They felt as if thousands of swords were pointed at them and would be cutting them into 1,000,000 pieces in the next instant. This overwhelming feeling lasted for a minute, after which it disappeared. Duan Qi collapsed on the ground and was left breathless. Blood could be seen dripping out of the edge of her lips. Jiang Wei was no good either. He was able to hold on to the table and plopped down onto a chair. "Grandfather, what was that?" Duan Qi uttered between her breaths. Jiang Wei stayed silent for 5 minutes before he was able to gather his wits. He let out a breath of foul qi and spoke. "That was sword intent. A hidden cultivator ascended 2 days ago, and now this. I don't even know what to make of this anymore." "That was sword intent. Is there even a single expert in any of the top sects that can have such an overbearing sword intent?" Duan Qi exclaimed out loud. "No, I'm afraid not. Even the sword intent of the previous ancestor of the Centennial Sword Sect cannot compare to this," Jiang Wei said. In Wu Lim City, a shocking phenomenon could be witnessed. The commoners saw one cultivator after another collapsing on the ground. Some could even be seen bleeding from the 7 orifices. Inside the mayor's mansion, Wu Zun was also struggling to stand. He could not understand what was happening right now either. After the overwhelming aura vanished, he immediately popped a pill into his mouth and rushed through a hidden entrance. He later appeared inside a cave deep underground. Wu Zun walked into the cave with the blood pool and saw that the inscriptions carved into the roof and the walls had crumbled into dust. Wu Zun walked over to the blood pool with an anxious expression and saw his elder brother sitting there safely. Seeing that his elder brother was fine, he let out a breath of relief. "If you are fine, then everything will be fine," Wu Zun muttered. This day would later be called as the Day of the Fallen. Back at the hunting shack, Lin Mu was still sitting on the ground cross-legged. A tranquil expression could be seen on his face, completely unaware of the phenomenon that had happened. The day had turned into night when Lin Mu finally woke up. "So there's more to Severing Heart Sutra than just enhanced spirit chi control," Lin Mu muttered. "You're finally awake," Zhukang spoke. "How long was I out for?" Lin Mu asked. "Look around. You've been in a state of enlightenment for the past 12 hours, Zhukang informed. Lin Mu looked at the sky and found that it was indeed late. He had not expected that time would pass so fast. For him, it was only a few minutes, while for others, hours had gone by. "What did you gain from your enlightenment?" Zhukang curiously asked. This question had been picking at Zhukang's mind ever since the overwhelming aura had disappeared. He wondered what kind of concept could it be, that it would cause such a massive impact. From the aura that he experienced, Zhukang could tell that it was similar to sword intent, yet different. One thing was sure, though, that it was related to the sword path. Lin Mu thought for a moment and recalled all that he had learned. The Severing Heart Sutra, it's not as simple as it appears. It has numerous methods of application, and I've only been using one. It also has different stages of comprehension from what I understood," Lin Mu answered. So that aura was from Lin Mu gaining enlightenment about the Severing Heart Sutra. I already knew that it was related to the sword path, but now I'm sure it's some kind of immortal inheritance, Zhukang thought. "So, what are these different stages of comprehension that you've understood?" Zukang questioned. The stage I'm in right now is the second stage of external comprehension, but this is for the Severing Heart Sutra only. For the Calming Heart Sutra, I'm still in the first stage of external comprehension, Lin Mu answered. In the first stage of external comprehension, I'm only able to use the 9 divine heart sutras on myself, while in the second stage of external comprehension, I'm able to use it on others as well. As for the stages beyond this, I will only know them when I progress further, Lin Mu further explained. Seeing that Senior Zukang was not speaking anymore, Lin Mu just decided to continue training. He estimated it to be midnight, thus he first cooked some dinner and ate it. Then he cultivated for a while and then decided to sleep. Lin Mu appeared in the sleepscape in front of the spirit apple tree. He saw that there wasn't only one spirit apple on the tree, but rather 3 of them. 2 of those apples were ripe and 1 was still growing. Wait, 2 spirit apples. Oh no, I think I spent much longer in the grand void than I thought, Lin Mu exclaimed. Well, I've already paid for the room in advance, so it shouldn't cause much of a problem for me, Lin Mu thought out loud. Lin Mu then plucked the 2 spirit apples and stored them in the ring. Can I bring out Senior Zukang in the sleepscape? Lin Mu wondered. When he was in the real world, Senior Zukang had informed him that he will not be able to come out of the ring, as the world's restrictions would not allow him to exist there. To test this out, Lin Mu actually tried it and indeed found it to be true. No matter how much effort he put, he could not pull out Senior Zukang from the ring. To satisfy his curiosity, Lin Mu willed it, and the tiny body of Senior Zukang appeared on his hand. Zukang seemed dumbstruck when he suddenly found himself in a different place. He saw that he was on Lin Mu's hand, and the place that they were in seemed unnatural. He did not speak and looked around for a bit before speaking. Where are we? Zukang asked. In my sleepscape, Senior, Lin Mu informed. Your sleepscape, Zukang muttered. Lin Mu then realized that in all that happened, he had completely forgotten to tell Senior Zukang about the sleepscape. Even yesterday, because he was extremely tired, he did not enter the sleepscape. Thus he did not get the chance to speak about it beforehand. Seeing that Senior Zukang was waiting for his explanation, Lin Mu described the circumstances behind the sleepscape and what its characteristics were. He told him how it was originally a dark and gloomy place, and how it later turned into this. He told him about the spirit apple tree and the size of the entire location. Zukang digested the entire information and searched his own memories, as well as his bloodline memories, for an answer to this enigma of a place. After a few minutes of searching, he was able to reach a conclusion. For a place that exists within a person, can accommodate my avatar and seems to be able to support some rudimentary laws, there's only one answer that comes to my mind, Zukang concluded. A garden of karma, Zukang uttered, Chapter 53, The Garden of Karma. Lin Mu became interested in what Senior Zukang had just spoken. However, he could perceive that Senior Zukang was still in thoughts, thus he did not interrupt him and waited till he was done. But Lin Mu did not expect that he would get no answer even after 30 minutes. Thus he returned Senior Zukang to the ring and started practicing with his weapons. After nearly 4 hours, Lin Mu heard the voice of Senior Zukang in his mind, prompting to bring him out of the ring. He heeded Senior Zukang's words and brought him out of the ring. After being brought out of the ring, Senior Zukang floated up from his hand and flew away at great speed, only to return after 10 seconds. Zukang had heard about the characteristics of the sleepscape from Lin Mu's mouth, but he still wanted to see it with his own eyes. After observing the entire place, he came to the conclusion that this place was indeed a garden of karma, though it had some differences compared to the information he had in his memories. The biggest difference was in the rudimentary laws. From the information he had in his memories, he knew that a garden of karma was a fully stable spatial realm with its own Tao laws. But in the case of Lin Mu, there wasn't even a sun in the sky, and there was no night either. And from the ability of the space to return to its initial conditions, he could tell that this place was not fully developed yet. Though the fact that strengthened his belief in this being a garden of karma was the spirit apple tree that was growing in the middle of the sleepscape. It was the only thing in this place that allowed change, the change being able to pick its fruits. "What do you know about Sleepscape, Senior Yukong?" Lin Mu asked. "This place that you call Sleepscape is actually a spatial realm called as Garden of Karma. It was difficult for me to identify it because of its rarity and also because of its characteristics being different from the ones I know," Yukong answered. "Why is this place different?" Lin Mu questioned. "Well, even the information I have in my memories is not complete. It is not known whether the creation of a garden of karma is linked to a person's physique or something else. Even the existence of a single garden of karma is incredibly rare, such that there are known records of only 4 people in the entire cosmos." Yukong replied with uncertainty in his voice. "Because there have only been 4 owners in the past, the information about the garden of karma is very limited. Even the past owners had differences between the characteristics of their respective gardens of karma. But I can say one thing for sure, your garden of karma is not developed yet. And even after it is developed, it will still keep on growing. For example, you are not able to use vital energy here, but you should be able to use spirit chi," Yukong explained. Lin Mu felt a little happy that there were other people who had a similar condition to him before. He felt that he may be able to resolve a lot of his questions if he got to know them. He also tried guiding the spirit chi and found that he was indeed able to control spirit chi in the sleepscape now. "These people who had a garden of karma, where are they?" Lin Mu asked with a hint of anticipation on his face. "3 of them died before I was born, and the one that I knew of also died some years ago," Yukong answered. Disappointment could be seen on Lin Mu's face after hearing Senior Yukong's answer. However, he was able to snap out of it and return to his weapons practice. Senior Yukong stayed there, floating in the air. He was observing Lin Mu's weapon skills. Yukong saw that Lin Mu was using multiple weapons instead of focusing on one weapon, thus was intrigued by this. He had seen some experts use multiple weapons before, but those experts were much stronger than Lin Mu. "Why do you use multiple weapons instead of focusing on only one?" Yukong curiously asked. Lin Mu stopped his spear thrust midway and turned around to answer Senior Yukong. "I prefer using multiple weapons, as I want to be ready if there ever comes a situation where I've lost all my weapons and I don't have a choice. I want to be able to use any weapon that's available in that situation," Lin Mu answered. "If you are going to follow this path, then you need to learn from a proper weapons manual that teaches the use of multiple weapons," Yukong advised. "I know that, Senior. I've been intending to buy a weapons manual once I return to the town," Lin Mu answered. Senior Yukong hummed in approval and spoke. "You probably won't be able to find a spirit weapon manual in that town, though, I expect." "Spirit weapon manual? But I will first need a spirit weapon before that, Senior," Lin Mu replied with slight confusion. "You already have one. Your short sword is a spirit weapon. Don't tell me you didn't know that," Yukong spoke with a puzzled voice. Lin Mu was shocked by this revelation. He never expected that the short sword he had been using all this time had been a spirit weapon. I did not know that, but I don't think a spirit weapon should so cheap that it is worth less than even a gold coin," Lin Mu said with an embarrassed face. Seeing that Senior Yukong did not understand him, Lin Mu explained to him how he bought the short sword from the old store and how he was suspecting that the owner and his granddaughter were cultivators. I don't know why that old man gave you the short sword for cheap, but I can tell that he is definitely a cultivator," Yukong said. "Everything will be revealed when we get to the town anyway," Yukong said inwardly. "How do I use a spirit weapon then, Senior?" Lin Mu asked with excitement on his face. "Use it the same way you strengthen your body with chi. Spirit weapons are conductive to spirit chi, thus you will be able to guide it into it the same way you do with your body," Yukong explained. Lin Mu withdrew the short sword and held it in his hand. He guided a wisp of spirit chi from his danshin and guided it into his hand, and from his hand, he let it flow into the short sword. He had thought there may be a slight difficulty in doing this, but did not expect the short sword to freely accept his spirit chi. As soon as spirit chi entered the short sword, it hummed and a faint glow could be seen in it. A few runes appeared on the blade and soon faded away. Lin Mu then slashed at the air and could see a faint outline cutting out in the air. Senior Zhukang saw this and spoke. Surprisingly, that short sword is a high-grade spirit weapon. Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu looked at Senior Zhukang with a question expression, which he understood and explained. Spirit weapons are divided into 4 grades depending on their quality. They are low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade spirit weapon. That old man was very generous if he gave you a high-grade spirit weapon. He even sealed it so that other cultivators won't be able to detect it. But now that you've activated the short sword and released the seal, you'll need to be careful, Zhukang said. Lin Mu could not help but wonder why that old man would give him such a precious item. Also, you won't be able to use the full potential of the short sword yet. If you want to be able to fly with it, you will have to reach the core condensation realm, or at the very least the peak of the chi refining realm. You will also need to refine your spirit sense to a much higher level as well, as you need spirit sense for the more complex control of spirit weapons. Zhukang elaborated. Lin Mu felt elated at the aspect of flying. He had heard the stories of immortals who would fly using their swords, clouds, beast, and countless other items. Being able to fly was one of the dreams that everyone had as a child. When he slashed using the short sword, he had only used a single wisp of spirit chi. Back then, he was able to feel that it was not the limit, and he can actually amplify the strength of the short sword even more. To test out the maximum power of the short sword, he withdrew the large, heavy rock that he had found in the spatial rift. Lin Mu had tested the rock before and knew that the rock was unusually strong and hard. It would be the perfect target to test the power of the short sword on. He thus channeled spirit chi into the short sword and kept on doing it, till he felt that he was going to lose control over it. Once it was filled with 200 wisps of spirit chi, Lin Mu raised the blade and slashed the rock with all his might. In the next moment, the blade passed through the rock with ease, as if a hot knife through butter. The part that was cut fell down, revealing a smooth surface at the site of the cut. Chapter 54, Teachings about the Void. Lin Mu took a deep breath when he saw the outcome of his slash. He had expected it to cut a certain part of the rock, but did not think the sword would end up smoothly cleaving through the rock. He looked closer at the cut and found that the surface was smooth and shiny. Lin Mu then relaxed and let the spirit chi return back to his danshan. He sensed that he had consumed 50 wisps out of the 200 that he had reinforced the short sword with. I'll be able to use 4 strikes of equal to this strength after amplifying the short sword to the maximum once, Lin Mu thought. While Lin Mu was focused on the short sword, Senior Zhukang's focus was on the large rock. Zhukang felt a little confused at the large rock. He was able to identify the material it was made out of. Why is there such a large chunk of heavy depths iron ore here? It shouldn't be present in this world, Zhukang thought. Where did you get this heavy depths iron ore from, Lin Mu? Zhukang questioned. Lin Mu stopped his thoughts upon listening to Senior Zhukang question and turned towards him. Heavy depths iron ore, you mean this large rock? Lin Mu counter-asked. Yes, that's what it is called, Zhukang answered. Oh, I found it in a spatial rift. Is it something rare and special? Lin Mu spoke. Is there a collapsed oceanic world somewhere nearby? Zhukang pondered to himself. Not specifically. Except for it being heavy and hard, there isn't much special about it. Although it is not rare, but such a large chunk is usually only formed in special conditions. In a world such as this, only smaller chunks of it would be found, Zhukang answered. Heavy depths iron was a type of metal that was formed under the heavy pressure of a large water body. It could be found in any world that had seas or ocean, but the size of its ore would depend on the size of the ocean. The chunk of ore that Lin Mu found was too large for it to belong to this world. The only place it could be formed would be in an oceanic world. Oceanic worlds were large planets that had nearly no landmass and were completely covered with water. Such worlds were dominated by monstrous aquatic beasts and were often uninhabitable for cultivators. However, Oceanic worlds also had magical treasures and unique materials that were only found within them. Thus, they were the targets of many large cultivator sects and organizations. Since Lin Mu was able to find such a large chunk of heavy depths iron ore, it meant that there was quite likely a collapsed oceanic world nearby this world. It also meant that there were precious treasures that were lost in the void, waiting to be found. And if someone was able to find the original location of the oceanic world, they may even be able to find something priceless, a world essence crystal. Stopping his train of thought, Zukong saw that Lin Mu was asking him something. Senior, is this heavy depths iron ore useful for making weapons or armors, and can it be sold? Lin Mu asked with expectation on his face. It is unsuitable for making weapons and armor because of its properties. It would be fine if it was just hard and heavy, but because it also obstructs the flow of spirit qi, it is not used to make them. Instead, it is used in the construction of defensive fortifications for castles and forts, so you can sell it. Zukong answered. Lin Mu's eyes lit up with the glint of gold. Now that he had the support of Senior Zukong, he would not have to be as cautious as before and would be able to ask him for advice. The quicker he bought back his house, the quicker he would be able to start his journey into the cultivation world. While Lin Mu was thinking about his future prospects, Zukong was thinking about the situation of this world. He was wondering if there were more collapsed worlds near Lin Mu's world. He thought of a way to confirm his doubts. What other items have you found in the spatial rifts? Show me all of them, Zukong ordered. Realization dawned on Lin Mu's mind. If the large rock which looked useless was precious, then who knows what other things he found were rare and perhaps priceless. Lin Mu hurriedly started taking out one item after the other from the ring. Soon enough, there were 5 piles of items lying haphazardly on the ground inside of the sleepscape. Lin Mu had separated the items which he found useful, such as the booklet which contained the martial technique, boulder collapsing fist, and the 4 vessels restoration pills in different piles, and useless items like the old shoe and clump of soil into a different pile. Senior Zukong closely scrutinized every item and then came to float in front of Lin Mu. He then instructed Lin Mu to separate the items into 2 different piles from the 5 piles. Senior Zukong then came to float in front of a pile and spoke. This is garbage. This is useful, Zukong said after floating over to the other pile. Lin Mu looked at the garbage pile and sure enough, most of the items he thought were useless were just that, useless. But he was a little surprised looking at the pile of useful items. There were some items which he did not think would be useful. For example, the clump of soil that he had found was now in the pile of useful items, and the small shard of metal was too. Lin Mu could not understand the reasoning behind this, thus he asked Senior Zukong. That clump of soil is not what you think it is. It is actually the dried blood of a spirit beast, while that metal shard is quite possibly part of an immortal tool. Even though it's only a small shard, it is still linked to the immortal tool, and you may be able to find it with the help of it, Zukong explained. Lin Mu was shocked upon hearing about an immortal tool. He could tell that it was something that was above spirit weapons and was much stronger than them. But he could not help but wonder how these items ended up in the spatial rifts. Senior, there is one thing I could not understand. How do these items end up inside of spatial rifts? Lin Mu asked apprehensively. There are many reasons for that, but the most common reasons are either the destruction of a spatial treasure or the collapse of a world. Depending on the reason, the item will be lost in a different layer of the void, Zukong answered. Lin Mu had heard the 2 words grand void and lesser void from Senior Zukong before, but could not understand the difference between them. Thus, he asked him to explain. Senior, could you explain to me about the void? Lin Mu asked. While you will not understand the actual characteristics of the void, I'll give you a simplified explanation. The void can be broadly divided into 4 layers: the lesser void, the great void, the greater void, and the grand void. Zukong spoke and took a pause until he was sure that Lin Mu had digested this information. The lesser void is a place that exists parallel to the real world and is separate for each of the worlds. The Great Void is the layer which contains minor worlds and spatial dimensions. Your sleepscape could be considered as an example of a spatial dimension, while the Greater Void contains all the worlds in a specific realm. Finally, the Grand Void is the layer that separates the different major realms and contains all the layers below it. Also, every higher layer in the void contains multiples of the layer below it. For example, the Great Void has multiple layers of the Lesser Void contained within it. Zhukang explained. Lin Mu was a little overwhelmed by all the information that Senior Zhukang had just spoken. It took him a few minutes before he was able to analyze and integrate all the information into his mind. He also felt minuscule at the immensity of the entire universe. He could not even imagine the sheer size of the worlds that existed, not to speak of entire realms. Zhukang saw that Lin Mu was astounded at his explanation. Thus he spoke. Don't be overwhelmed by my explanation. Even if you don't understand it right now, it won't matter. You will eventually understand it in the future. Lin Mu felt a little better after hearing Senior Zhukang's encouraging words. His attention was then redirected towards the useful pile of items. There were some items in it that he knew were useful, but he could not tell what their use could be. One such item was the high-quality wooden slip he had found. Lin Mu picked up the wooden slip from the pile and showed it to Senior Zhukang while asking, "Senior, what is this wooden slip? Why is there nothing written in it?" Zhukang looked at the exquisite wooden slip in Lin Mu's hand and let out a chuckle before speaking. "That is the most useful item out of all of them. Its worth exceeds all the items combined. That wooden slip is a legacy treasure." Chapter 55, Legacy of the Lost Immortal. Zhukang himself was a little surprised upon finding a legacy treasure in the pile of random items. He was getting more and more interested in this world. He could not tell what the legacy treasure would contain, but he was sure that the legacy treasure was not from this world. The craftsmanship of the legacy treasure belonged to a higher realm, and with how complex the formations placed on it were, Zhukang knew that it contained a complete legacy. The only question remaining was that whether it will deem Lin Mu worthy of it. While Senior Zhukang was in his thoughts, Lin Mu was staring at the wooden slip, trying to figure out how to use it. He even tried observing it with his spirit sense, but was unable to find anything. Finally, giving up after a few tries, Lin Mu turned to Senior Zhukang for answers. "What does this wooden slip contain?" Lin Mu asked. "Every legacy treasure is different. Some contain the entire inheritance of an expert, while some may only contain minor inheritances. Some contain martial techniques or cultivation techniques, while others may contain the life experiences of a cultivator," Zhukang answered. "Now then, to activate the legacy treasure you need to put a drop of your blood on it," Zhukang explained. Lin Mu followed Senior Zhukang's words and used the short sword to prick his finger. He then let a drop of blood fall on the wooden slip. As soon as the blood touched the wooden slip, it was absorbed and numerous runes appeared. The runes spread from the wooden slip onto Lin Mu's hands and then onto his chest. Unbeknownst to Lin Mu, an obscure pattern was formed on his abdomen, which then sunk in and disappeared. A few seconds later, the runes disappeared, and a connection was formed between Lin Mu and the wooden slip. Lin Mu then opened the wooden slip and saw words appearing on it. The entire wooden slip, when opened, was 50 centimeters long and was made of 25 individual wooden strips. Lin Mu started reading the words one by one. "I was called as the Lost Immortal, and this is my final legacy. This legacy that I am leaving behind was the work of my life. I suffered many setbacks in my life, some because of my enemies, some due to my miscalculations, and some due to the heavens' will. While I was staunch and stable in the early part of my life, later on, after suffering one misfortune after another, I developed heart demons. I could be considered to have had below-average talent in cultivation, and all that I had was gained through sheer dedication and hard work. The heart demon I developed was because of a problem that usually belonged to the mortals, starvation. In the tens of thousands of years that I lived, I often found myself in conditions where I was heavily injured, stripped of chi, and trapped in deadly situations. While the commoners think that immortals don't know the sufferings of mortals, they are wrong. They think that immortals no longer feel hungry, nor do they need to breathe. While this is correct to a certain extent, it is only so when you are in an optimum condition. Even immortals, when they deplete their chi and vital energy, need to eat in order to survive. For cultivators who have lived as long as me, all have gone through similar situations such as mine. But their suffering cannot be compared to mine. They may have been in 1, 2, 5, or even 10 situations, but it still would not compare to mine. While most would not survive after their luck ran out, I do not know whether it was my fortune or misfortune that I have survived 107 such tribulations. I often thought if it would have been better if I perished early on and did not suffer these tribulations. But every time I did that, my heart demon grew. Slowly, over the years, I developed an obsession. I would no longer suffer the tribulation of starvation ever again. I knew that the heavens were against me and would pit me against a grim tribulation again, thus my obsession grew. Eventually, all I could think of was my obsession, and my progress in cultivation plummeted. I knew that this could not go on any longer, so I started my journey to find a solution. I journeyed through countless worlds and a multitude of realms. I researched techniques that would help me in relieving starvation forever. I observed beasts that were known for their hunger, their ability to devour, and beasts that were long-lived and seldom ate. I hunted down unique races that did not consume material food as sustenance, but rather obscure types of energies. I found some beasts that were once thought to be myths and legends. I even discovered beasts that were never seen before. I went after creatures that were 100 times stronger than me and came out alive. My obsession was now somehow fueling my strength. I now knew what I had to do. I was going to create a technique that would absolve one of their hunger. I gathered precious materials and unique treasures while using the knowledge that I had gained to forge my creation. But alas, I failed. I was still lacking. I began my journey again and wandered the universe. It was during this time that I was given the title Lost Immortal. I had long forgotten my own name in my obsession, thus I just accepted it. After a few years, I had an epiphany, and my cultivation started growing once again. But with the growth of my cultivation, the heaven's fury returned as well. I survived more of those cursed conditions and let my heart demon grew. I did not know why, but my heart demon never harmed me even though it had existed for a long time. Others would have suffered a chi deviation or a Tao collapse, but miraculously I did not. More years passed, and I could feel that I was slipping into insanity, 1 year at a time. I knew that once I was completely drowned in insanity, I would never resolve my obsession. Thus I staked all I had and revisited all the places I had been to, just to gain any small smidgen of inspiration I could grasp. This time I could not find some of the beasts that I had originally discovered, but I was still able to find the beasts such as the golden rock, the touty, the realm-eater worm, the sky-swallowing wolf, the immortal Kun Peng, and many more. I stripped their secrets and gained an understanding of their physiology and cultivation. By now I was at the very edge of insanity, and knew that I would fall into its abyss as soon as I lost control, even for a moment. Knowing that I had no time left, I ended my research and started to reforge my creation. I never intended to come out of this alive, thus I used everything I had, including my very life. I ignited my Tao laws with my obsession and used the flames to temper all the precious materials I had gathered. I spent years working on it, yet I still felt that I was far from perfect. Then suddenly, I was enlightened when I heard a voice in my mind. It was my heart demon. It had finally awakened. It knew what I wanted, thus my heart demon offered me a solution which I gladly accepted, for I knew I had nothing to lose. I sacrificed my cultivation base and my body, using them as the metal, and fused it into my creation. Then finally, using my soul as the last ember, I let my heart demon perfect my creation. Even at the very end, I knew that while my creation was perfect, it was still incomplete. Of course, unless a person cultivated it, it will be deemed incomplete. Thus, with my last wisp of consciousness, I finished my legacy and sealed the technique I had created into this wooden slip. I recorded my life's experiences and tribulations for my inheritor to learn, and as a final gift, or you could say my last wish, I want my inheritor to name this technique after learning it. I hope that you will not suffer the tribulations that I did and are able to benefit from my experiences. After an hour, Lin Mu had completed reading the entire wooden slip. As soon as he read the last word, all the words written on the wooden slip faded away, and new words appeared on the wooden slip. Lin Mu read these words and found that these words were describing the unique technique that the lost immortal had created. He read them and was slowly lost in them. Unknown to him, Senior Zhukong was closely observing him. Zhukong felt that everything was normal at the start, but after a while, he saw tears coming out of Lin Mu's eyes. He tried calling out to him but received no answer, as if he was lost in enlightenment. What kind of legacy did he receive? Zhukong thought. Chapter 56, Returning to the Northwind Inn. Lin Mu had been reading the wooden slip for the past few hours, but still had not finished it. Senior Zhukong had tried calling out to him multiple times, but he never responded. Thus Senior Zhukong gave up and waited for him to normalize. In the blink of an eye, it was morning, and the sun had risen. Lin Mu was shaken from his trance after his consciousness disappeared from the sleepscape and returned to his body. He slowly opened his eyes in a daze and looked around. After seeing that he had returned to the hunting shack, Lin Mu took a deep breath. That was a really unique experience, Lin Mu muttered as he remembered the information recorded in the wooden slip. After Lin Mu had finished reading the introduction, he saw the technique that was created by the lost immortal. It took him a long time to read it, and he still could not understand it. The technique was complex, very complex, so much so that he could not even identify some of the words that were mentioned in it. After the technique, the next thing that was recorded in the wooden slip was the life experiences of the lost immortal. When Lin Mu read them, he felt as if he was there and was experiencing them firsthand. He could not tell if it was an illusion or not, but everything that he saw looked extremely real. Guess I'll have to ask Senior Zhukong for an explanation, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu then called out to Senior Zhukong and received a reply instantly. Zhukong had been a little worried after seeing that Lin Mu was in a trance. He knew it was due to the legacy treasure, but could not tell if it was good or not. When Zhukong had told Lin Mu about the legacy treasures, he had left out some information. Some legacy treasures had powerful seals on them, which when released would bind to the first person who came in contact with it. While this was fine, if the legacy contained was suitable for that person, but if it was not so, this would become extremely troublesome. Zhukong had observed and scanned the wooden slip before allowing Lin Mu to use it, but when he saw that Lin Mu was stuck in a trance and could not respond, he became wary. The only reason Zhukong could not find the cause for this would be if the legacy treasure was created by someone from the higher realms. Another reason why he easily let Lin Mu use the legacy treasure was that he was sure that there wasn't much chance that it could be difficult for him. While Zhukong was thinking of possible scenarios, Lin Mu suddenly disappeared and his vision turned black for a moment. Then he felt the familiar spatial energy in his surroundings and realized that he had returned to the ring. A few seconds later, he sensed Lin Mu's voice and responded to it. "What did you gain from the legacy treasure, Lin Mu?" Zhukong asked. Lin Mu then started to explain everything that he had found out from the wooden slip. He told him about the lost immortal and how he created the nameless technique. He told him about the technique itself, how it was very complex, and about the words he was unable to read. Finally, he told him about the life experiences of the lost immortal that were recorded in the wooden slip. The first thing that shocked Zhukong was the circumstances of the lost immortal. He was able to identify the reason for his misfortunes and the unending streak of tribulations. The person titled as the lost immortal actually had a special type of physique called as the broken fate physique. It was an extremely rare physique and could be ranked along with the people who were the owners of the Garden of Karma. though its rarity did not mean that the physique was beneficial to its bearer. Rather, the person who was born with this physique would suffer endless misfortunes and tribulations. They would then perish and be removed from the wheel of fate. This was the reason this physique was named as the broken fate physique. Zhukang could not tell how an expert like the lost immortal, who had traveled countless worlds, did not identify his own physique. He should have been knowledgeable enough to identify it. It was only when Lin Mu was telling Zhukang about the mythical beasts that the lost immortal encountered that he understood the reason for his ignorance towards his physique. The mythical beast that caught Zhukang's attention was the realm-eater worm. It's impossible that the lost immortal encountered a realm-eater worm. Their clan was eradicated millions of years ago, and the last of their bloodlines were also extinguished by the heavenly Tao for accumulating unforgivable amounts of negative karma. Zhukang thought. Unless the lost immortal encountered the realm-eater worms before their extinction, Zhukang muttered. This would explain why he did not know about his physique. He was probably one of the earliest owners of the broken fate physique. There simply was no information about this physique back then, Zhukang inferred. Zhukang was also wary about the nameless technique that was created by the lost immortal. He could not tell what effect the technique would have on Lin Mu, as it was deemed incomplete by its creator himself. Considering the state in which the lost immortal created the technique, Zhukang had all the reasons to be wary of it. But Zhukang would not be prohibiting Lin Mu from learning the technique. He will only explain to Lin Mu what he thought about the technique and leave the final decision up to him. If he wanted Lin Mu to become a peerless cultivator, he could not keep on interfering in his life. It was up to Lin Mu to decipher his fate and wade through his karma. Lin Mu then asked Senior Zhukang about the words which he was unable to understand. He felt that the words were from a different language and did not seem to belong there. After explaining to Senior Zhukang, he got the reply that while Senior Zhukang knew what language the words belonged to, he would not be able to tell him what the words meant until he drew them. Lin Mu thus tried to draw them on the ground, but found that he could not. It was as if his mind went blank as soon as he thought of drawing them. It's the world's restrictions prohibiting you from drawing them. Wait till tonight when you return to the sleepscape. There you should be able to draw them with no problems, Zhukang told Lin Mu. But what language are these words from, Senior? Lin Mu asked. It's not exactly a language, but rather a different script of writing. Those words are most likely from the Tao script. It is a universal script that every language can use and can be understood by all intelligent races, Zhukang answered. It is also necessary for many things such as making formations, forging spirit weapons, refining alchemical pills, and of course creation of various techniques. Zhukang further explained. Lin Mu's curiosity in learning the Tao script was ignited, hence he asked Senior Zhukang to teach him about it. Senior Zhukang accepted Lin Mu's request and told him that he would teach him some lessons every day. Then he reminded Lin Mu what he was supposed to be doing today. Oh no, I need to get to the town soon, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu skipped his breakfast and started storing everything that he thought to be of use. Before leaving, he made sure he had everything one last time. He then started his journey back to the town. But for Lin Mu, who had become a cultivator, such distance was a stone's throw away. Lin Mu strengthened his legs with spirit qi and broke into a sprint. His speed was incomparable than before, and within 5 minutes he was already at the town. Some people spotted him running towards the town, but all they could see was a trail of dust. Before entering the town, he saw the peasants working in the spirit apple orchards. This made him reminisce about the time when he was still weak and was working in the orchards. Although it had only been a few weeks, he still felt as if ages had gone by. Pushing his thoughts to the back, Lin Mu continued on to the inn. Because the Northwind Inn was close to the entrance of the town, it did not take him much time to reach it. When Lin Mu was standing outside the inn's entrance, he heard the sounds of someone arguing and shouting, coming from inside the inn. He walked in and found a group of 10 hunters arguing with the 3 people at the desk. Lin Mu identified one of the 3 people at the desk as the clerk who had booked the room for him. but he could not tell who the other two were. He also identified the 10 hunters rather easily. These 10 hunters belonged to one of the 2 hunter groups in the town, whose leader was a cultivator. The leader of the hunter group was a man called Lin Mu. He was a cultivator, thus had some influence in the town. Lin Mu had seen the man before and also had heard about him. Lin Mu was a rather crude man who was selfish and ruthless. He would often forcefully take over good hunting areas from common hunters, and if they resisted, all that waited for them was a harsh beating. Lin Mu's father especially did not like Lin Mu and had warned him to stay away from the man. Who knew that Lin Mu would have to defy his father's warning today? Suddenly the clerk who had booked the room for Lin Mu spotted him and pointed at him while shouting, "There he is! That's the boy who booked the last room." Chapter 57, A Small Conflict. Lin Mu would have never expected that he would be facing such a scenario just because he was one day late. There were currently 13 pairs of eyes staring at him, some with helplessness and others with anger. At first, he could not figure out why these people were looking at him with such eyes, but as soon as they all started speaking, he knew he was in another troubling situation. The 10 hunters soon surrounded him in 3 directions. "Boy, give up the room that you booked," one of the hunters spoke. "Yeah, since you did not come yesterday to claim it, you don't need it anymore," a short hunter spoke. Confusion could be seen on Lin Mu's face, as he could not understand why these hunters were speaking to him like that. Only when the clerk came forward and explained did he understand. "These hunters want the room that you booked. They came today for a room, but I told them we did not have any available. They said they were willing to pay double and asked if any rooms were unoccupied. They then saw that one room was still unoccupied, thus they forced me to give it to them." The clerk hurriedly spoke. "Take your refund and leave, brat," the hunter in front of Lin Mu ordered. An annoyed expression could be seen on Lin Mu's face. There was no chance that he was going to accept these hunters' orders. He had booked the room well ahead and had also paid in advance. These men had no right to order him. "These men are paying double the price, right? So I'll just pay triple," Lin Mu said smugly. Right now Lin Mu had plenty of gold coins, so he was not worried. He would be able to earn those back rather easily once he starts hunting again. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, the hunters became confused at first, but then became angrier. But the man who was with the clerk looked happy instead. Looking closer at the man's clothing, which seemed to be of higher quality than that of a commoner, Lin Mu guessed that he was the owner of this inn. "You think you can just disrespect us like that?" The short hunter spoke with fire in his eyes. Looking at the short man's expression, Lin Mu guessed that he was the one who wanted the room while others were just here to back him up. The hunters belonging to Lin Mu's group were well-known bullies. They submitted to the strong while oppressing the weak. If it was the Lin Mu of the past, he would have never dared to go against these men. But with the strength that he had right now, the only person who could give him trouble would be Lin Mu himself. Suddenly, one of the hunters seemed to have recognized Lin Mu as he pointed at him and whispered in the ear of his companion, who then told the rest of the hunters. "So, you're the boy who had his property seized by the supervisor of the orchard," said the hunter, standing in front of Lin Mu. "Weren't you also banished from the town?" another hunter added. "No wonder he was willing to pay triple the cost for the room. The money doesn't belong to him, he stole it," said the short hunter, straight away accusing Lin Mu. Lin Mu saw the situation turning worse and worse by the second. Thus he spoke up. "I wasn't banished, I was only thrown out of the town. These are the words of the supervisor himself, and I didn't steal the money, I made it by hunting beasts," Lin Mu countered. "As if a scrawny brat like you could kill beasts that would be worth that much," a long-faced hunter spoke. "Don't listen to him, he's only lying to save his skin. Catch him, we'll hand him off to the guards," the hunter in front of Lin Mu spoke. "Search him for the coins too. He definitely has them on his body," the short man spoke with greed in his eyes. Seeing that there was no chance that this situation will be resolved, Lin Mu readied himself for a fight. He could sense their strength and found them to be much weaker compared to him. The strongest hunter was in the 8th stage of the body-tempering realm. While Lin Mu could sense the hunter's strength, they could not do the same as he was a cultivator now. Because they did not sense Lin Mu's strength, they made the mistake of thinking that he was much weaker than them. The first to approach Lin Mu were the 3 hunters on his left. One of them tried to grab his arm, but Lin Mu was able to push him away effortlessly. Then the 4 hunters on the right lunged at him and grabbed his shoulder and wrist. Lin Mu used his left hand, which was free, and smashed it on the hands of the men that were holding his shoulder and hand. A snapping could be heard as the arms of the 4 men were broken in one hit. "Arg," the 4 hunters on the right shouted in pain. "Careful, he's been hiding his strength somehow. Use all your force," the leading hunter shouted. Lin Mu did not want to straight away kill the men in the town, as it was prohibited. Thus he did not use his sword or the spirit chi to strengthen his body. All he had used was just his body's raw strength. The hunters did not hold back a bit and drew their weapons. 2 of them were using swords, 3 were using axes, and 2 were using maces, leaving behind the 4 with broken hands. All of them attacked Lin Mu together, but he was able to dodge it with his superior speed. Lin Mu flitted between their bodies and rained blows upon them. The short hunter managed to slip behind Lin Mu and slashed with his axe at Lin Mu's back. Lin Mu saw this with his spirit sense and reacted. He moved his right fist back without even seeing and slammed it on the side of the axe. Tilde clink, tilde crack, 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 tilde. A cracking sound could be heard as the blade of the axe shattered into pieces. The hunters were now shocked, and fear could be seen in the eyes of the leading hunter as he guessed Lin Mu's strength. "Run, leave him, he's a cultivator," the leader of the hunters shouted. Fear spread to all of the hunters, and in the next second they ran away. Lin Mu did not bother to stop them and let them leave, as he knew that if he used any more force, he may just kill them. While he may be able to get off scot-free, even if the guards found out that he killed the hunters in self-defense, what he did not want was Gan Ma to target him, especially not before he was able to find out his cultivation base. Pub future ads. If Gan Ma was weaker than him, it would not be a problem, but if he was stronger, then Lin Mu will have to plan for it. Though Lin Mu was sure that he will be able to escape with the help of the 2 skills he got from the ring. Once the hunters left the inn, Lin Mu walked up to the desk and spoke. "Now that they're gone, I don't need to pay any more money, right?" Lin Mu spoke with a little chuckle. After witnessing Lin Mu's strength, the owner did not want to antagonize him, as he thought it would not end well for him. The owner gulped and spoke. Yes, you don't have to pay anything. You already paid in advance, please go on in." The owner spoke and gestured to the clerk. The clerk then guided Lin Mu up the stairs and into a corridor. He walked all the way to the end and stood in front of a door. He then took out a small key out of his pocket and opened the door while gesturing with his hand. "This is the room you booked, sir," the clerk spoke respectfully. Lin Mu was not surprised by the sudden respectful attitude of the clerk. Cultivators were considered to be above commoners and thus were feared and respected. This was the first instance where Lin Mu felt the prestige of a cultivator. "Please inform me if you need anything," the clerk said. Lin Mu nodded and spoke. "Is there a kitchen here?" Lin Mu asked. "If you're asking about food, then you don't have to worry, as breakfast and dinner will be provided to you free of charge," the clerk answered. "What if I want to cook it on my own?" Lin Mu questioned. The clerk seemed confused by Lin Mu's question, but did not probe further. Yes, you can use the kitchen if you want. I'll notify the cook beforehand," the clerk answered. Lin Mu did not want to eat normal food anymore as it would not be of much use to him, and even if he did eat it, the small portion would not satisfy his enormous appetite. He could have also given the meat to the cook to prepare, but he did not want to take the risk of someone stealing parts from it. Even a small portion of high-tier beast meat would sell for a few silvers in the town. While Lin Mu was settling in the inn, the hunters had reached their leader's house. Chapter 58, Zukong's First Test. Near the western exit of town, there existed an open ground. Many tents were currently pitched in that open ground. On some of the tents, banners or plates bearing the symbols of mercenary groups could be seen, while the other tents were just normal tents used by hunters. The mercenaries could be seen sitting outside the tents, doing chores. Some were sharpening their weapons, some were taking an inventory, while others were just talking to each other. Suddenly, the mercenaries heard a commotion coming from the site where hunters had their tents set up. Some of the mercenaries stood up and walked there to check. Upon reaching there, they saw a couple of broken tents as well as hunters that were currently being beaten. They looked at the aggressors and saw that they did not seem to care much as they continued their one-sided fight. "We already told you to leave once. Why don't you listen?" a short hunter said as he punched the face of a man lying on the ground. "Do you dare to disrespect Ganma again?" a long-faced man spoke as he stepped on the hand of another hunter lying on the ground. These hunters were none other than the same hunters who had fought with Lin Mu before. Since they were unable to get a room at the inn, they had no choice but to pitch a tent with the other hunters at the western exit of the town. Most of the hunters were not natives of northern town. They usually came from the subordinate villages and lived at inns for the most part as they could not buy houses in the town. There were two reasons for this, the first being that there were few empty houses left in the town, and the houses were expensive to buy as well. Especially for hunters who barely made a few gold coins a year, it was impossible to buy a house. Though it was not like every hunter stayed at the inn during the winter. The hunters that came from the villages would return there during the winter and only return during the spring. "Damn it, how did that kid become a cultivator?" the short hunter shouted as he punched an unconscious hunter. He then stood up and then kicked the unconscious man one last time before leaving him. A couple of other hunters came by and picked up the unconscious man before taking him away. "Don't think too much. Leader Ganma will take care of him soon," the long-faced hunter replied. "I want to kill that kid with my own hands. Even Leader took years to become a cultivator. Who even taught him?" The short hunter spoke with frustration on his face. A buff hunter that was standing at the side spoke. "There aren't many cultivators in the town. It's definitely not someone from the town, thus it could only be someone from the mercenary companies. God-damned mercenaries putting their noses where they don't belong. First, they take our hunting grounds, then our inns, and now they try to change our power structure. Trash like that brat should stay trash forever and know their place," the short man said. Suddenly, sounds of weapons being drawn can be heard. "Try and say that again," a burly mercenary spoke with a rough voice. The hunters became alarmed as they saw mercenaries standing behind them. One of the hunters with a long face came forward and passed a small pouch to the mercenary while whispering something to him. After hearing the hunter, the mercenary took the pouch and retreated along with the rest of them. The hunter who had spoken with the mercenary came back and slapped the head of the short hunter. "Watch your mouth. Look around before you wag your tongue. You nearly got us in trouble," the long-faced hunter spoke. The short hunter did not protest and just stayed silent, while the rest of the hunters set up the tent. Back at the Northwind Inn, Lin Mu was looking around the room. The room was at least 10 times bigger than the hunting shack. There were 4 beds, a table, and 4 chairs in the room. On the right of the room, there were 2 windows, through which one could see the street below. Lin Mu had not expected for the room to be this big. The room was clearly made for accommodating 4 people, but right now he had occupied it all by himself. No wonder the hunters wanted this room. It is big enough for 4 of them, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu was bothered by the attitude of the inn's staff, but understood that it was something that they had to do. Gan Ma's hunters were forceful bullies, and if they had not given in, they probably would have done something worse to the staff. Gan Ma would probably come after me soon. I need to get a measure of his cultivation before that, Lin Mu muttered to himself. So this is the place you will be staying at. Zhukang spoke inside Lin Mu's mind. Yes, senior, Lin Mu replied. Seems like you will have to return to the forest every time you want to train your skills, though, Zhukang said. That I will have to do indeed. I can't reveal them here, of course. Lin Mu spoke. And this man Gan Ma, I want you to eliminate him. This will be your first test, Zhu Kong ordered. Lin Mu was a little taken aback by Senior Zhu Kong's words, but then he further explained. You need to learn to eliminate a problem from the very roots. If you don't, they will only come to trouble you in the future. Zhu Kong spoke with a stern tone. Lin Mu nodded and accepted Senior Zhu Kong's test. He then left the room and went downstairs towards the desk. He went up to the clerk and asked where the kitchen was. Follow me, please, the clerk spoke. Lin Mu then followed the clerk to the back of the inn from where they exited out into the yard. The kitchen of the inn was located in a small shed in the yard behind the inn. He took him to the shed, where a fat and squat man was chopping some meat. Fatty Yuan, this sir will be using the kitchen to cook their food. Please ensure that he has whatever he needs. The clerk spoke to the cook. The cook named Fatty Yuan did not speak and only grunted in response. The clerk was unnerved by this and looked at Lin Mu's face. Seeing that Lin Mu did not mind the cook's dismissive attitude, he took a breath of relief. He then left Lin Mu and went back to his work. Use whatever you want here. Fatty Yuan spoke curtly before resuming his work. Lin Mu could not withdraw the meat from his ring, thus he just used the ingredients that were already there and cooked some breakfast for himself. Although it did not fill him up, it was enough for him to last a while. He would have to withdraw the meat before coming to the inn next time. After Lin Mu finished his breakfast, he left the inn and headed towards Jiang Wei's emporium. He wanted to sell all the materials he had accumulated during these few days and also try to find a weapon manual. Lin Mu looked around the town and observed that the people have started to wear thicker and warmer clothes. He himself had no need for such clothes, as his body would resist the cold and keep his body at normal temperature. A few minutes later, he had reached the desolate alley. Lin Mu walked up to the shop and withdrew all the materials he had. Unknowingly, he had accumulated a rather large amount of materials. A problem now presented to Lin Mu. He could not justify bringing so many materials at once to the shop, as he would not be able to show how he carried them here. Even the sled that Lin Mu made would not be enough to carry so many materials. He thus withdrew only half of the materials and placed the rest of them back into the ring. He then placed the sled at the side of the shop and opened the door of the shop. Surprisingly, the door still felt hard to open, even though Lin Mu was much stronger than before. He did not mind this and picked up some of the items before walking in. He placed the items at the empty counter and went back to get the rest of them. After he had brought all of the items inside, he ringed the small bell kept on the counter. A few minutes later, Duan Qi walked out from the door behind the counter. She looked at the counter that was overflowing with beast materials and became annoyed. There were 21 beast pelts, beast horns, feathers, and many more bones lying on the counter. Duan Qi then inwardly sighed. Chapter 59, Getting a Weapons Manual. Duan Qi had certainly not expected for Lin Mu to bring so many beast materials within a week. It seemed to her that Lin Mu had outdone himself this time, as looking at the materials, she could tell that most of them were from high-tier beasts. I assume you are here to sell these materials, Duan Qi spoke. And also to buy some things, Lin Mu hurriedly added. After a few transactions, Lin Mu had understood that Duan Qi did not like it if he only sold and did not buy anything. Looking at her expression, he could at least tell that she was probably not having a good day, thus he did not want to piss her off even more. Lin Mu was indeed right about Duan Qi not having a good day. She had been searching for clues about the sword intent that was released 2 days ago. Her grandfather was also doing his best in scanning the library for any evidence of a hidden cultivator. Her grandfather's library had an enormous amount of materials, so much so that it could compare to that of the top sects. If there was any clue about the hidden cultivator that ascended or the overbearing sword intent, it would be present in the library. There was no chance that a cultivator who had the aptitude of being able to ascend or having peerless sword intent would be able to hide every track of themselves. They must have had outstanding talent when they were younger, thus there should be some records of them. Duan Qi felt a little better that Lin Mu would be buying something as well, hence her expression eased a bit. She went ahead and started checking the beast materials. Some of the materials were a little damaged, but most of them were fine. After confirming the quality of the materials, Duan Qi calculated their value. There were some mid-tier beast materials mixed in, along with high-tier ones. Thus she took a few minutes. 5 minutes later, she had finished her calculations and concluded it to be 27 gold, 59 silver, and 11 copper coins. To be honest, Duan Qi was a little surprised at Lin Mu's pace of making money. A month ago, he had only 20 copper coins, and now he was making gold coins instead. She was also shocked by the growth of his strength. Just by looking at him, she could tell that he was already at the 9th stage of the body-tempering realm at the very least. Your total would be 27 gold, 59 silver, and 11 copper coins. Duan Qi spoke. Lin Mu nodded at this price, as he had already estimated it to be around this value. I would like to buy a weapons training manual for a sword, Lin Mu said. Very well, go to the 4th shelf from the right and pick out whatever one that you like, Duan Qi replied. Lin Mu nodded and turned to the right and went towards the shelf. While he was looking at the old booklets and scrolls, Senior Zhukang spoke in his mind. Don't waste your effort here. None of these manuals are worth your time. You should instead ask that woman for a better one. She is hiding a lot of secrets. There are concealing and illusory formations placed all around the shop. Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu had suspected that Jiang Wei and Duan Qi were cultivators, but now Senior Zhukang's words had just confirmed it. He wondered what their cultivation base could be. Do you know what their cultivation level is, Senior Zhukang? Lin Mu asked silently. I would have to use my spirit sense to do that, but if I did, they would be alarmed and will know that I'm here. But from the formations, I can tell that at least one of them is a very high-level cultivator, Zhukang answered. If you're this curious, why don't you try sensing it yourself? Zhukang spoke with a chuckle, as if he was looking forward to something fun. Lin Mu felt a little strange upon hearing Senior Zhukang's tone, but did not think much of it. He returned to the counter and saw that Duan Qi was taking the materials to the back of the shop. Duan Qi saw that Lin Mu had returned, hence assumed that he had chosen a manual. Show me the manual that you want to buy, Duan Qi spoke. Oh, I don't want those weapon manuals. I want the ones better than that. Lin Mu spoke as he used his spirit sense to probe Duan Qi's cultivation base. But Lin Mu was unsuccessful in finding her cultivation base. He felt as if there was a barrier stopping his spirit sense from getting close to her. Duan Qi was shocked by this, but did not show it on her face. Is that so? Please wait here for a bit then, Duan Qi replied. Duan Qi then picked up the last of the materials all at once with ease and went into the door behind the counter. Lin Mu asked Senior Zhukang about the barrier that was surrounding Duan Qi. That was the effect of a defensive spirit tool. It was protecting her from spirit sense probes. Zhukang spoke. Then what would her cultivation base be? Lin Mu questioned. Well, just from her ability to use spirit tools, you can assume that she's above the Qi refining realm. As in order to use spirit tools, you have to be at the core condensation realm at the very minimum, Zhukang explained. Lin Mu gulped and became a little nervous as just Duan Qi was strong enough to defeat him alone. Who knows how strong her grandfather Jiang Wei was? From Senior Zhukang's information, he already got that Jiang Wei was the stronger one of the two and was the person who had set up these formations. 5 minutes later, Duan Qi walked out of the door with Jiang Wei behind her. They came to stand at the counter when Jiang Wei spoke. So, my granddaughter says you don't like the weapons manuals here and want better quality ones. Jiang Wei spoke with an amused tone. Lin Mu nodded and spoke. Yes, owner Jiang Wei. Then let me see how strong you've become. Jiang Wei spoke with a stern tone. Before Lin Mu could say anything in reply, he felt a pricking pain in his head, which he guessed to be Jiang Wei's spirit sense. But in the next moment, he felt like a veil covered his body entirely, and the pain in his head stopped. Lin Mu then saw the pair of grandfather and granddaughter in front of him and became terrified. The condition of those two did not look good. Their faces were drained of blood and became pale. Sweat could be seen on their foreheads, while Duan Qi was straight up shivering with fear. A few seconds later, Senior Zukong chuckled in his mind once again. Suddenly, Jiang Wei grasped the black beaded bracelet on his wrist and broke it apart. In the next moment, he could see that Jiang Wei and Duan Qi seemed to be free from whatever that was bothering them. "Humph, and I was just starting to have fun," Zukong muttered. The veil that Lin Mu felt was covering his body slowly vanished. He then heard Jiang Wei spoke. "Okay, you satisfy my conditions. Now take this and please leave," Jiang Wei hurriedly spoke. A coin pouch appeared on the counter along with a booklet. This surprised Lin Mu, as Jiang Wei had just used a spatial treasure. They had been concealing their capabilities all this time, but now they suddenly dropped all pretenses and revealed that they were a cultivator by using a spatial treasure. Lin Mu took the coin pouch and booklet. He then turned around and left the old shop swiftly, as he felt like that was the right thing to do at that time. He touched the sled that was kept to the side and stored it in the ring. Lin Mu walked out of the alley and left the old shop behind. He suddenly felt a fluctuation in qi, which made him turn around. Upon turning around, Lin Mu saw that the alley in which the old shop was located had vanished. "How?" Lin Mu muttered to himself. That was the concealing formation being activated, and it's a high-grade concealing formation as well. Zukong spoke. "A high-grade concealing formation?" Lin Mu questioned. "It's strong enough to hide a place from the senses of a Dao Shell Realm cultivator," Zukong explained before Lin Mu could continue his question. "Let's return to the forest. You should take a look at the weapons manual that the old man gave you," Zukong said. "Yes, Senior," Lin Mu responded. After Lin Mu left the town, he thought about Senior Zukong's strange behavior as well as the terrified pair of grandfather and granddaughter. He wondered if he should ask Senior Zukong or not, as it was picking at his mind. While Lin Mu was out, he had no idea that what just happened in the shop had now terrified Jiang Wei for a lifetime. Chapter 60. The Terrified Jiang Wei and Duan Qi. 15 minutes ago, when Lin Mu had asked Duan Qi for a better quality weapons manual, she had actually not minded it. She would be open to selling him a higher quality manual if he was willing to pay the price for it. But when Duan Qi felt her defensive spirit tool activate, she understood his underlying meaning. He did not just want a common weapons manual that's for body tempering realm experts. Instead, what he wanted was a weapons manual that's intended for a qi refining realm cultivator. Lin Mu's spirit sense had shocked Duan Qi, as she had never expected for him to become a cultivator this fast. It was only a month ago when he was in the 4th stage of the body tempering realm, and now he seemed to be a qi refining realm cultivator. From what she observed, Duan Qi could tell that Lin Mu was at the 9th stage of the body tempering realm when he became a qi refining realm expert. Pushing all these thoughts to the back of her mind, Duan Qi decided to inform her grandfather first. She picked up the materials from the counter and walked to the back of the shop. She then blew out the lamp that was hanging from the ceiling and appeared in the enormous courtyard. She stored the materials in her storage ring and went to the manor. Once inside the manor, Duan Qi looked for her grandfather, who was currently in the massive library. She quickly found him standing near a shelf, reading from a book. Jiang Wei sensed his granddaughter's unease when she appeared in the library. At first, he thought that it was because she had found some clues, but when she spoke, it was not something he had expected. "Grandfather, that boy Lin Mu came to sell beast materials, and now he's asking for a high-grade weapons manual," Duan Qi spoke. Jiang Wei stopped reading the book he was holding and put it back onto the shelf before turning around. So why does he think we have those manuals?" Jiang Wei asked while stroking his beard. "He has refined his spirit sense now. He tried to sense my cultivation base," Duan Qi replied. "What stage?" Jiang Wei shortly questioned. "The 9th stage of the body tempering realm at least," Duan Qi answered. "If he has the guts to ask you and even try to blatantly sense your cultivation base, I guess we can test him," Jiang Wei spoke with an amused expression. Jiang Wei then left the manor and walked towards the entrance of the shop. Duan Qi was walking along with her grandfather, thinking about Lin Mu. She was wondering what kind of fortunate encounter he had that allowed him to become a cultivator this fast. Soon they reached the entrance of the shop and appeared in the back room. Duan Qi opened the door and entered the shop with Jiang Wei behind her. Jiang Wei silently gestured to Duan Qi and asked her to stand back, as he was intending to deal with this situation. "So, my granddaughter says you don't like the weapons manuals here and want better quality ones." Jiang Wei spoke with an amused tone. Lin Mu nodded and spoke. "Yes, owner Jiang Wei." "Then let me see how strong you've become." Jiang Wei spoke with a stern tone. Jiang Wei had intended to gauge Lin Mu's cultivation base at first, thus he used his spirit sense. Jiang Wei's own cultivation base was sealed, and hence he could not use his techniques or skills. Thus the method he had chosen to test Lin Mu was to directly exert pressure on Lin Mu's mind. Jiang Wei easily sensed Lin Mu's cultivation base, which was at the early stage of the qi refining realm. He's progressed rather fast. He is already halfway through to the mid-stage of the qi refining realm, Jiang Wei thought. Jiang Wei then used his spirit sense and touched Lin Mu's head. He then saw Lin Mu slightly wince in pain, but in the next moment, he heard a thundering harumph in his head. Suddenly, a veil-like barrier covered Lin Mu, and an imposing presence spread out from his body. Jiang Wei could even see the presence materializing. Bit by bit, the pressure was getting heavier. He was able to resist it, but he did not think Duan Qi would be able to bear it for much longer. The presence got even denser and had now completely occupied his vision. Neither Jiang Wei nor Duan Qi could see anything anymore except for an empty black void in front of them. The shop and Lin Mu had disappeared from their vision. Suddenly Jiang Wei saw a colossal figure appear in front of him. The figure was hidden in darkness, and only a faint silhouette of it could be observed. 10 giant golden yellow eyes opened on the colossal silhouette. As soon as Jiang Wei's eyes met those 10 eyes, he experienced what true terror felt like. It was as if the presence was commanding him to cease existing. He could not even come close to imagining the strength of the being who could exert such pressure just by the virtue of their presence. Jiang Wei had fought against the invaders from the Forbidden Continent in the war that occurred 1,000 years ago. During that war, he had destroyed the shrines that were made by the invaders. The function of these shrines was to aid in summoning an evil beast from another realm. The invaders had once come close to summoning the evil beast and were able to partially open a summoning portal to a different realm. Jiang Wei, along with other experts of his time, went to stop the summoning. It was then that they experienced the strength of a being that was above the immortal ascension realm. But even the full strength of that beast could not come close to the mere presence of this being. In the past couple of days, he had sensed a cultivator ascending, and had also experienced the peerless sword intent of a hidden expert. He had thought that these 2 incidents were already shocking enough, but he never thought that he was soon going to face a being that was even stronger than that. Duan Qi was in a worse condition than Jiang Wei. There were no thoughts in her mind other than that of pure terror. She was shivering with fear and could not think of anything. She did not think of moving. She did not think of resisting. She did not think of dying. She had become a shell of her previous self that was only filled with terror now. Duan Qi and Jiang Wei were both drenched with sweat. Although only a few seconds had passed in the actual world, both of them felt as if years had gone by. Jiang Wei was trying to think of a way to get out of this situation. He had one solution that was bound to work, but he did not want to use it as it could only be used once. Jiang Wei knew that he would not be able to survive this if it was the actual being, but this was just the presence of that being that was imprinted on Lin Mu. He could not think of any reason why such a tyrannically strong being chose Lin Mu, a boy who was rather unassuming. Suddenly Jiang Wei heard a chuckle. It came from the colossal being that was in front of him. He could sense the ridicule in that chuckle and knew that he deserved it. He also understood that it was the final warning given by the being, thus he gritted his teeth and used the trump card he was trying to save. Jiang Wei grasped the black beaded bracelet that was on his left wrist and broke it apart. The black beaded bracelet was a spirit tool that was made by an ancestor of his clan. This ancestor was at the immortal ascension stage and had created the spirit tool, with the intention to be passed down as an heirloom. As soon as the black beaded bracelet was broken, the floating figure of an old man appeared in front of Jiang Wei. The old man looked similar to Jiang Wei, but appeared to be slightly younger than Jiang Wei. The figure was sitting cross-legged and had placed his palms at his navel. The left palm of the figure was kept on the right palm and was facing upwards. A small sphere was floating above the palms of the figure. The sphere was mostly blue with some green and brown parts on it. If one looked at it closely, it seemed like a planet. The figure raised his palms up to his chest along with the sphere. Then, in the next moment, the figure moved his palms away and stretched out his arms. Suddenly, he slammed his palms together in a praying gesture, with the small sphere stuck between the palms. The sphere started glowing and turned into smoke, after which light filled the surroundings and banished the darkness. The light soon disappeared, and Jiang Wei was able to see once again. He saw that he had returned to the shop and saw Lin Mu standing in front of him with a confused expression. Not wanting to spend any more time with the boy, Jiang Wei swiftly took out a coin pouch along with a booklet. He did not even count how many coins he gave to the boy. He only knew that there were enough coins in the pouch for him to not return to the shop again. The booklet Jiang Wei had given to Lin Mu was also a top-grade sword manual that was in his clan for hundreds of years. Even he did not have the authority to practice the manual when he was in his clan, and now that he was old, he had no reason to practice it. Chapter 61. A Large Fortune. Lin Mu left the town and reached the forest after 15 minutes. On the way to the forest, he had thought about asking Senior Zhukong what happened in the shop back there. He had finally made his mind up and was just waiting for the right moment to ask. Near the edge of the forest, Lin Mu withdrew the weapons manual he had just bought. He opened the manual and saw its title. Confusion appeared on his face upon seeing the title of the weapons manual. It was titled as the 1,000 Armament Blade Scripture. Lin Mu started reading the description and got even more confused. The manual did not even describe the use of a sword at first. Instead, it taught the use of multiple different weapons. Wanting to understand it clearly, Lin Mu sat down and read the booklet with full focus. It took him over 2 hours before he was able to complete reading the booklet. After finishing the entire booklet, he finally understood the title and the reason why it taught multiple different weapons. The manual first taught one to use multiple different weapons, and only when they learned these did it teach you how to use a sword. It combined the essence of 1,000 different weapons and refined them to form a sword art. Lin Mu let out a sigh after reading the manual. The teachings of the manual were complex and would need a long time for him to learn. He did not even have most of the required weapons that were needed to learn from the manual. Seeing Lin Mu sigh, Senior Zhukong spoke in Lin Mu's mind. "Is the weapons manual not to your liking?" Zhukong asked. "No, it's not that. Please take a look, Senior," Lin Mu replied. Zhukong scanned through the booklet and went silent for a minute before speaking. "The quality of the weapons manual is very high, but so is its difficulty in learning. Even the requirements for learning it are many." Zhukong spoke. Seems like you'll have to get all the weapons that are required for the manual, though you could still attempt with the weapons you already have," Zhukong advised. Lin Mu nodded and decided to start practicing with the weapons that he already had. He will have to buy the rest of the weapons later in the town. Lin Mu then thought of checking the coins he had received from Jiang Wei. He withdrew the coin pouch from the ring and took a look inside. The first strange thing he felt was that the weight of the pouch was very less compared to the amount of coins present in it. The second thing he found strange was that all he could see inside the pouch were gold coins. There did not seem to be any silver or copper coins. To count how many coins were actually inside, Lin Mu poured out the contents of the pouch. The second he started emptying the pouch, he found the third strange thing. Coins kept on pouring out of the pouch nonstop. Lin Mu's mouth was wide open in shock at this magical sight. It was only a minute later that the gold coins stopped coming out of the pouch. A small mountain of gold coins was currently present in front of Lin Mu. He could not make sense of this situation as it had completely blown his mind. Lin Mu had to use the calming heart sutra in order to pacify his mind. After he calmed down, Lin Mu started counting the gold coins. It took him 30 minutes before he was able to count all of the coins. The end total shocked him and also scared him a little bit. The total number of coins in that small mountain was 5,000. This was the largest amount of money Lin Mu had ever seen in his life. This amount was something that was unimaginable to him. Even the pouch that contained these coins was a spatial storage tool. Just the cost of that coin pouch was probably equal to that of the gold coins, or perhaps even more. But why would Jiang Wei give me such a large fortune? Lin Mu thought. The only reason Lin Mu could think of was Senior Zukong. It was probably something caused by the influence of Senior Zukong. What did you do to Jiang Wei, Senior Zukong? Lin Mu asked. I just had some fun, Zukong spoke with a nonchalant tone. What do you mean? Lin Mu questioned. I scared him a little bit, or rather it was the ward that I placed on you, Zukong answered. What ward? Oh, is that what you meant by the gift? Lin Mu inquired. Yes, before we left my nest, I placed a ward on you. It is basically my imprint that will warn any cultivator that is excessively stronger than you, Zukong spoke. Though I think its effect may have been much more severe than I originally intended. It even made him waste a top-grade defensive spirit tool. If he had endured for a little bit more, the pressure would have stopped by itself, Zukong explained. Lin Mu was at a loss for words now. He did not think that something that Senior Zukong made as a mere warning would end up terrifying Jiang Wei. What do you think Jiang Wei's cultivation base was then, Senior Zukong? Lin Mu asked curiously. It was strange. Since I don't have my main body, I could not exactly tell what his cultivation base was as it seemed to sealed. Zukong answered with uncertainty. Why would his cultivation base be sealed? Lin Mu asked. There could be many reasons for that, but even though his cultivation base was sealed, his spirit sense is still active. From what I could tell from the strength of his spirit sense, he must be at the nascent soul stage at the very least, if not higher, Zukong answered. Lin Mu wondered why Jiang Wei's cultivation base was sealed. He wondered if that was the reason they were living in a dilapidated shop. Were they perhaps hiding from someone? Lin Mu could think of only a handful of things that could threaten a strong cultivator in this region. Even in Wu Lim City, where cultivators were more common, the strongest cultivators were only at the core condensation realm. For Jiang Wei, who was probably at the nascent soul stage, Wu Lim City was just a small pond filled with weak little fishes. If he were to take over the city, there was no way that the city mayor would be able to resist. Putting the thoughts about Jiang Wei aside, Lin Mu thought about what he would do with these gold coins. He had more than enough gold to be able to buy his property back, which was one big load off his back. He will also be able to buy the weapons that will be required for learning the 1,000 armament blade scripture. Though there was another obstacle that could potentially prevent Lin Mu from buying his property back. Someone was bound to ask him where he got the money, and they will definitely suspect that he stole it from somewhere. He would have to think of a solution for that before he went to get his property back. Lin Mu thus turned to Senior Zukong for some advice. Why are you thinking of hiding it? Did you forget that cultivators are above commoners? Why should they be questioning you? Instead, you should show them their place, Zukong said with an imposing tone. Upon hearing Senior Zukong's advice, the thoughts that were clouding Lin Mu's mind vanished. He realized that the best way to proceed was to be domineering and open. Even the incident with Gan Ma, he should just resolve it in a straightforward manner. Even though killing was prohibited in the town, that rule did not completely apply to cultivators. Gan Ma had thrashed commoners before who later died due to the injuries, but he was still able to get away with little to no problems. If cultivators had conflicts, they could resolve it amongst themselves, as long as they did not involve commoners. Once Lin Mu found out about the cultivation base of Gan Ma, depending on the level, he will either kill him in secret or in the city itself. With his newfound determination, Lin Mu started his cultivation session. Perhaps because the burden of filial piety was lifted from Lin Mu's mind, his cultivation speed had slightly increased. He cultivated for 4 hours before he stopped and gauged the quantity of spirit qi within his danshan. Lin Mu scanned his danshan and estimated that he had around 670 spirit qi wisps. Satisfied with this number, for now, he started to refine his spirit sense. Currently, his spirit sense was limited to a range of 1 meter, which largely restrained his sensing capabilities along with the range of the second skill, blink. Lin Mu continued refining his spirit sense till the night and only broke his concentration because he heard a faint roar coming from the forest. If it was just the roar of a normal beast, it would not bother him, but this roar contained a slight amount of spirit qi within. A spirit beast, Lin Mu muttered. Chapter 62, Hunting the First Spirit Beast. Lin Mu stood up and spread his spirit sense, which had now grown to 1.5 meters long. He had depleted nearly half of his spirit qi in increasing the range of his spirit sense. I'll have to be a little careful, as I only have half of my spirit qi stores left, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu focused on the sound and estimated the location of the spirit beast. He guessed that the beast shouldn't be much farther from his location. He was also wondering why the beast wandered this far out. Lin Mu entered the forest and swiftly moved through the trees. With his legs strengthened by spirit qi, he could run faster and made little sounds. The wind was blowing through the trees, rustling the leaves and masking the sounds of Lin Mu's steps. A few minutes later, Lin Mu reached the location which he had estimated as the site from where the roar came from. The claw marks and damaged trees confirmed his assumption. Lin Mu, therefore, kept his sense alert for any sign of movement. He went closer and examined the claw marks that were on the trees and the ground. The marks were thin but long, making him unable to identify the beast that could have caused it. Lin Mu was not much knowledgeable about spirit beasts, except for the more common ones that the elite hunters killed and brought to the town. Lin Mu looked at the footprints on the ground and found them to be rather shallow. The distance between the footprints was also narrow, making him think that this was a small spirit beast. Still, the claw marks made him wary of the beast. Lin Mu looked at a corner where most of the trees were damaged and found a small pool of blood along with another different set of footprints. This made him think that it was a fight between 2 beasts, but the other beast was probably weaker than the spirit beast. Lin Mu searched for any more tracks, but could not find them. Suddenly, he heard the sound of rustling coming from the trees. He looked up at the trees, but could not find anything. He then probed with his spirit sense and found the perpetrator camouflaged in the tree. The beast was about the size of a dog and had thin and long limbs. Each of its limbs had 2 sharp claws that looked like hooks. The beast had no fur, and the color of its skin was dark brown. This, along with the darkness of the night, made it easy for the beast to camouflage. Lin Mu saw the bloodstains on the beast's claws and determined that it was probably this beast that attacked the other beast and also made the roaring sound. He was also able to sense the spirit qi hidden within the beast. He found out that the spirit qi was concentrated in one spot within the beast's torso. That should be its beast core, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu braced himself and studied the beast's behavior. It seemed to be biding its time and waiting for the right moment to attack. Lin Mu guessed that while he had discovered the beast, it did not realize that. Wanting to take advantage of the beast's unawareness, Lin Mu formulated a plan. He turned around and looked in the other direction while extending his spirit sense towards his back. He then waited for the beast to react. Seemingly, his plan worked, and he did not have to wait long, as the beast could not resist attacking his unguarded back. The beast pounced from the tree towards Lin Mu's back with great speed. Its claws were extended and were aimed at his neck, intending to end him in one stroke. But as soon as the beast entered the range of Lin Mu's spirit sense, he triggered the first skill flicker. Lin Mu's body turned blurry, and the beast simply passed through it. The beast fell on the ground 5 meters away and looked a little disoriented, as it had not expected this to happen. Lin Mu grasped this opportunity and used the second skill blink, teleporting to the side of the beast. He drew the short sword and strengthened it with his spirit chi before slashing at the spirit beast's head. In the next second, the head was decapitated and the spirit beast was dead. Lin Mu let out a breath that he did not even know he was holding in. He did not realize, but he was actually very nervous, as it was the very first spirit beast he had killed. He did not know how this entire thing would progress, thus he was nervous. Though in the end, his confidence won over his anxiety, and he successfully hunted the spirit beast. Lin Mu touched the beast and stored its corpse into the ring. He then turned around and returned the way he came from. A few minutes later, he had left the forest and was currently at the edge of the small stream. He was cleaning and preparing the spirit beast he had just killed. Tonight, Lin Mu wanted to taste what spirit beast meat tasted like, though the beast he had hunted did not have much flesh and was rather bony. He cut open its ribs and found a small fingernail-sized brown marble in the center. This was the core of the spirit beast. While spirit beasts had the same cultivation levels such as humans, the one difference they had was that they had spirit cores instead of a danshin. The spirit cores were usually located near the heart of a spirit beast, though some beasts had them in other parts as well. There were also some rare beasts who had more than one spirit core. Spirit beasts of this kind were usually very strong and had a high level of cultivation. Spirit beast cores were very useful for a cultivator, as they could be used in several different things. They were used as ingredients for alchemical pills. They were used as a power source for formations, as well as a component. They were used in the forging of spirit weapons and also for refining spirit tools. Though there was another use for a spirit beast core, a use that could potentially multiply the strength of a cultivator. Spirit beast cores could be used to refine something called as bloodline essence. This bloodline essence was unique to the beast it was made from. Bloodline essence could be assimilated by cultivators to gain new abilities and skills. Depending on the type of beast, they would get abilities that were unique to the beast. Bloodline essence would also strengthen the physique of a cultivator. While there were multiple ways to refine bloodline essence, using a spirit core was the most common method. Still, most cultivators would not assimilate just any bloodline essence. They would usually wait and chose a bloodline essence that was suitable for them and complemented their cultivation base. It was not as if there was 100% chance that a cultivator would be able to assimilate a bloodline essence. A cultivator's body could also reject the bloodline essence because of many reasons, such as the bloodline essence being incompatible with the cultivator, it being impure or unstable. It could also be because of the bloodline essence being too domineering and powerful. Also, if a cultivator was weak, he could also fail to absorb the bloodline essence. Though overall, there was always a certain % chance of failure when assimilating a bloodline essence. Another reason why cultivators waited to get a suitable bloodline essence was that, once they assimilated it, it would be very difficult for them to improve that bloodline. If a cultivator wanted to improve the bloodline they had assimilated, they would have to find a higher grade bloodline that was compatible. Just finding a compatible bloodline was also not enough, most of the time, as they still needed precious materials and rare herbs to help the process. The disciples of the sects had an advantage in this matter. Most of the sects had a repertoire of different bloodline essence along with their records. This made it convenient for the disciple to choose a bloodline essence. Lin Mu had soon finished preparing the spirit beast. He had separated the meat and the materials such as the skin and claws. He stored everything in the ring and started his journey back to the town. After 15 minutes, Lin Mu was very close to the town. Ensuring that no one was seeing him, he withdrew a large sack and put the beast meat he had into it. He had put enough meat to last him for 2 meals, namely the dinner for now and the breakfast for tomorrow. Having done this, Lin Mu walked to the Northwind Inn. As it was nighttime, there weren't many people out, except for the areas where the restaurant and eateries were located at. Lin Mu stepped into the inn and looked at the entry desk. There was a different clerk than morning sitting at the desk. He walked up to the clerk and showed him the small wooden plate. The clerk seemed to already know him, thus he responded with respect and asked him if he wanted any assistance. Lin Mu just told him he wanted to use the kitchen, to which the clerk nodded and gestured him to follow him. Chapter 63, A Letter. Lin Mu followed the clerk to the kitchen located in the backyard. There he saw the cook Fatty Yuan sitting to the side and drinking from a gourd. He was taking large sips and already seemed to be drunk. After speaking some words with Lin Mu, the clerk bade him farewell and left. Lin Mu approached the cooking area and took out the meat from the large sack. He washed the meat and chopped it up. He then took some vegetables and spices that were kept to the side and chopped them up as well. Having done this, he took a large pot that was hanging from the wall and set it on the stove. Adding the meat along with the other ingredients, Lin Mu covered the pot. He saw that there were only embers left in the stove with no flames left, thus he added more wood and ignited the flames. He placed the bellows in front of the opening of the stove and started to blow air into the stove. Soon the fire was blazing hot and the pot started cooking. Lin Mu stopped blowing the bellows and sat down. He started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and recuperated the spirit qi he had consumed. While he was doing this, the cook Fatty Yuan was watching him with hazy eyes. The cook's face was red, and he seemed to be murmuring to himself. 30 minutes later, a delicious aroma started arising from the pot. By now Lin Mu had replenished a small part of his spirit qi. Soon Lin Mu's stomach groaned after smelling the delicious aroma. Thus he stopped cultivating and stood up. Even the cook seemed to have become a little sober after smelling the aroma. What Lin Mu had cooked just now was the meat from the spirit beast he had killed. Because the spirit beast had little meat and was rather bony, Lin Mu chose to make a stew instead of the roast he usually made. Lin Mu removed the pot's lid and scooped out a large serving of stew into a bowl. He then sat down on the side and started eating the stew. The cook named Fatty Yuan stood up in a seemingly drunken stupor and walked up to the stew while speaking to himself. How can this kid cooking be better than mine? The cook picked up a small tasting bowl and scooped up a small serving of the stew. Lin Mu did not react and waited. He wanted to see what the reaction of commoner would be upon eating spirit beast meat. The cook brought the small bowl to his mouth and gulped down the savory and delightful stew. He enjoyed the taste of the stew for a moment and then turned extremely red in the next. His body started heating and he could not make a sense of it. What is this? The cook spoke. A small amount of blood started leaking out of the cook's nose and he fainted, seemingly due to the excess amount of energy raging through his body. Lin Mu was surprised by this. He did not expect that such a small serving would be enough to knock out a commoner. Lin Mu sensed the cook's strength and placed him at the 6th stage of the body tempering realm. Wanting to gain a deeper understanding, Lin Mu used his spirit sense and observed the condition of the cook's body. He saw that the small amount of spirit qi that was present in the stew permeated the cook's body and was wandering randomly, without a direction. Lin Mu looked closer and tried to find the cook's meridians. He found them after a few seconds and studied the difference between them and his own. If the cook's meridians could be compared to the thickness of a hair, then Lin Mu's could compare to that of a chopstick. The difference between the wideness of the meridians was astounding. Lin Mu decided to ask Senior Zukong. Your meridians should have been the same at first, but perhaps because of eating that purple spirit fruit they became wider. Zukong spoke. Zukong did not say the complete truth to Lin Mu, though. Just a spirit fruit would not have been enough to widen the meridians by such a large margin. It was rather the subtle effect of the mysterious ring, which had actually been changing Lin Mu's constitution. Soon Lin Mu had emptied out the pot and had finished eating. He then sat down to chant the calming heart sutra and assimilated the vital energy. He sensed the overflowing vital energy present in the stew that he had eaten. He also sensed that the spirit qi that was present in the beast meat was readily absorbed by his body without needing much effort. The spirit qi in the meat was enough for him to replenish his entire store. After assimilating all the spirit qi, Lin Mu stood up and walked up to his room. He sat down on his bed and continued his cultivation session. He cultivated for a couple of hours until he felt tired and sleepy. Lin Mu soon fell asleep and appeared in the sleepscape. It was finally time for Lin Mu to start practicing the 1,000 armament blade scripture. There were many weapons that were described in the manual, and from those Lin Mu had a spear, axe, hatchet, and dagger that he could practice with. He started with the spear as it seemed to be the easiest to him. The manual described simple moves and stances for each weapon. Though they seemed to be simple to practice, what they contained was the pure essence of that weapon. When Lin Mu started practicing, he found the process to be easy and simple, but the more he practiced, the more he became aware of the hidden complexities of the spear. He would thrust and experience that he thrusted, yet it did not feel right to him. It was as if the manual was making him reveal his weaknesses. In a little while, Lin Mu was lost in the practice. He did not even realize as the hours passed by and morning came. His consciousness disappeared from the sleepscape and returned to his body. Lin Mu slowly opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling above him. Standing up to stretch, Lin Mu flexed his body. He then heard a knock on his door, which prompted him to open it. It was the clerk who had knocked. "The breakfast is ready, sir, or would you prefer to cook yourself again?" the clerk asked. "Both," Lin Mu shortly answered. The clerk felt a little strange at Lin Mu's answer, but did not mind it for long and gestured Lin Mu to follow him. They went downstairs and walked to the left. They entered a small hall in which many people were currently sitting and eating their breakfast. The clerk brought Lin Mu to an empty table and let him sit, while he brought him some breakfast. The breakfast was rather simple, consisting of some steamed buns, light soup, and vegetables. Lin Mu finished the meal in a few minutes, yet did not feel the least bit satisfied. The clerk was standing beside Lin Mu the entire time he was eating. The other patrons of the inn saw this and felt a little strange upon seeing the clerk standing beside Lin Mu. They wondered what could be the reason, but did not really mind it as much. Most of the patrons of the inn were hunters with some other people like merchants, travelers, and mercenaries mixed in. Just as Lin Mu was about to get up, he saw someone familiar walk in from the entrance of the hall. It was none other than the mercenary Yan Zhang from the Fierce Blood Mercenary Company. Along with him, the rest of his team members also walked in. He spotted Lin Mu and approached him. "Greetings, Brother Lin Mu," Yan Zhang said. Hello," Lin Mu awkwardly replied. The other mercenaries also greeted Lin Mu next. "Are you done with your breakfast, Brother Lin Mu?" Yan Zhang asked. "No, not yet. I'm going to make more for myself," Lin Mu answered. "Was the food here not to your liking?" the Yan Zhang asked. "Oh, that's not it. I'm just used to something different," Lin Mu replied. Yan Zhang nodded in response and did not ask any further. Lin Mu left the mercenaries and walked to the kitchen to prepare the meat for himself. In the kitchen, the cook Fatty Yuan was cooking food and seemed to be very energetic. Probably the effect of the stew from yesterday, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu took out the remaining meat from the sack and covered it with spices before setting it to roast in a clay oven. The meat was cooked after 15 minutes, thus Lin Mu did not have to wait long. After finishing his meal, Lin Mu left the inn and walked out of the town. While he was on the way to the forest, Lin Mu spotted many black dots appearing in the air, though the one difference was that these black dots seemed to be aligned in a curving line. Lin Mu became intrigued upon seeing this, thus he decided to check and open the spatial rift. Lin Mu looked around and ensured that there was no one watching him. He then extended his hand towards a black dot and willed it to open. In the next moment, the spatial rift opened, and Lin Mu inserted his hand inside. Once his hand went inside the spatial rift, Lin Mu sensed that it was not a normal spatial rift. It was instead a teleportation channel. Excited at the prospect of finding something valuable again, Lin Mu searched around for the object that was being transported. 15 minutes later, Lin Mu touched a small cylindrical object. After storing the object inside the ring, he pulled his hand out. Withdrawing the object from the ring, Lin Mu looked at it. The object in his hand was a rolled-up scroll, which had a wax seal placed on its opening. "A letter," Lin Mu muttered. Chapter 64, The Solemn Mercenaries. Lin Mu had not expected to find a letter in the teleportation channel. He had heard from Senior Zukong that using a teleportation formation required spirit stones, and sending even a small item required a sizable sum of spirit stones. He determined that the letter was definitely valuable, as the sender considered it worthy enough to be sent by the teleportation channel. Lin Mu looked at the wax seal on the letter and found it to be familiar. The wax seal on the letter depicted 3 cauldrons with a peony flower placed above it. The Tricauldron Peony Sect, Lin Mu muttered. Suddenly something clicked in Lin Mu's mind, and he linked the events together. The 4 vessels restoration pill and the spirit stones, both of them were sent by the Tricauldron Peony Sect. The only question left was why, which would be answered once he opened the letter. Lin Mu was about to break the wax seal and open the letter when the voice of Senior Zukong rang in his head. Don't open the seal. It has an identification formation placed on it which would alert the sender and perhaps even the receiver. Place it in the ring, I'll open it. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu instantly stopped and heeded Senior Zukong's words. He stored the letter in the ring and waited for Senior Zukong to reply, and a minute later he got it. You can take it now, Zukong spoke. Lin Mu saw that the wax seal had been broken, and the letter could now be unrolled. He opened the letter and started reading it. The letter was addressed to the mayor of Wu Lim City, Wu Zun. It read, Mayor Wu Zun, despite your incessant reports about the missing 4 vessels restoration pills, the Peak Master has rejected your demand for replacement. He is completely sure that the pills were sent, and there is no conspiracy against you. As for your report that we sent a stone instead of the pills, they are completely false and baseless. The Peak Master has warned that this is the last time he will tolerate this insolence. Any further and the cooperation between us shall end forever. The Tricauldron Peony Sect has been true to its words and has always provided the best quality pills. Your accusations paint us in a bad light and are unacceptable. Since you have been doubtful about our services, we have decided to terminate our previous contract. We have returned the spirit stones you had remaining with us, as you should have noticed. The Peak Master has instructed that you should cease your incessant messages. If any more messengers are found to have contacted the sect with the same reports, they shall be executed and our cooperation shall directly end. Only contact us if you want to commission more pills or other services from the sect. Lin Mu was a little dumbfounded after reading the entire letter. He knew that only a very rich person would be able to buy the 4 vessels restoration pills, but he had not expected for that person to be the mayor of Wu Lim City. Lin Mu had also unknowingly created a conflict between the mayor and the Tricauldron Peony Sect. The result of this conflict also did not seem well to him. He could not imagine what would happen next. He had taken the one thing that would have prevented it from happening, the letter in his hands. Seemingly in a dilemma, Lin Mu asked Senior Zukong for advice, who ended up giving him a rather quick and short answer. Don't bother, Zukong said. It is not your place to interfere. Let their destinies progress as it is. Besides, you don't have the capabilities to do so right now anyway, and if you do end up coming in contact with them, it won't bid well for you. Zukong further explained. Lin Mu thought over his words and found them to be true. There was no chance that he will contact them, and if he does, it will probably end up harming him instead. He had unknowingly stolen 2 precious items from the mayor, so he should be hiding instead. Lin Mu then thought about the reason for which the mayor could have bought the 4 vessels restoration pills for. The obvious reason would be to heal someone, but the question was who. From what he knew, the mayor did not have a big family. He only had a wife and 2 sons. This was something everyone knew and was common knowledge. If he bought such an expensive alchemical pill, then it should be for someone he cares about. If anyone from his family was injured, it would be public news, and there would have been an uproar. But still, Lin Mu had his doubts. There could be a chance that someone from his family was injured, and this information was deliberately hidden. The most likely person would be the eldest son of the mayor. Lin Mu did not know his name, but knew that he was part of the kingdom's army. If he got injured on a mission, perhaps that's why the mayor chose to hide it, as it could be detrimental to him. He also thought if it could be the second son, but doubted it, as there was not much known about the second son, except that he was a reclusive scholar who stayed cooped up at his own manor. People also did not know why he chose to live away from the mayor's manor instead of living together. Unknowingly, Lin Mu had reached the forest while he was lost in his thoughts. Putting his thoughts to rest, Lin Mu started his cultivation session. He cultivated for 4 hours, after which he observed his danshan and found that his maximum capacity of spirit qi had reached 750 wisps. After this, Lin Mu cooked some lunch and ate it. He then refined his spirit sense in an effort to increase its range. When it was night, Lin Mu returned to the town and slept. While he was in the sleepscape, he plucked the spirit apple that had matured. He had 3 spirit apples in his storage for emergencies now. Lin Mu practiced according to the 1,000 armament blades scripture and woke up in the morning. After eating his breakfast, Lin Mu decided to check out Jiang Wei's emporium. But when he reached there, he found out that the alley it was located in was not there. Senior Zukong, is the alley still hidden by the concealing formation? Lin Mu asked. No, it seems the protections have been increased. There seems to be a sealing formation placed on it as well now. Zukong spoke. Unable to find the shop, Lin Mu returned to his routine. 2 weeks passed by in a flash. The temperature had fallen even more and light snowfall had also occurred. In these 2 weeks, Lin Mu would wake up in the morning, eat, cultivate, refine his spirit sense, and train with the weapons manual. Occasionally, he would go out to hunt if he got bored. He had also encountered 2 spirit beasts during his hunts, one of which he was able to hunt, while the other he could not, as there was a mercenary team already after it. Overnight, the town would be covered in a thin layer of snow, while in the afternoon it would melt and vanish. People were wondering when the first wave of frost will start, for they were thinking of the preparations needed before it. As soon as the frost wave hits, the entire demographic of the town changes. The hunters retreat to the town, and the forest becomes a forbidden area. The rivers and streams freeze overnight, while the animals and beasts of the forest retreat to the depths. Only the strongest of fierce beasts and spirit beasts wander in the forest during this season, making it an extremely dangerous place. Lin Mu saw that while the hunters had stopped going to the forest, the mercenaries were the same and were still hunting with no rest. Another week passed and the frost wave finally hit. The town was covered in ankle-deep snow and chilling winds blew. The people had stocked up on food and necessities, while the town head had officially designated the northern forest as a forbidden area. It was on this day that tragedy struck. Lin Mu had just woken up and had come down to eat breakfast in the hall when he saw the solemn faces of the mercenaries sitting within. He saw the mercenary he was acquainted with, Yan Zhang, and approached him to inquire. "Brother Yan Zhang, what happened? Why does everyone seem so tense?" Lin Mu asked. Yan Zhang, who was lost in his thoughts, looked up from his rice bowl and saw Lin Mu standing there. "Something terrible has happened. A truly fearsome spirit beast has appeared." Yan Zhang spoke. "But that's nothing new. Spirit beasts become rather active during the winter and often wander around." Lin Mu replied. This was much worse. Yesterday, an elite team of mercenaries composed entirely of cultivators disappeared. It belonged to the Ashen Cloak Mercenary Company, which is considered as the strongest mercenary company in this region. Yan Zhang spoke and took a pause as if it was hard for him to speak. Lin Mu felt a little lost seeing Yan Zhang like this. He wondered why the mercenaries would be so depressed at this, because this was something that often occurred in their line of business. It was only when Yan Zhang resumed speaking that he understood why. Chapter 65, Reaching the Mid-Stage of the Qi Refining Realm. Yan Zhang took a deep breath before speaking again. The elite team of the Ashen Cloak Mercenary Company was not like the other elite teams. It was bigger, much bigger. Yan Zhang spoke. Lin Mu was getting tense upon hearing this, thus he gulped before asking. "How many were there in the team?" 80 mercenaries, Yan Zhang replied. All cultivators, Lin Mu inquired. Yes, all cultivators, Yan Zhang answered while nodding his head. Lin Mu went silent for a bit as he contemplated about the situation. How were they found? Lin Mu asked. Lin Mu understood that the more he knew about the situation, the better it would be for him. He had been hunting spirit beasts in the forest all this time, but now that there was a strong and ferocious spirit beast on the prowl, he may have to change his plans. The Ashen Cloak mercenaries sent out a search party later at night when the elite team did not return. They searched the entire night but still could not find them. It was only around 4 hours ago that they found them, or rather their remains. Yan Zhang answered. Remains? You mean there were no bodies? Lin Mu asked. Yes, all that they found there was splattered blood and chunks of flesh, along with the bits and pieces of their armor, which helped to identify them. Yan Zhang replied with a heavy voice. Lin Mu was shocked by this, as he could not think of any beast that could do this. Sure, a beast would be able to kill such a large number of mercenaries, but it certainly could not eat them all. Still, from Yan Zhang's words, he could sense the hint of truth and dread. If all that Yan Zhang said was true, then the northern town had a huge problem at its hands. If such a beast wandered out of the forest, it would spell doom for the town. Where were the remains exactly found? Lin Mu questioned. About 8 kilometers deep, in the northwestern side of the forest, Yan Zhang answered. Lin Mu secretly took a breath of relief, as it was still very far from the town. He knew about the area Yan Zhang had spoken about. The northwestern part of the forest was accessible from the western exit of the town. It was the same exit where the mercenaries and hunters had set up their camp. If one went further in the northwestern part of the forest, they would find mountains surrounded by ridges. It was a dangerous area that was very difficult to cross, as the mountains and ridges acted as a natural barrier. This not only prevented people from crossing it, but it also stopped the stronger spirit beasts from crossing over. The only way to cross this region was to travel through the frontier bridge or to use the smaller passes and tunnels. The frontier bridge was far towards the west, so the mercenaries had most likely used the smaller passes to cross this region. Lin Mu did not think they would take the risk of traveling through the tunnels, as they were notorious for collapsing. Some beasts would also reside within them and use them as their nests or dens. Do they have any idea what kind of beast it was? Lin Mu asked. They don't know much about the beast except that it is likely to be very large in size and has 4 limbs with sharp claws. Yan Zhang replied. Lin Mu could not do much with such a vague description, so just decided to look out for any large beast. There were far too many beasts that would fit this description, as the region beyond the mountains and ridges was filled with them. Lin Mu bid farewell to Yan Zhang and went to eat his breakfast. After quickly finishing his breakfast, he then went to the hunting shack. While Lin Mu was no longer living in the hunting shack, he still cultivated near it. It was the perfect location that was hidden and granted him privacy. Now that the winter had started, it was even safer for him, as not even the local hunters would come near there. The only problem would be the beasts, but Lin Mu was strong enough to handle most of them, and if he encountered a stronger beast, he could just run away. The 2 skills that were imparted by the ring not only allowed him to dodge strikes, it also gave him the ability to escape easily. Though that kind of situation has not occurred yet, and Lin Mu was hoping to keep it that way. Another thing Lin Mu had done in these 3 weeks was to find out information about Gan Ma. He had not forgotten about the test that Senior Zukong had given him and was intending to complete it as fast as possible. But Lin Mu had reached a wall in his search for Gan Ma, as he has somehow disappeared off the face of the earth. He had tried asking around, but the answers he got were all different. He had asked the hunters as well as the taverns which Gan Ma frequented, but to no avail. Lin Mu then tried finding the hunters who were part of his group, but found out that they had disappeared as well. Some people said that he had gone to the forest to hunt, but now that winter had started, he should have returned. Lin Mu also heard that Gan Ma had instead gone to Wu Lim's city for some reason. He had thought about it, but could not figure out any reason for it. The sun was hidden behind the clouds as the chilling wind blew. It was a little later than noon when a change could be observed in Lin Mu. A faint wave of energy emanated from his body as it slowly disappeared. Lin Mu opened his eyes, which were glowing with joy. He had just reached the mid-stage of the Qi refining realm. He observed his Danshan and saw that half of it was now filled with spirit Qi. But the thing that surprised him was the actual quantity of the spirit Qi wisps. Lin Mu counted the number of spirit Qi wisps and found that instead of 1,000 wisps, there were actually 11-12 wisps of spirit Qi in his Danshan. Earlier, when he had started cultivating, he had estimated the maximum capacity of his Danshan to be of 2,000 wisps, the half of which would be 1,000 wisps. Somehow along the way, the maximum capacity of Lin Mu's Danshan had increased. He tried to sense the entirety of his Danshan, but found that it seemed to be of the same size as before. Thinking that he may have just made a mistake back then, Lin Mu pushed this thought to the back of his mind. Zhu Kang was closely observing Lin Mu's progress and knew exactly what was happening with him. He had already known that the ring was subtly affecting the growth of Lin Mu's physique, but did not know to what extent. Lin Mu breaking through to the mid-stage of the Qi refining realm had given him a measure. If Lin Mu kept on cultivating at this pace, Zhu Kang estimated that when he reached the late stage of the Qi refining realm, the maximum capacity of his Danshan was likely to increase beyond 3,000 spirit Qi wisps. The increase in the size of his Danshan would slow down Lin Mu's cultivation progress, but it would also increase his overall Qi. Zhu Kang guessed that when Lin Mu finally reaches the core condensation realm, he would probably have the same amount of spirit Qi as that of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Lin Mu sensed the vital energy coursing through his body and saw that it had reached a breaking point. He estimated that he would probably break through to the 11th stage of the body-tempering realm at any moment. Lin Mu focused on his spirit sense and spread it around. Over the 3 weeks, Lin Mu's spirit sense had increased to a range of 5 meters. He had been cultivating and refining his spirit sense every day. Perhaps if he had not refined his spirit sense, Lin Mu would have reached the mid-stage of the Qi refining much earlier. Even though Lin Mu knew that he could break through to the next stage faster by stopping his refining of spirit sense, he chose not to. He was determined to increase the range of his spirit Qi to at least 10 meters, which was also the maximum teleportation range of the second skill blink. Senior Zhu Kang had also told Lin Mu that, by stabilizing his pace of cultivation, he was only helping his future progress. His foundation would become more stable as his body acclimatized to the increased amount of spirit Qi. Lin Mu cultivated all the way to midnight and only stopped when his spirit Qi was reduced to 200 wisps. After this, he returned to the town and went to the inn to eat his dinner. But while he was walking towards the inn, a pair of eyes were hidden in the darkness, watching him. Chapter 66, Disappearance of the Mercenaries. Lin Mu stepped inside the inn, and the eyes that were watching him disappeared. Completely unaware of this occurrence, Lin Mu went to eat dinner. After an hour, he returned to his room and recuperated the remaining amount of spirit Qi. After he was done, Lin Mu lied down on the bed and entered the sleepscape. As soon as he appeared in the sleepscape, he saw the spirit apple tree in front of him. He looked at it and saw a change in it. There were 3 spirit apples hanging on it, 1 ripe and 2 unripe. Over the weeks, Lin Mu had been plucking the ripened spirit apples from the tree and had stored them in the ring. He had stockpiled a sufficient quantity of spirit apples and would be ready for most emergencies. Lin Mu could only think of one reason why the number of spirit apples had increased: him breaking through to the mid-stage of the Qi condensation realm. Senior Zhu Kang had already told him that the Garden of Karma would develop along with its owner. Thus, with this knowledge, he only had more things to look forward to in the future. Lin Mu then started practicing with the 1,000 armament blade scripture and engrossed himself in it. A few hours later, he heard Senior Zhu Kang's voice in his mind, which prompted him to stop. He then let Senior Zukong out of the ring. As soon as Zukong appeared in the sleepscape, he flew away to observe it. He returned a few seconds later, having completed his survey. He floated in front of Lin Mu and spoke. "So it has started developing a little now." "Yes, it has. The number of spirit apples has grown by 1. Lin Mu replied. "That's not all. Its area has also increased by a minute amount," Zukong added. Lin Mu was a little surprised, but understood. Senior Zukong's senses were much stronger than his and could even find microscopic changes that were hidden from him. He then sat down and waited for Senior Zukong to start his lesson. Lin Mu had been learning Tao script from Senior Zukong every day in the sleepscape. Although he studied every day, it was still difficult for him to learn the Tao script. Senior Zukong had explained to him that Tao script was not just about reading the characters also contained more intent and meaning in them than he understood. Thus, for him to learn even one character took him a long time. Until now, he had barely learned 7 characters, and even the understanding of those characters was still kind of shaky for him. He was able to read them and understood some part of its meaning, but the intent was still fuzzy. There were far too many variables that influenced the use of the Tao script, which was why it was so difficult for him to learn it. Senior Zukong had told him that Tao script was the only universal writing script that could be understood by every species in the cosmos. Lin Mu was fascinated by this and asked Senior Zukong how this was possible if there was no one to teach them. Senior Zukong explained that Tao's script was actually not created by a person, but was rather a natural creation of the heavenly Tao. He told Lin Mu that any species would be able to read it once they reached a sufficiently high cultivation realm. Tao's script was often present on natural treasures and precious materials. It was the imprint of the Tao itself, thus would enable a person to learn it if they spent a sufficient amount of time comprehending and learning it. Tao script's direct relation to the heavenly Tao was what made it so important in the construction of formations, refinement of alchemical pills, forging of spirit tools, and creation of techniques. It would still take Lin Mu a long time till he learned enough Tao script to learn from the legacy of the lost immortal. More time passed by and Lin Mu woke up. He stood up and looked out of the window. It was snowing outside, and the town was covered in a thick sheet of snow. Looking at the people walking outside, Lin Mu could estimate that the snow was at least 6 inches deep. While this kind of snow would not bother him, the same could not be said about the commoners, as they did not have the same resistance to cold and higher strength as him. A minute later, he saw the team of snow cleaners pass by. The snow cleaners were equipped with shoves and other equipment, which helped them clear out the snow from the streets. Though the most eye-catching were the snowplows, which were pulled by horses. Although it could not cover the entire street, it still reduced the workload of the snow cleaners. Having watched enough, Lin Mu went down to cook and eat his breakfast. He walked into the hall and saw that it was surprisingly empty. Most of the mercenaries that should be present here at this time had disappeared to heaven knows where. The only people that were currently sitting there were the other hunters and regulars. A clerk saw Lin Mu and approached him. "Do you need anything, sir?" the clerk asked. Every clerk in the inn now knew about Lin Mu and also knew that he was a cultivator, thus they were always respectful and courteous to him. The other patrons of the inn used to be surprised at this, but had become pretty used to it by now. "Why is the hall so empty?" Lin Mu questioned. "The mercenaries were called in for an emergency meeting after what happened last night," the clerk answered. Lin Mu felt a depressing feeling rising from the pit of his stomach upon hearing the clerk's words. "What happened last night?" Lin Mu asked. "You didn't hear. The entire town was in an uproar last night. 2 teams of mercenaries disappeared from their camp last night," the clerk replied. 2 teams? How many people were there in total?" Lin Mu impatiently questioned. "Pub future ads." "Around 15 people," the clerk answered. "Did no one see them? There are hundreds of people in the camp," Lin Mu stated. "That's the reason why all the people are scared. They somehow disappeared in the midst of so many people and no one knows how or why. Another thing was that, Out of the 15 mercenaries, 3 were cultivators. The clerk replied. People are scared, hence the town head has advised everyone to be careful and stay inside their homes as long as possible. The clerk added. Lin Mu was lost in thought after hearing this. An uneasy feeling kept on prodding Lin Mu's mind as if it was warning him. He was also a little worried, as even cultivators had disappeared. If there was someone or something capable of doing this, they must be very strong. Lin Mu quickly finished his breakfast and left the inn. There was one big task that he was intending to do today. The task was none other than buying back his house. 2 weeks ago, he had gone to the town center and had asked the staff working there about his house. They had informed him that while he could indeed buy it back, he would still need to wait until the town head returned from Wu Lim City. Apparently, all the town heads were ordered by the mayor to present themselves at the city hall as soon as possible. The town head had thus been absent for the past 2 weeks. Even the workers at the town center felt strange when the town head did not return for so long. Now that Lin Mu knew that the town head had returned, he wanted to go there as fast as possible. The town center was located in the center of the town, as its name suggested. It was close to where the merchants had set up the market when they had visited the town a month ago. Lin Mu reached the town center after 15 minutes and looked up at the tall building. It was the tallest building in the town and also the oldest. He walked in through the main door, at the sides of which 2 guards were standing. The guards looked at him and blocked his path. Lin Mu informed them of his purpose here, and they let him inside after asking him to leave his sword outside. He had already known about this, thus did not mind. Lin Mu walked up to a staffer that was working at a desk. "What are you here for?" the staffer asked. "I'm here to buy back my confiscated property." Lin Mu spoke with determination. The staffer showed a surprised expression, but soon became calm. "And what property is that?" the staffer questioned. Lin Mu then informed the staffer about his name and the location of the property. "Please wait here while I go inform the town head," the staffer spoke. The staffer then stood up from his seat and went up the stairs. Lin Mu had to wait 30 minutes before the staffer returned. "The town head has given his permission. You can claim your property as long as you pay the fine of 1,200 gold coins," the staffer informed. Chapter 67, Buying the House Back. Lin Mu was dumbstruck by the price the staffer had just quoted. There was no chance that the fine could be this high. Even though the loss caused due to the damaged spirit apples was high, it was still less than 1,000 gold coins. The price that the staffer had told Lin Mu was enough to buy a completely new house, if that was possible. Ever since a restriction on the expansion of the towns was placed by the city mayor 5 years ago, the prices of houses and property had shot up. The mayor had instead ordered the town to increase the size of their respective specialty. The northern town was ordered to expand their spirit apple orchards, the eastern their crop fields, the western their merchant site, and the south their army camp. Even though the order could be considered to be draconian, no one dared to question the city mayor's words. This restriction was also the reason why hunters had a hard time saving money, as they would just end up spending it in the winters. Lin Mu could not just accept this and decided to ask the staffer. "Why is the fine so high? Even the actual price of the property is not this high," Lin Mu complained. "Due to undisclosed reasons, the city mayor has doubled all the taxes. This also includes the fines paid for crimes and law-breaking. The town head was also called for this specific reason by the city mayor," the staffer replied calmly. "But still, you can't just do this," Lin Mu protested. "There is nothing I can do. If you want your property back, pay the fine, otherwise, there are other people ready to buy it," the staffer explained. "I have to get it now, or I won't be able to buy it later," Lin Mu thought. Because of the scarcity of houses, the cost of properties was already inflated, yet there were still people who would be willing to buy it for such a high price. Lin Mu knew that if he waited too long, others may get to know of a vacant house and buy it. He was already lucky that no one had bought it yet in the past 2 months. Lin Mu gritted his teeth and decided to pay the price. Fine, I'll take it, Lin Mu spoke through clenched teeth. Lin Mu then put his hand in the sack he was carrying on his back and withdrew the exact amount of coins. He then placed them on the counter and let the staffer see it. The reaction of the staffer was worth watching as Lin Mu saw his jaw drop. The staffer had frankly not expected this to happen. He had originally thought that Lin Mu would just be put off by the fine and walk away. Even he himself had not expected for the fine to be so high. He could not think why the city mayor would double the taxes. But now that he had seen Lin Mu put out such a large amount of coins, he'll definitely have to inform the town head. Lin Mu saw the change in the staffer's expression and knew what he was thinking. He guessed that he may have some problems in the future, so decided to end it before they started. Take care of those coins. You wouldn't want to get into trouble, would you? Lin Mu said with a stern tone. And as Lin Mu said that, he grasped the edge of the desk and crushed it in his hands. The staffer saw this and immediately became silent. Lin Mu could even see the speck of fear in his eyes. Feeling a little satisfied, he took the deed of the property from the staffer and walked away. It was good that there were few people in the hall, so no one noticed this. The staffer waited until Lin Mu walked away and watched his back. Once he was gone, the staffer gathered the coins in a pouch and walked upstairs to the town head's office. The staffer stood in front of a door and knocked. "Who is it?" a voice asked from behind the door. "It's me, Kunming, town head," the staffer spoke. "Come in," the town head replied. The staffer opened the door and walked into the office. The town head was sitting behind a desk and was drinking a cup of wine. The town head was old and his head was nearly bare. With a thin mustache and a small beard, he looked sly. The staffer walked up to the desk and placed the pouch on it. He looked up at the town head and waited for him to speak. "What's this?" the town head said as he looked at the pouch that was kept on the desk. "The fine, sir. That boy Lin Mu paid it in full," Kunming answered. The town head looked a little surprised as he placed his cup down and picked up the pouch. He weighed it in his hand for a bit before pouring it out on the desk. A small pile of gold coins was soon formed on the desk. "I've already counted it, sir. It's a total of 1,200 gold coins," Kunming spoke. "And he paid it all at once?" the town head asked. "Yes, sir. It seemed he was ready for it somehow," Kunming replied. A complex expression appeared on the face of the town head, and he appeared to be thinking. Kunming seemed to understand the town head's thoughts, thus spoke. "That boy Lin Mu's a cultivator, sir. He gave me a little warning before he left," Kunming spoke. "Are you sure?" the town head asked. "Yes, sir. He was able to crush my desk with little effort," Kunming answered. A perplexing expression appeared on the town head's face, and he waved his hand, gesturing for Kunming to leave. After the staffer left the office, the town head opened a drawer and withdrew a sheet of paper. He picked up a brush from the side of the desk and started to write on the paper. Outside the town center, Lin Mu was walking towards the location of his house. His house was located towards the eastern part of the town. It was the most densely populated area in the town and was also the area with the most houses. Lin Mu reached his house in 30 minutes and stood in front of its gate. There was a lock on the gate, along with a sheet of parchment that read, "Sealed." Lin Mu took out a small key that he got along with the deed and opened the lock. He then tore the parchment from the gate and walked in. Lin Mu's house consisted of a courtyard in which the living quarters were located, along with 3 bedrooms and a kitchen. It was an old-style house that was common in this region. There were some trees and plants in the yard, along with enough space for Lin Mu to practice his skills. He looked around with nostalgia in his eyes and felt somber. It had only been a little over 2 months, yet he felt as if years had gone by. The place looked familiar to him, yet a little different, perhaps because he had gone through so many life-altering changes. Lin Mu saw the yard, which was littered with dead leaves and the dust that had settled on the doors. He opened the door to his room and saw the dust floating in the air. Looking around, he saw the nearly empty room. Most of the valuables had already been sold off when his mother had fallen sick during the plague last year. Thus, he did not have a lot of furniture in the house. There were only some beds, tables, and chairs. There wasn't anything else left. Though the most valuable thing to Lin Mu was the graves of his parents and those of his ancestors. He walked to the backyard of his house and kneeled at the graves. There were 8 graves marked on the land. 2 of them belonged to his parents, while the rest belonged to his grandparents and the ancestors that came before them. Lin Mu's family has always had only one child in each generation, thus there weren't many graves. Usually, the woman who married into the clan would not have a grave in the cemetery. She would instead be sent back to her own clan when she died. But because Lin Mu's mother was an orphan, she was buried in the clan's cemetery. Lin Mu kneeled at the graves until it was sunset and prayed to his ancestor. In the end, he kowtowed to the graves, which represented the 7 generations of his clan one last time, and stood up. He walked out of the house and went to the Northwind Inn. Lin Mu walked up to the clerk that was sitting at the desk and spoke. "I'm checking out of the inn," he said. The clerk looked a little perplexed, but nodded. He asked Lin Mu to return the wooden plate and then refunded 2 gold coins to him. Lin Mu took the coins and stored them in his pouch before leaving the inn behind. "Now it's time for you to properly cultivate," Zhukang suddenly spoke. Chapter 68, 7 Days of Enlightenment. Lin Mu stopped in his tracks upon hearing Senior Zhukang's words. "Now that your filial duty is complete, you can now focus on your cultivation. As for the test that I gave you, you can complete it whenever you can, as it seems like your target has disappeared." Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu nodded inwardly and agreed with Senior Zhukang's words. After paying his respects to his parents and ancestors, he was indeed feeling much lighter than before. An invisible burden was lifted from his mind, making him feel free. Lin Mu returned to his house and sat down in his room. Sitting down, he started his cultivation session. Chanting the Severing Heart Sutra emptied his emotions, allowing him to sense things he would not be able to normally. Lin Mu could observe the difference in his sensitivity to spirit qi. It had increased by a little bit once again. He understood that the reason for it was the fulfillment of his filial duty, but he could not understand why. Is this perhaps why the disciples of the cultivation sects are ordered to sever their ties to the secular world when entering the sects? Lin Mu muttered to himself. Senior Zhukang seemed to have heard his muttering, as he spoke in his mind. "You are correct in this aspect. The secular ties of a cultivator weigh down on their mind, dampening the progress of their cultivation. Severing them is a necessity in order to be eligible to walk on the myriad paths of the Grand Tao," Zhukang explained. Lin Mu was deeply affected by Senior Zhukang's words. It was as if there was something inside him that was resonating with his thoughts. He then thought about the feeling of liberation he experienced after fulfilling his filial duty and linked it with Senior Zhukang's words. Lin Mu felt that the feeling of liberation was a little similar to something he had felt before. Unknowingly, as he went on this train of thought, he had stopped chanting the Severing Heart Sutra. Instead of it, he had started chanting the Calming Heart Sutra. What Lin Mu grasped now was the tranquility offered by the Calming Heart Sutra. He correlated it with the liberating feeling and the calmness that occurred after that. Hours went by as Lin Mu pondered on his thoughts. Slowly but steadily, Lin Mu was sinking into a state of trance. His breath had harmonized, while his mind had stilled. A bout of enlightenment filled Lin Mu's entire being as the chants of 1,000 monks filled his mind. Their esoteric and obscure chants started to make sense to him, and he started to grasp their meanings. His mind returned to the time when he first obtained the Calming Heart Sutra. He started to remember the words he had seen imprinting in his mind, the same ones that he had forgotten. While Lin Mu was lost in his enlightenment, Zhukang was experiencing a different scenario. He saw a blinding light arising from the altar that was located in the ring. He did not dare approach the altar and stayed where he was, as after his last encounter, he did not want to suffer again. In a surprising revelation to Zhukang, it wasn't a peerless sword intent that had risen from the altar. Instead, it was the soothing and tranquilizing Buddhist aura. He felt as if an eminent Buddhist monk was chanting the sacred scriptures while banishing foul demons of the mind. A similar effect was currently occurring in the northern town as well. The waves of Buddhist aura that were spreading from Lin Mu's body had covered the entire town and had even spread beyond it. The residents of the town felt as if their struggles did not seem as awful as before. The earthly sufferings that a mortal suffered from became gentle for the residents. The aggression and fights that were common once had become rare now. Tranquil expressions could be seen on the faces of the residents. Even the hunters and mercenaries who had recently suffered from losses came to terms with them. The mourning and acceptance, which would take a person weeks or months, was completed in a day. The northern forest had also become silent. Last time it had been intimated into being silent by the peerless sword intent, but this time it had become silent because of the absolute tranquility granted by the Buddhist aura. In an elaborate courtyard, there existed a luxurious mansion. 2 people were currently sitting in this mansion, recuperating from their injuries. These 2 people were none other than the pair of grandfather and granddaughter, Jiang Wei and Duan Qi. While no physical injury could be seen on their bodies, their pale and weak appearance said otherwise. Both of them had suffered from internal injuries caused by the ward that was placed on Lin Mu by Senior Zukang. They had been recovering from their injuries for a month now, yet their injuries were only healed by 50%. Even though they were using a formation that assisted in healing, their rate of healing was still slow. Along with the physical injuries, they had also suffered from mental trauma, which was also inhibiting their cultivation base, which in turn restricted their speed of healing. During their encounter with Lin Mu a month ago, they had experienced the presence of a being so strong that its mere imprint had shaken their cultivation bases and had destabilized their foundations. There was also a high chance that they would end up developing mental demons because of it. Between the 2 of them, Jiang Wei had borne the full brunt of the impact in an effort to protect his granddaughter. His own cultivation base was sealed, thus he had ended up using the heirloom that was passed down in his clan. In that situation, he had originally intended to break the seal on his cultivation base, but knew that he did not have enough time to do that. Hence he was left with only one solution, which was to use the heirloom treasure. Jiang Wei had also seen the partial appearance of the being that had put its imprint on Lin Mu. The 10 golden yellow eyes that he had seen had terrified him to his very core. Those eyes looked at him as if he was worth less than dirt. Its mere gaze had made him aware of his own mortality. Having learned from this, he had chosen to distance himself from the boy named Lin Mu, and thus had retreated into seclusion along with his granddaughter. Suddenly, a wave of tranquility spread over the courtyard and penetrated into the mansion. The waves covered the bodies of Jiang Wei and Duan Qi, permeating into their minds. They felt as if a great burden of theirs was relieved and all their stress disappeared. The mental demons that were in the fetal stage were smothered. The waves of Buddhist aura culled their existence and brought forward peace in their minds. The wounds that were unable to heal had suddenly started healing at a great pace. With the assistance of the healing formation, Jiang Wei and Duan Qi were soon returning to their optimum condition. Below the city mayor's manor in Wu Lim City, there existed a large cave. Inside this very cave, an emaciated man was sitting cross-legged in a large blood pool. The blood in the pool reached all the way up to his neck, leaving only his head exposed. Outside of the blood pool, 4 large troughs could be seen. These troughs were carrying more blood into the blood pool. The supply of the blood seemed to be endless, yet the blood pool never overflowed, making one think where it went. Currently, the emaciated man had an expression of pain on his face. He seemed to be trying his best to resist it, yet a few stray grunts still escaped his mouth. With each pain-filled grunt, the blood in the pool rippled. Suddenly, the wave of tranquility penetrated the cave and started to spread into it. The waves eventually reached the emaciated man, and his expression became peaceful. The pain that had been bothering him all this while had now been banished. A few minutes later, the blood in the pool started reducing at a visible pace, and the flow of blood in the troughs increased accordingly, in order to keep a stable level of blood in the pool. A few minutes later, the blood in the pool stopped reducing, and the flow of blood in the troughs also slowed down. Sometime later, in the dim space of the cave, a pair of red eyes slowly opened, and a peal of faint laughter echoed. Back in the northern town, 5 days had passed since Lin Mu had entered the state of enlightenment. He had been sitting in the same posture without moving, which had caused a faint layer of dust to settle on his body. Zhukang had been patiently waiting for Lin Mu to wake up from his trance. During this period, even he had an acceleration in the speed of his cultivation. Back when he had created this avatar, he had not given it any of his cultivation base. He had been intending to use this avatar to only absorb the absolutely pure and refined spatial energy present in the ring. Zhukang's main body had long since exhausted its potential. He did not have any growth in his cultivation base for the past 10,000 years. His encounter with Lin Mu had renewed his hope. Thus he had created this avatar to absorb the spatial energy and also to assist Lin Mu in the process. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed by, and now it had been a week since Lin Mu had entered his trance. Finally, on the morning of the 8th day, Lin Mu opened his eyes. Chapter 69, Awakening from the Trance. Upon opening, Lin Mu's eyes looked dull and empty, but slowly they lit up and gained their vigor back. Lin Mu looked around and remembered where he was. He stood up and shook off the dust that had settled on his body. He opened the door of the room and walked outside. Lin Mu was feeling uncomfortable because of the dust, so decided to take a bath. He walked to the small well in the yard and drew up some water for a bath. A few minutes later, Lin Mu was refreshed, but then suddenly his stomach started groaning. A severe pang of hunger struck him as he realized that he had probably not eaten for a while. He withdrew the beast meat from the ring and started to cook it. Meanwhile, in the ring, Zhukang was engrossed in absorbing the spatial energy. His progress had been great, and he had increased his cultivation base by a significant amount. The effect of the Buddhist aura on him was much greater than he thought. Zhukang's gains in these 7 days were more than the entire month. He reckoned that if he was able to somehow maintain this pace, he'll probably be able to exceed his previous cultivation level in less than 1,000,000 years. While 1,000,000 years would be an unimaginable amount of time for most people, it was but a mere fraction of his lifespan. For beings of his standing, it was immensely difficult to progress in cultivation. Their pace could even be considered to be slower than that of a snail. Zhukang still felt nice that his decision to start over by creating an avatar was correct. He wondered if that old monster knew an artifact like the ring existed, would he turn green with envy? A few thousand years ago, in the Grand Void, a colossal platform could be seen floating in the space. It was black in color, and its size was immeasurable. The borders of the platform could not be seen, making one wonder about its actual size. On this colossal platform, an old ruined temple existed. The walls of the temple were mottled and degraded. It seemed as if they would collapse at any moment, yet it did not happen, and they stood tall and unyielding. Hundreds of sky-piercing pillars held up the ceiling of the temple, which was glowing with a faint light. A giant figure was approaching the colossal platform from above. The figure soon landed on the platform and walked towards the temple. The figure had a pale white body, 8 legs, and 10 golden yellow eyes. This was none other than the Void Weaver spider, Zhukang. Zhukang walked towards the gate of the temple and entered through them. Even though Zhukang's body was colossal, it had no problem passing through the gates, as they were even more massive. The inside of the temple looked similar to the outside, except for a large number of statues and sculptures placed inside of it. Some of the statues and sculptures looked lifelike, while others looked esoteric, making one lose themselves in its origins. The statues were made of a variety of materials and depicted beasts, demons, devils, plants, ghosts, humans, gods, Buddhas, immortals, and a myriad of weapons. The more Zhukang walked forward, the more the number of statues increased. At a certain point, paintings also started appearing on the walls. The paintings were of various beings, landscapes, and mystical things. Zhukang kept on walking, and after an unknown amount of time, he finally reached the end of the temple. At the very end of the temple, a massive stone throne was erected. The throne was empty, yet a presence could be felt from it. Zhukang looked up at the throne and spoke. "I'm here, old monster." Zhukang's deep voice echoed in the temple, making the statues shake. A faint silhouette appeared on the throne and then slowly materialized. A person was now sitting on the throne. Compared to the throne, the person could be considered to be tiny. The person was wearing long and pitch-black robes, which had twinkling stars depicted on it. The stars would move and fade, thus making them look alive. The person was wearing a hood over their head, and one could not see their face as it was hidden by darkness. The person gently lifted its head towards Zhukang and spoke. "I see that." "My duty is complete," Zhukang spoke. That could be said to be true and false," the hooded person replied. "Stop with your word games and speak straight with me," Zhukang said with a hint of annoyance. "In terms of that place, your duty is complete, but overall it is not," the hooded person spoke. "Just tell me the new coordinates then," Zhukang spoke with a sigh. A surge of qi was released from the hooded person, which was then absorbed by Zhukang. Having heard the coordinates, Zhukang turned around to leave. Perhaps you should get a disciple," the hooded figure mysteriously spoke. Zhukang stopped in his tracks and replied without turning around. "A disciple? As if I want that. Besides, how would I even get one if I'm stuck performing my duty?" Zhukang replied. "Teaching a disciple would help you learn. It will give you a new perspective of yourself, and you may finally be able to exceed the limitations of your kind," the hooded person spoke. "I'm sure you'll figure it out sometime," the hooded person added. Zhukang did not reply and swiftly left the temple. The hooded person was still there, sitting on the massive throne in silence. "The time of upheaval is nigh. The heir of Cosmos should be born soon," the hooded person muttered and then disappeared. Back at the northern town, Lin Mu had just finished eating. He had ravenously devoured all the meat that he had stored in the ring. He barely had any beast meat left, thus would have to hunt more today. Lin Mu wondered how much time had passed, considering the kind of hunger he just experienced. Not being able to estimate the time or the day, Lin Mu decided to ask Senior Zhukang. Pub future ads. This time it was Zhukang's turn to be woken from his reverie. Lin Mu spoke out in his mind, and Zhukang heard it, which made him stop his cultivation session. "Senior Zhukang, how many days has it been?" Lin Mu asked. It should be a week since you entered your state of enlightenment. This is the 8th day," Zhukang answered. Lin Mu was a little shocked by this revelation. He had expected it to be a couple of days, but never a week. "So, what did you gain from the enlightenment? If you stayed in that state for such a long time, you should have some really great gains." Zhukang spoke enthusiastically. Lin Mu nodded and spoke. "Yes, Senior, I ended up learning a lot of things. My comprehension of the Calming Heart Sutra has also progressed to the next stage. It is now in the 2nd stage of external comprehension. You should test out the effects of both the Calming Heart Sutra and Severing Heart Sutra on other people now," Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu agreed with Senior Zhukang's words. Originally, he had been averse to the idea of testing out the Severing Heart Sutra on other people, as he did not know how severe the effect would be. But now that the Calming Heart Sutra was in the 2nd stage of external comprehension as well, he should be able to use it on other people with no problem. Lin Mu then remembered the condition of his beast meat stock. Wanting to get enough meat for at least the dinner, he left the house for the forest. While walking on the streets, Lin Mu saw a few scenes that made him feel strange. He walked past a tavern that was usually boisterous even in the morning, yet today it was silent. The patrons within were sitting in silence, calmly drinking their choice of intoxicating liquid. He then passed the market and saw that it was also eerily silent. The people shopping were neither haggling nor arguing with the vendors. Everywhere he walked by, he witnessed similar scenes. He started to wonder if the city mayor had declared a ban on noise or something. Senior, something seems wrong," Lin Mu muttered. Indeed, these signs are very strange, Zhukang said. Seems like the Buddhist aura was much stronger than I thought. It was able to affect the entire town, or perhaps even more, Zhukang thought. Lin Mu randomly chose a person for his experiment. He started to chant the calming Heart Sutra and let its effect spread to that person. Now that he was in the second stage of external comprehension, he inherently knew how to do this. Though a few moments later, Lin Mu could not see any change in the person. The person was still doing his previous task and was shopping. Unhindered by this failure, he tried using it on a variety of people. Yet in the end, the effects were the same, in that there were no effects. What am I doing wrong? Lin Mu muttered to himself. Chapter 70, Testing the Effects of the Sutras. Zhukang was a little lost upon seeing that Lin Mu was unable to affect any people. He could not figure out the reason for that either. Even if they had been affected by the Buddhist aura, they should still show some signs. Understanding that this may not work, he decided to tell Lin Mu to try something else. Try using the Severing Heart Sutra on them, Zhukang said. But Senior, Lin Mu spoke. Trust me, I think the reason why they are not affected by the Calming Heart Sutra is that they are already under its effects. Zhukang spoke, interrupting his sentence. Already under its effects? What do you mean, Senior? Lin Mu questioned. While you were gaining enlightenment, the aura of the Buddhist path was being released from you. At first, I didn't know its reach, but now that I've seen these people, I can say that it was very strong, Zhukang answered. Lin Mu gently nodded and decided to go ahead. He took a deep breath and started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra. He had chosen another man who seemed to be shopping. The effects of the Severing Heart Sutra spread to the man, and in an instant, the effects could be seen. The man's eyes turned dull, and his face became expressionless. It was as if he was a puppet whose strings were cut off. The man was currently standing in front of a vegetable vendor and holding some vegetables. When the Severing Heart Sutra affected him, he held onto the vegetables and just walked away without paying the vendor. The vendor noticed this and went after him to demand his payment. Hey, you can't just walk away without paying, the vendor shouted. Seeing the vendor agitated, Lin Mu was a little surprised as the effect of the Buddhist aura had stopped. But a few seconds later, the vendor became calm again. The man who had taken the vegetables was still walking away. He had not responded when the vendor called out to him. The vendor sighed seeing this and just went back to his shop without bothering to chase after the man. This is interesting, Zhukang spoke. Try using the Calming Heart Sutra on that man now, Zhukang ordered. Lin Mu nodded and started chanting the Calming Heart Sutra. The effects of the Calming Heart Sutra spread to the man, and his expression changed. Instead of the expressionless face and the dull eyes, a tranquil look appeared on him. A certain glint of intelligence returned to his eyes, along with the glamour on his face. The effects are rather quick and abrupt. Other people may notice it. Lin Mu spoke. That is true, but I think it's more of a question of practice. You just need more practice, and then you should be able to control it better, Zhukang advised. Yes, Senior, Lin Mu affirmed. Lin Mu then set out to test the other aspects of the two sutras. He tested out its duration and range. He found out that the range of the sutras was currently limited to a range of 10 meters, while the duration of its effectiveness was 15 minutes. Though, if he kept on chanting, the effects would continue on. Lin Mu also found out that the more he used the two sutras on other people, the more tired he got. This fatigue was not physical, but rather mental. If he continued using it despite his fatigue, a splitting headache would soon stop him. It took him 4 hours to test it all out, and he even had to change his test subjects, as he could not just randomly follow people for that long without raising suspicion. Also, the people who he tested the sutras on started to feel strange as their emotions were going haywire. Lin Mu did not want to push his luck and harm innocent people, hence he stopped his experiment. Lin Mu then walked out of the town and went towards the forest to hunt. He reached the forest after 10 minutes and looked around for changes. The forest also felt a little calmer than normal. Though it was not completely silent, The noise was lower than normal. Did the effect spread to the forest as well? Lin Mu questioned himself. It does seem like it, though I think the intensity was much less. The effect of the sutras on beasts should be different than humans. Most beasts have a distinct set of emotions than humans, thus you'll have to test out the specific effect yourself. Zhukang replied. I'll have to capture some beasts then, Lin Mu muttered. Lin Mu walked into the forest and went towards the depths of the forest. He wanted to hunt some spirit beasts, or at least some high-tier beasts, as he did not feel satiated by lower-tier beasts. He soon found a beast, but it was a mid-tier beast. Not wanting to waste the time, Lin Mu swiftly killed it and stored it in the ring. A few minutes later, he encountered a high-tier beast. The beast had gray and green spotted skin with short limbs. It was the size of a calf and looked like a mix between a leopard and a bull. The beast had a screeching voice that disoriented Lin Mu for a bit. While Lin Mu was disoriented, the beast pounced on him, which he had to dodge by using the skill flicker. After dodging, he twisted around and slashed at the beast, killing it. He stored the corpse and continued his hunt. Lin Mu hunted 4 high-tier beasts and 9 mid-tier beasts over 4 hours, but he still could not find any spirit beasts. Only when the sun was about to set did he encounter a spirit beast. The spirit beast was the same kind of spirit beast that he had hunted before. The beast was hiding on the top of a tree and was stalking him. Lin Mu had to use his spirit sense to get its exact location. The beast was around 4 meters away from him. Having confirmed this, Lin Mu used the second skill blink and appeared on the branch. The beast seemed startled by this and could not react. Lin Mu stabbed his short sword through its back and ended its life. He then stored the corpse and decided to return to the town. Increasing the range of my spirit sense was definitely a good decision, Lin Mu thought. The sky had turned dark, and it had started snowing. The cries of the beasts had faded away, only to be replaced by the silence of freezing snow. While on the way to the town, Lin Mu saw a small group of people standing on the side of the road. They were all wearing dark gray clothes and had their faces covered. Chapter 71, An Unexpected Fight. Lin Mu looked at the 6 darkly dressed individuals who were standing 100 meters away from him. They noticed him at the same moment Lin Mu noticed them. They tensed up and then placed their hands on the hilts of the swords they were carrying. It looked like the men were hiding something as they were trying to cover something behind them. Even Lin Mu became nervous upon seeing the men, as he could tell that something was definitely wrong. I thought the routes were already blocked. What do we do now first, brother? One of the darkly dressed men spoke. Damn it, those guys can't even do a single task correctly, another man said. Silence, it's just a kid. We'll take him as well. Master will be fine with some extra goods anyway. The man named the first brother grimly spoke. The first person to react among the 6 was the man to the very right. He walked towards Lin Mu and then started running as he drew his sword from its sheath. Focus and brace yourself. Use your spirit sense, there may be cultivators. Zhukang spoke in a firm tone. Lin Mu instinctively started chanting the calming heart sutra. His mind tranquilized and he could think clearly. The movement of the man approaching him slowed down by a notch and he could see the man's tracks. As soon as the man got in the range of Lin Mu's spirit sense, he detected that the man was not a cultivator and was instead at the 9th stage of the body tempering realm. Felling assured, Lin Mu drew his sword, set his hand straight, and entered a stance. Lin Mu bent to the side in an effort to dodge the man's blade and barely scraped by. That was close, Lin Mu muttered. You're not gonna avoid the next one, the man spoke. The man approached Lin Mu again and slashed at him, which he blocked with his short sword. Lin Mu then pushed back and deflected the sword. How? The man exclaimed upon seeing Lin Mu's strength. Lin Mu had an advantage over the man, as he was already in the 10th stage of the body tempering realm, along with being a cultivator at the mid-stage of the chi refining realm. The companions of the man noticed this, and were just about to warn him when. Aargh, the man shouted as he was stabbed through his heart. Lin Mu took advantage of the moment when the man was shocked and stabbed through his heart. The man collapsed in the next moment, freeing Lin Mu's attention. "Fourth brother, no!" shouted the darkly dressed man who had spoken the first time. "He's strong, we have to be careful. Fifth, sixth, pull his attention, third, attack him from the back." First brother spoke. "Second brother, wait for the right moment to strike. This boy is not simple." First brother spoke again. The men named fifth and sixth advanced towards Lin Mu from the opposite side, while the man named third circled around Lin Mu. The remaining two men were glaring at Lin Mu, looking out for an opportunity. Knowing that it will be difficult for him to go against three people at once, Lin Mu decided to split them up beforehand. Lin Mu withdrew the hatchet from his ring and strengthened his arms with spirit chi. Seeing that a hatchet had appeared in Lin Mu's hand out of thin, the three approaching men were a little stunned. Grasping this chance, Lin Mu hurled the hatchet at the man named as the sixth brother with all his strength. A whirling sound could be heard as the hatchet spun through the air and then buried itself in the chest of the man. Unable to utter even a single word, the man crashed to the ground, his life or death unknown. "Retreat! He's a cultivator, he has a spatial treasure," the second brother yelled. "Quick!" First brother spoke as he tensed his jaw. Now that the battle was tilting in his favor, Lin Mu did not want to slow down and let go of the lead. He instinctively chanted the Severing Heart Sutra and targeted the two men, fifth and third brother. The two men slowed down as their eyes turned dull. Lin Mu blinked forward and appeared at the sides of the two men. Amplifying his short sword with spirit chi, Lin Mu slashed through the two men in a single smooth stroke. The defenses of the two men could not resist the sharpness of a spirit weapon, thus they were split into halves. Horrified and furious at the development, the remaining two men shouted and sprinted towards Lin Mu. Rage burned in their eyes as they regretted underestimating Lin Mu. The man named First Brother reached Lin Mu in the next moment and struck him with his sword. Lin Mu sensed his cultivation and estimated it to be at the mid-stage of the chi refining realm. Blocking the strike with a buckler, Lin Mu twisted to the side. Suddenly, Lin Mu's spirit sense detected something coming at him from the back. Unable to dodge the incoming object, Lin Mu flickered, and then the object passed through his back. He saw the object and found it to be a small dagger that was dripping with a black liquid. "Careful, he has some mysterious martial techniques," the second brother warned. Lin Mu blinked to the back of the man named First Brother and cut at it. Second brother noticed this and jumped forward to block it. "Damn it," Lin Mu cursed. Lin Mu stored the short sword in the ring and seamlessly withdrew the spear from it. Having lost the force from the short sword, second brother's sword went straight ahead, through which Lin Mu flickered and moved away. Then, using his legs as a pivot, Lin Mu twirled and pierced the spear through second brother's jaw. The spear entered at the base of his jaw and went straight through the top of its skull. "You," First Brother said with great rage in his voice. Not bothering with the man's words, Lin Mu lunged at him. The man's eyes flared as he bit on his tongue and spit out some blood. Gesturing with his left hand, the man drew some pattern in the air. In the next moment, veins appeared on his face as his eyes turned red. "He's using a sacrificial technique. You need to end it quickly." Zukong spoke with urgency. Lin Mu blocked an attack with his short sword, which made him recoil in pain. The man's strength had nearly tripled, as Lin Mu was barely able to dodge it. "I won't be able to win against him in a straight fight. I have to find some other way," Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu then chopped at the man's arm, which he blocked with his own sword. But at this moment, Lin Mu used the skill Flicker, and the short sword passed through the man's sword. He then canceled the skill at the very last moment, making a deep cut appeared on the man's arm and shoulder, making him wince with pain. Now, with his short sword stuck in the man's arm, Lin Mu was unable to withdraw it. Choosing to leave his sword behind, Lin Mu blinked to the back of the man. Entering the stance for the boulder collapsing fist, Lin Mu coiled his hand back. His breath melded with the stance, as the spirit chi formed a spiral in his hand. Putting all his bets on this final attack, Lin Mu executed it. Boulder collapsing fist. A whistling sound could be heard as a jet of air shot forward, which made the man's clothes flutter and tear. Then, a sickening sound could be heard as Lin Mu's fist made contact with his back. Tilde crack, floosh tilde. Lin Mu's fist broke through the man's back while turning his insides to mush. The fist then punctured through the chest and sprayed out the man's pulverized innards. The now-dead man was stuck standing on the ground, with Lin Mu elbow deep in him. Lin Mu then slowly withdrew his blood-drenched hand and sat down on the ground, breathless. Looking at what he had just done made him feel sick, but then the effects of the calming heart sutra resolved it for him. That was horrifying, Lin Mu spoke. You'll get used to it soon, Zhukang spoke. At least you kept your wits. Good job defeating those men. I can certainly see the improvement. Zhukang then spoke with a chuckle. It was all due to Senior's guidance, Lin Mu politely replied. Senior Zhukang had been giving him pointers whenever he trained, which had helped him improve. Although Senior Zhukang himself had a completely different fighting style, he was still experienced enough to give pointers to him. Perhaps if he ever started giving lectures to the public, even immortals would attend to take benefit of it. Now won't you take a look at your spoils? Zhukang spoke. Ah yes, Lin Mu replied as he stood up. The first thing Lin Mu did was to store the bodies inside the ring. After this, he went to the place where the 6 men were originally standing. There was a large rock placed at this location which seemed to be hiding something. Lin Mu gazed at the rock and saw a small pool of blood near it. He looked behind it and saw something that shocked him. Gan Ma, Chapter 72, Conspiracy. Lin Mu would have never expected that the man he was looking for the past few weeks would turn up in front of him, dead. Indeed, the dead body that he found behind the rock was none other than Gan Ma, the leader of the hunter group, and also one of the only 5 cultivators in the town. Lin Mu could not understand why he would turn up dead here. It was obvious that it was the 6 men that had killed Gan Ma, but the question was why. Lin Mu looked around and did not notice any specific signs of struggle, which made him think that Gan Ma was killed rather quickly. He checked Gan Ma's body and found that the only wound he had was on his neck. Though weirdly, it was bandaged, and it seemed as if it was done after his death. Why would they bandage his neck after his death? Lin Mu muttered. Check the other men, maybe you'll get some hints, Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu nodded and withdrew every dead body that he had stored in the ring and checked them. Out of the 6 people, 2 were cultivators while the rest of them were in the 9th stage of the body tempering realm. One of the cultivators was at the mid-stage of the qi refining realm, while the other was at the early stage of the qi refining realm. In a small town like the northern town, any cultivator was a big deal and commanded great respect. For 2 unknown cultivators to just appear randomly was extremely strange. Even the other 4 men that were in the 9th stage of the body tempering realm could be considered to be at the top levels of strength in the town. Lin Mu removed the cloth that was covering their faces and tried to identify them. He did not find any of them familiar, except for one person. It was the person named Second Brother that he found familiar. He could not place his finger on where exactly he saw that person, but knew that he must be influential. Lin Mu also checked the bodies for other items and found many things on them. He took their swords and the thin chain mail armor that they were wearing under their clothes. He also found a set of throwing daggers on all of them. The total number of daggers was around 29. Lin Mu then found a small vial that was filled with a black liquid that smelled sweet on the person called Second Brother. Careful, that's the pulse-cutting poison, Zhukang sternly warned. Lin Mu's eyes went wide as he hurriedly closed the small vial. That was close, but why does it smell so pleasant? Lin Mu asked. So that people find it easy to drink, it's also sweet in taste, though it does not have any effect unless it enters your body, either through a wound or your mouth, Zhukang answered. Lin Mu then remembered the small dagger that had nearly hit him before. That dagger seemed to be covered with a black liquid too. He went to the place where the dagger was lying and picked it up. He caught a whiff of the same sweet smell. It's covered in the pulse-cutting poison. I was luckily saved by my spirit sense and skills. Lin Mu spoke. Indeed, having a spirit sense is a big advantage for you, Zhukang replied. Lin Mu then thought to the two cultivators and how they did not seem to be using spirit sense. Senior, why were the two men not using their spirit sense? Lin Mu questioned. Oh, that's simply because they couldn't use it. They were not at the stage where they could refine it, Zhukang answered. But then how could I refine it? I was at the early stage of the qi refining realm when I first started refining it. Lin Mu spoke with confusion on his face. Well, you are a rare case. Most qi refining realm cultivators can't start refining their spirit sense until they reach the late stage of the qi refining realm, at the very least. They are either restricted by their cultivation technique, or they just don't have the sufficient talent to do it on their own, Zhukang answered. Lin Mu nodded in acceptance and continued checking the bodies. He found another glass vial that was filled with some kind of translucent powder. He did not open the vial this time, as he had already learned his lesson and did not think he would be lucky every time. What is this, Senior? Lin Mu asked. This seems like memory confounding powder. If someone inhales it, they will enter a confounded state and then lose their memories for up to an hour. The person affected by it will be incapacitated and will not respond to any stimulus, though it does not cause any physical harm other than that, Zhukang replied. Pub future ads. Could this have been used to kill Ganma? Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu had not found any signs of a struggle on Ganma, thus Lin Mu guessed that he did not resist much and was killed rather instantly. This hypothesis would work if the memory confounding powder was involved. The powder would incapacitate the victim, while the killers would quickly slit their throat. Now that Ganma was dead, Lin Mu wondered if he could consider Senior Zhukang's first test complete. Senior Zhukang seemed to have sensed Lin Mu's thoughts as he spoke in his mind. You killed 2 cultivators, thus you can consider your first test complete, and anyway that man Ganma is already dead. Lin Mu was about to store the bodies back into the ring when he saw a small piece of paper that had fallen to the side. It was stained with blood and was lying near the place where he had killed the first brother. Lin Mu picked it up and opened it to read what was written inside. The town and the routes surrounding it will be blocked on account of a wandering spirit beast tonight. Your orders are the same as before. Capture the target, but make sure that it does not lose too much blood. Master has specially told us to save the blood. Once you are done with the task, deposit the target at the same location as before and return to your posts. Though it should not happen, ensure that no one sees you. If someone does spot you, make sure that they don't live to tell the tale. 3 other teams are out doing the same tasks as you, so remember to tell the password before you talk to them. If they don't say the password, kill them. You have my permission. Lin Mu took a deep breath after reading the letter. He was shocked by the machinations that were happening. Seems like someone was targeting Ganma specifically. Is that the reason why he had disappeared from the town these past weeks? Lin Mu thought out loud. That's not all. According to the letter, there are 3 more teams out there. You need to be careful, Lin Mu, Zhukang advised. Those 15 mercenaries that disappeared from the campgrounds, could they too have been abducted by these men? Zhukang thought. Lin Mu then walked back to the town and halted near the entrance after seeing some people there. He saw a couple of townsmen that were trying to enter the town, but were currently being blocked by the guards. Halt! All entrances to the town and its roads are blocked. Where are you coming from? The guards spoke to the townsmen. We were just returning from the fields, one of the townsmen replied. Why are the roads closed? Another townsman asked. The guards looked at the faces of the townsmen closely before answering. A warning was issued on account of a spirit beast. Someone spotted it wandering outside the forest. The guards spoke. The townsmen looked visibly shocked and scared upon hearing the guards' words. We didn't know that. If we knew this, we would have never gone out, the townsmen replied. One of the guards gestured to the other and then nodded. "Come with us. You need to show us your goods and let us examine them," the guard spoke. The townsmen did not protest and went ahead with the guards' orders. The guards examined the satchels that they were carrying and then let them through after examining them. Lin Mu was standing behind a tree in the darkness while watching all these events. After observing this, he was about to walk towards the entrance when Senior Zukang spoke in his mind. "Stop, don't go there, something seems wrong. Go a little farther away and climb up the wall instead," Zukang ordered with a stern tone. Lin Mu did not question Senior Zukang's words and just obediently followed them. He walked a little distance from the entrance and found a suitable spot. He looked up at the tall wall and thought of a method to climb. Lin Mu gauged the wall's height and estimated it to be a little more than 10 meters. He then found a tree that was close to the wall and climbed it. The branch on which Lin Mu was standing was about halfway at the height of the wall, yet it was a little too far from it horizontally. Lin Mu strengthened his legs and jumped towards the wall. While he was in midair, he extended his spirit sense and then used the second skill blink to teleport to the top of the wall. After reaching the top of the wall, he spied the other side and saw a guard following townsmen. Lin Mu climbed down and followed the guard from afar. He suddenly saw a glint in the guard's hand and became alert. Chapter 73. The Conspiracy Unfolds. Lin Mu hid behind a wall and peeked out from the edge. He then saw the guard pull out a small metal contraption from his sleeves. Lin Mu could not see the contraption clearly except for the glint of light it reflected. Lin Mu walked around the wall and used the alleyways to get close to the guard. The guard was pointing the contraption towards the townsmen and stalking behind them. The townsmen were completely unaware of the guard following behind them and were just conversing amongst themselves. The townsmen soon reached the residential district and entered their houses. The guard saw this and waited for 30 minutes before leaving. Lin Mu took a breath of relief and went back to follow the guard. The guard did not return to his post, but instead went to a different location. He went towards the southern entrance, which leads towards Wu Lim City, and entered the guard's barracks there. Lin Mu could not enter the barracks without rousing suspicion, thus he just spied on it from the outside. Lin Mu stood there for an hour and gave up after seeing that no one came out of it anymore. He then returned to his house to rest. 20 minutes later, Lin Mu was sitting in his room while staring at the small piece of paper he had picked up. He was observing it against the light of a lamp and discovered that there was a small symbol written on the bottom of the paper. Lin Mu had not seen it before, as the symbol was covered with a splotch of blood. He tried to decipher it and could only comprehend that the symbol looked like two cones intersecting. What could this mean? Lin Mu thought. Rest for now. You'll probably find out something in the morning. Such a conspiracy can't be hidden for long. Zukang spoke. Lin Mu nodded and lied down on the bed. A minute later, he appeared in the sleepscape and started his daily practice. He had experienced the effects of the 1,000 armament blade scripture today and felt that it was indeed a top-quality manual. Even though he had barely learned a part of the manual, he still felt that he had improved a lot. Right now, in order to improve more, he needed the rest of the weapons that were mentioned in the manual. He had asked in the weapon shops in the town and got the same answer from all of them. They did not have those weapons as they were either unpopular or expensive. If Lin Mu wanted those weapons, he would have to get them custom-made, or he would have to buy them from Wu Lim City. Lin Mu knew that even if he got them custom-made, the weapons would probably not be of a good enough quality. Thus, he had decided that he would head to the Wu Lim City sometime later to buy the weapons. But for now, he would just have to do with the weapons he had. Lin Mu also had a few more reasons for which he wanted to visit the Wu Lim City. He wanted to see the cultivators that lived in the city and also to check out the shops that catered to the cultivators. He also wanted to experience the average life of a cultivator in the city, as he had no sample to compare it with here. Senior Zukang had told him some stories of cultivators, how they were glorified and venerated, yet Lin Mu still wanted to see it for himself. After a few hours of practicing the 1,000 armament blade scripture, Lin Mu learned more Dao script from Senior Zukong. In the end, he plucked the 2 ripe spirit apples hanging on the tree and fell asleep. After his breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Qi refining realm, the sleepscape had undergone some development, and the spirit apple tree now bore 2 apples instead of 1 every day. Lin Mu had also thought that he could also sell these spirit apples as a source of income, though he could not do it in the town, as it would be too suspicious, and no one would actually be able to afford it. Lin Mu woke up in the morning to the sound of a commotion. "What's going on so early?" Lin Mu groggily muttered. Lin Mu walked out of his room and into the courtyard. He could already hear the gaggle of noises outside on the street. He opened the gate and peeked outside. He saw a large group of people arguing with a few guards in the middle of the street. The people were all locals that lived in the neighborhood, and the guards were from the barracks at the eastern entrance. Lin Mu walked close to listen to what was happening. "We can't live in peace if you don't do something," a man standing at the front shouted. "Yeah, what will we do if the beast enters the town somehow?" another complained. "Even the guards died, and you're telling us to just stay calm," a woman protested. The guard lifted his hands and gestured for the people to calm down as he spoke. "People, please listen to me. We are doing all we can right now, but this is the town head's orders. All residents of the town are ordered to stay inside the residential district until further orders." Lin Mu felt confused by the people's words, thus he tapped a person's shoulder to talk to them. "What? Ah, Lin Mu, it's you. When did you return? I haven't seen you for months here," the man spoke. The man Lin Mu had chosen to speak to was a neighbor that lived a few houses away from his own. "I recently moved back here. Never mind that, though. What's actually happening here?" Lin Mu replied. "Oh, you didn't hear. There was another spirit beast attack," the man spoke. "What do you mean another spirit beast attack?" Lin Mu asked. "A few scouts had spotted a spirit beast wandering out of the forest. Thus the captain of the guards had ordered the closure of the town yesterday. Apparently, the second vice-captain himself led a team of guards to drive the beast away, but they did not return yet. Then another team was sent out to find them, which only lead to them finding a few pools of blood and remains of bodies." The neighbor spoke. "The vice-captain. Wait, was that person from yesterday the second vice-captain, maybe?" Lin Mu thought. "So why are the people angry?" Lin Mu asked. "Some townsmen never returned after yesterday, so they are scared. The guards are also not doing much and have just been told to give us some orders," the neighbor replied. Lin Mu had an idea what happened, thus he nodded to his neighbor and walked away. The crowd too disappeared after the guards placated them. Lin Mu wanted to verify if the person called second brother and the vice-captain were the same. He had seen the other vice-captain before, so knew that it wasn't that person. He went to the town center to check for it. Lin Mu knew that as long as he greased the palm of a clerk, he should be able to get some information. It took him 15 minutes to reach the town center, and upon reaching the town center, he saw another crowd of people gathered around. But this time, these were not the residents of the town, but rather the mercenaries. The crowd was not making much noise and was just standing there looking at the town center with anger in their eyes. Not wanting to bother the mercenaries, Lin Mu slipped into the building from the side. He saw the staffers working on their desks and the clerks running around doing their tasks and carrying rolls of papers. Lin Mu chose a clerk that passed by him and called out to him. The clerk stopped and looked at him with an annoyed face. In response, Lin Mu instantly pulled out a silver coin from the pouch. "Brother, may I have a moment of your time? I'll definitely make it worth your while," Lin Mu spoke. Lin Mu could see the shine of greed in the clerk's eyes and knew that he had him in his palm. "What would you like, brother?" the clerk spoke as he eyed the silver coin. Lin Mu passed the silver coin to the clerk and patted his back to gesture him to go to a corner. The clerk obediently followed and guided Lin Mu to a different room. There were some other clerks in the room who were working on their own tasks and did not pay attention to the two of them. "I would like some information about what's happening in the town," Lin Mu asked. "What do you mean by that, brother? Everyone knows what happened. It was a beast attack," the clerk replied. I would like a few more details. Lin Mu spoke. The clerk thought for a moment before speaking again. The truth is, we don't know what exactly happened. The clerk replied, Chapter 74 Vigil. Lin Mu felt strange about the clerk's words. He thought that he may be lying at first, but then looking at his face made him think differently, though he thought he should listen to the complete story first. The report about the spirit beast was given by a mercenary to the second vice-captain. The second vice-captain thus issued the order to close the town and the routes leading to it. But later, when he didn't return, the other guards went to talk with the town head about the mercenary who gave the report. The town head told them that the mercenary who reported it disappeared too, and they can't find him. The clerk explained. Is that why mercenaries are standing outside the town center? Lin Mu asked. Yeah, they're angry that more of their mercenaries disappeared, and the town head is not responding to their complaints. The clerk answered. And what does the second vice-captain look like? Because I don't think I've seen him before. Lin Mu asked his main question. The clerk did not seem like he minded Lin Mu's question, and just spoke honestly. Oh, let me just get the identity register. We have portraits of all the town's cultivators in it. I didn't know there was an identity register for cultivators. Lin Mu said curiously. Oh no, it's actually for all people that the town head considers important. There are other normal people in it too that are not cultivators. The clerk answered, and then went away to get the register. This is news to me. I didn't know that there was something like this. Lin Mu spoke inwardly. It is technically necessary. Every establishment needs to keep a record of important people. Zhukang spoke in Lin Mu's mind. I guess the portrait will make it easier to identify the man than just by a vague description. Lin Mu spoke to himself. The clerk soon returned with the register and showed it to Lin Mu. He flipped it to the page where it showed the second vice-captain's portrait. Lin Mu saw the portrait and instantly recognized the man. The person that tried to kill him yesterday was the vice-captain. Han Su. Lin Mu muttered the name written on the register. Yes, that's the vice-captain's name, the clerk responded. Even after completing his main task, Lin Mu still felt curious about the situation. Thus he decided to get more information. I also heard that some guards and townsmen disappeared. The clerk did not straight away answer Lin Mu's query, but instead looked at his coin pouch. Lin Mu understood this and pulled out another silver coin before passing it to the clerk, who swiftly hid it in his sleeve. We have some contradicting statements about that. Some people say that they saw the townsmen enter the town safely, while the guards say that they never returned. As for the guards, we don't know what happened, but the current theory is that they saw the beast and went after it only to never return. The clerk spoke. That is strange, Lin Mu muttered. Having got his share of information, Lin Mu was ready to leave. He gave another silver coin to the clerk and then left the building. Upon leaving, he saw that the mercenaries were still standing there and were not budging at all. While leaving, Lin Mu felt a gaze at the back of his head and turned around but did not notice anyone specific. Pushing the thought to the back of his mind, he walked away. Half an hour later, Lin Mu returned to his house. As soon as he entered his room and closed the door, Senior Zhukang spoke in his mind. You were being followed, though it seems they stopped before they entered the residential district. Was that the gaze I felt on me? Lin Mu asked. It seems like it, though they did not follow you all the way, they're wary of something. Zhukang replied. Could it be related to the attacks? Because we know that 3 more teams of those men were out there, and that the townsmen we say yesterday disappeared as well. Lin Mu spoke. We'll have to wait and watch, though I recommend that you focus on extending the range of your spirit sense, as it will help you in sensing other people. The longer your range is, the easier it will be for you, Zhukang advised. Yes, Senior, Lin Mu accepted. Before starting his practice, Lin Mu decided to cook some food. Half an hour later, he had eaten his food and was ready to start his cultivation session. But suddenly, he heard someone knocking at the gate. Lin Mu walked out and opened the gate. Upon opening it, he found his neighbor standing outside the gate. It was the same neighbor he had talked to earlier in the morning. Did you need something, Xiaolu? Lin Mu asked. Xiaolu had been Lin Mu's neighbor for many years and was 4 years older than him. He used to live with his uncle, but he too died in the plague that happened last year. Since then, he had been living alone as well. How are you, Lin Mu? I heard you got your house seized from you some time ago. Xiaolu spoke. Lin Mu had been dreading this moment for a long time, but he knew that it would be coming sometime soon. The gossiping ladies of the neighborhood were never known for their secrecy. They should have probably seen that the house was no longer sealed, but they did not see Lin Mu, so must have thought someone else bought it. Also, since Lin Mu had secluded himself in the house for a week since he got it, there weren't many chances where others could have seen him. But now that he revealed himself in the morning, the entire neighborhood must have seen him. Yes, I did, but I've already paid off the fine and got it back. Lin Mu spoke with a straight face. Lin Mu did not want to talk with the man for long, as he wanted to return to his cultivation session. Oh, I was told to inform you that the people in the neighborhood have decided to keep a vigil at night. Xiaolu spoke. But isn't that the guard's job? Lin Mu replied. They don't trust the guards anymore. They think they are lying. Even now the guards have only been told to guard the entrance of the residential district and not the insides. Thus the neighborhood had decided to do it themselves. Xiaolu answered. So they're not afraid anymore? Lin Mu asked jokingly. They are. That's why we are making teams of 4 people that will keep a vigil at night. Everyone has to participate, thus I'm here to inform you. Xiaolu answered. Lin Mu did not want to do this as it would interfere with his cultivation, but he did not think he really had a choice. He also did not feel good rejecting the people he had grown up with. Just take it, I think you may be able to discover some things. You will have an excuse to wander in the night. Also with the person following you today, I don't think they will leave you alone. Zhukang spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Yes, Senior, Lin Mu spoke inwardly. That's okay, but when will my turn be then? Lin Mu asked. The day after tomorrow, you'll be teaming with me and 2 other people. Xiaolu answered. Okay then, Lin Mu replied. Xiaolu nodded and went away. Lin Mu returned to his room and closed the door. Not wanting to waste any more time, he sat down to cultivate. In Wu Lim City, at a large manor located near a lake. A thin man was sitting at a desk and reading from a scroll. The man had a short beard and well-groomed hair. He was dressed like a scholar and had the bearing of a cultured person. A woman was standing next to the desk with her head bowed. She was dressed in a long black robe that covered her body and hid her figure. Even her face was covered with a thin gray veil. The thin man read the scroll for a few minutes before putting it away and then rubbed his forehead as if he was stressed. He let out a long sigh before speaking. Is that all you found? Yes, my lord, though there are some more reports, but I didn't think they would be worth your time. The veiled woman spoke. The thin man let out another sigh before speaking. You may as well tell me. This information was nearly useless as well. Some townsmen have disappeared from the northern town, and a new cultivator has appeared as well. The veiled woman spoke. The thin man looked up at the woman with an annoyed look and spoke. And you only report this to me now. But my lord, cultivators appear in other towns regularly, and also there are many mercenaries in northern town right now. We don't know if they belong to some mercenary group. The veiled woman spoke with a pleading tone. Chapter 75, Meeting an Old Enemy. The thin man stroked his chin a couple of times before speaking again. How old did that cultivator look? The thin man asked. The veiled woman gulped before replying. He's young, probably 16 or 17, but definitely younger than 20. An irritated expression appeared on the man's face as he replied with a louder tone. So you mean to say that our people could not differentiate between a cultivator belonging to a mercenary group and an itinerant cultivator? Do you think a cultivator of such a young age would join a mercenary company? Or do you think it is a high-level cultivator that has returned to his youth? The veiled woman lowered her face even more and didn't speak. Do you think a cultivator that has enough talent to become a cultivator at that age would be without a backing? Gio, I want every single thing there is to know about that cultivator, the thin man yelled. Yes, my lord, the woman replied before disappearing. The thin man sighed to himself before standing up and walking up to a shelf and opening a drawer. He then pulled out a jade slip and looked at it for a moment before keeping back into the drawer and closing it. It is not the time yet, the man muttered before walking to a window and staring outside. What are you planning, father? Lin Mu was practicing the 1,000 armament blade scripture in the sleepscape. He had nearly completed the basics of the weapons he already had and now was progressing to the more advanced parts. Though right now, he felt as if he was being hindered. He understood that it was because of a lack of weapons and that he would have to get them soon or this may become a flaw in his technique. The more he practiced, the more he understood how the techniques of different weapons fit together and complemented each other. He now grasped the flaws of different weapons and how to overcome them with the use of another weapon. You are doing well. The improvement is significant, Zhukang praised. Zhukang had been seeing Lin Mu practicing diligently every day. He thought about how the boy was hardworking, even though his innate talent in cultivation was low. He had chosen not to tell this to Lin Mu as he wanted to see if he could overcome this limitation by himself. Zhukang had seen many experts over the millennia that he had lived. He had seen them rise, prosper, fall, and die. He had seen immensely talented and gifted people so much so that they were even venerated as the heavens ordained. But he had also seen those very people lose themselves to cultivation and then perish in the annals of time. Countless people have tried to go against the heavens, yet few have survived it. Even the ones that survived it shortly disappeared, though people still had some evidence that showed that they were alive. Zhukang then remembered a memory from his past. Countless white pillars could be seen floating in the endless void, along with some distortions spread around. At the depths of these pillars, a colossal being was currently resting. The being had a pale white body, 8 legs, and 10 golden yellow eyes that glowed with an imposing light. This was none other than Zhukang himself. Streaks of silvery gray lights could be seen floating around his body and the white pillars. These streaks of light would touch the white pillars and then be absorbed by them. One could even see the streaks traveling through the pillars and moving towards Zhukang's body. Fine threads arose from Zhukang's body that connected to the giant white pillars. The light streaks would transfer from the white pillars to the fine threads, which would then carry it to Zhukang's body. With every light streak that was absorbed, the distortions in the void slowly reduced. One could not tell how long it would take for each distortion to disappear, but time could not be measured in the void, thus making it more difficult. It could have been a second or a year, but the distortion finally disappeared. Zhukang stayed in the same position, unmoving for a long time, until he sensed some disturbance in the distance. His perception spread in the surroundings and suppressed all the distortions. Even though the void was always silent, a different kind of eerie silence descended because of the pressure imposed by Zhukang. This is quite unusual of you, old monster," Zhukang spoke. In response to Zhukang's words, the space in front of him started swirling and an ash-gray throne appeared. The throne was empty, yet a presence could still be felt from it. A voice could then be heard echoing. "Are you so bothered by my presence that I can't even visit you, Zhukang?" The voice spoke. "Oh, you know what you've done, old monster. You would never come here unless it was something important and your other slaves were unable to help you with it." Zhukang replied with an annoyed voice. "They're not my slaves, they have their own free will," the voice replied. "What kind of free will is that, where you only have 2 choices? Their karma is chained and will be until you choose so," Zhukang spoke. "But this is what they've chosen. I've never interfered in their affairs," the voice replied. "TCH, I don't even want to argue with you. Just tell me what you are here for," Zhukang asked. "I'm just here to tell you that I will be gone for a while, so take care of my slaves for a while, will you?" the voice answered. "Is there even any place where your influence doesn't extend to? You should be able to observe everything on your own, unless..." Zhukang spoke, and then trailed off before suddenly becoming agitated. "No, what has happened? What did you do?" Zukang roared. "I wish I could tell you, but there are other machinations underway." The voice spoke before fatting away. "Stop!" Zukang yelled, making countless threads appear. The threads moved at a blinding speed and tried to stop the ash-gray throne, but alas. The ash-gray throne turned ethereal and then disappeared in a swirl of light. "Damn it, nothing good will ever come out of this," Zukang protested. Soon the silence returned to the void, and Zukang became immovable once again. Pub Future ads. Zukang broke his trail of memories after hearing Lin Mu call out to him. "Senior, it's time for your lessons about Dao script," Lin Mu spoke. "Ah yes, it is time," Zukang replied, before appearing in front of Lin Mu. Zukang then taught Lin Mu for a few hours before it was time for Lin Mu to sleep. "I should be able to start reading the Lost Immortals memoirs soon," Lin Mu spoke. "Well, you do have the basics down, so you should be ready in about a month," Zukang replied. Lin Mu nodded in appreciation of Senior Zukang's words before going towards the spirit apple tree and plucking today's ripened spirit apples. He then fell asleep and disappeared from the sleepscape. Lin Mu woke up in the morning and spent the rest of his day cultivating, as he wanted to be ready for tomorrow. It would be Lin Mu's turn to participate in the vigil tomorrow along with Xiao Lu. He was expecting to find some more clues at night time. In these 2 days, he had not gone out and had just cultivated on his own. He already had enough beast meat to last him for a week, thus he was not worried about it that much. Lin Mu was currently sitting down on his bed and was refining his spirit sense. He was successful in increasing the range of his spirit sense by an additional half-meter, but still wanted to extend it for as long as he could. Though Senior Zukang reminded him that he would have to ensure that he had replenished his entire store of spirit qi before leaving for the vigil. This meant that he won't be able to refine his spirit sense tomorrow, as every time he did that he would end up depleting nearly 3/4 of his qi stores. Lin Mu had just finished replenishing his qi and had ended his cultivation session for the day when he heard someone knocking at the gate of the courtyard. He opened his eyes and stood up to open the gate. Lin Mu opened the gate only to find an unknown person standing at the gate. "Come on, it's time for the vigil," the person said. "Oh, okay, where Xiao Lu though?" Lin Mu asked. "He's already gone ahead. You were late, so I was asked to come to get you," the person replied. "Is that so?" Lin Mu spoke with a calm voice. Lin Mu then locked the gate before leaving with the person. They walked for 5 minutes before reaching their destination. The spot they were at was an open square that was located at the center of the residential district. Upon reaching there, he saw 3 people standing there. One of them was Xiao Lu. Another person was a portly man whom Lin Mu had seen the day, and the last person was none other than the person with whom Lin Mu had his first big conflict with, Yuan 2. Chapter 76, starting the nighttime vigil. Lin Mu had not expected to meet his old enemy Yuan 2 here. In the past, he would have never expected that a man he called uncle would wrong him. While Yuan 2 was not his actual blood uncle, he was once friends with his father. They were not close friends, but were friends indeed. Lin Mu saw the look in Yuan 2's eyes and understood that he was shocked to see him here too. Lin Mu then looked at his physical condition and saw that he had visibly thinned down. It seemed like he had not taken to prison well. Lin Mu was also wondering when Yuan 2 got out of prison. He had expected for him to stay in the prison for a longer time than this. He definitely did not expect that someone would be willing to bail him out. He did not know what it would cost to bail him out, but knew that it must be a high amount. Yuan 2 had not expected to see Lin Mu today at all. He knew that Lin Mu had no house to return to, so he should either be living at some inn or somewhere else. He would never have guessed that Lin Mu was actually able to pay the fine and get his house back. Yuan 2 had gotten out of prison recently and had returned to live at his house in the neighborhood. A couple of days ago, some people came to inform him that a vigil was going to be held in view of the recent events that occurred. The people from the neighborhood had also asked him about his absence, but he just told him that he was visiting some family members in the eastern town. Yuan, too, was frankly shocked upon hearing that some people had disappeared and a spirit beast had apparently attacked as well. Yuan, too, had seen a terrifying spirit beast before, a few years ago. An injured spirit beast had wandered out of the forest and had encountered some hunters. Out of a team of 10 hunters, only 3 survived, with Yuan, too, being one of them, along with Lin Mu's father. Ever since then, Yuan, too, gave up on being a hunter and just worked in the orchards. It was also because of this that he was promoted to the position of a team leader in the orchards. After the initial surprise faded from Yuan, too,'s eyes, he scanned Lin Mu from top to bottom. He could see visible changes in the boy. He had somehow grown a little in the past month and was taller than before. He had also developed slight muscles, and even his face had a glow that was a stark difference from his previous dull look. Yuan, too, could not help but wonder what the boy had gone through in the past few weeks. He was angry that while he had to suffer all this time, the boy was actually doing much better than before. The one saving grace he had while he was in the prison was that Lin Mu would still be suffering out there being homeless and broke. But now that he had seen him again, he felt his rage reigniting. He felt like teaching him a lesson right then and there, but knew better to not act on it. He would bide his time and look for the right time. He just decided to not interact with him for now. Yuan, too, forcefully suppressed his rage and avoided looking at him as it helped him divert his thoughts. He looked at the boy's expression and reached a tacit understanding. Lin Mu saw the look that Yuan, too, gave him and knew what he was thinking. Seeing him avoid him just made it easier for him. Lin Mu was already a cultivator and was much stronger than before. He had nothing to fear from Yuan, too. It didn't matter to him if Yuan, too, doesn't interact with him. While this silent interaction was happening, Xiao Lu witnessed the entire thing and knew that something was off. Xiao Lu knew that Yuan, too, and Lin Mu had a conflict, but he did not know the exact terms of it. He only knew that a week after Lin Mu's house was seized, Yuan, too, had disappeared as well. When he came back a couple of days ago, he just told everyone that he had gone to visit his family in eastern town for a bit. Once Lin Mu reached near the 3 people, the portly man glanced at him and then spoke. "Now that we're all here, it's time for us to start the vigil." The portly man then pointed towards a wooden box that was kept near his feet and spoke. "Every one of you please pick a gong from the box. If you encounter anything suspicious, remember to run first and then alarm us all by ringing the gong. We don't want any untoward incidences." The portly man spoke with a serious tone. Everyone nodded at the portly man's words and then went forward to pick a gong and a small mallet. Lin Mu was the last person to pick a gong up. He looked at the gong and found it to be made of copper. He tapped on it and felt it tremble. After everyone picked up a gong, the portly man nodded while looking around. "Okay then, now that everyone has a gong, you can choose a direction and go towards it. Comb out your area and then gather at this square after every hour." The portly man spoke. Lin Mu chose to go to the northern direction where his house was located. He thought that if he was gonna do this, he may as well guard the area around his house. Senior Zhukang also agreed with Lin Mu's choice. "There's a higher chance that the person who was following you before would appear near your house. If you're lucky, you can encounter him there and get the information out of him." Zhukang spoke in Lin Mu's mind. While Lin Mu had chosen to go towards the north, the man who brought him went to the west, Xiao Lu went to the east, and Yuan, too, chose to go towards the south, clearly not wanting to see him and staying as far from him as possible. The portly man did not go anywhere and chose to stay here and keep watch in the central area. This would also help him rally everyone and created a common communication point. Everyone soon split up and walked towards their chosen areas. "Keep your spirit sense extended so you can sense anything that happens," Zhukang spoke to Lin Mu. "Yes, Senior," Lin Mu replied. Lin Mu first went towards the leftmost street. He decided that he would go from the left to the right. He walked around and heard the silence of the night. The night was cold, but at least it was not snowing yet. While the snow would not bother him that much, he could not tell the same about the other people. Lin Mu had seen that everyone was wearing thicker and warmer clothes, hence he had chosen to do the same. If he did not do that, he would only be rousing unnecessary attention from people. He had just put on the leather armors he had gotten from the killers before. Putting on the multiple leather armors under his robes made it look as if he was wearing winter clothing. It would also help provide him some extra defense, just in case. This was the first time that he was actually seeing his neighborhood like this. It was usually boisterous during the day with the people meeting each other and the ladies gossiping and arguing with each other. The children would run around playing with each other and laughing. The silence of the night made him think about a lot of things he usually would not think of. While he had stayed alone in the hunting shack for a while now, this kind of silence still made him feel strange. It's as if the forest is more alive than this place, Lin Mu thought out loud. Zukong heard Lin Mu's words and felt a little surprised. He can already sense it, Zukong thought. You are right, Lin Mu, Zukong spoke. What do you mean, senior? Lin Mu asked. What you are feeling right now is the lack of ambient spirit qi. The reason you feel that the forest is more alive is because it is filled with vitality. While this place does have more people, it still lacks the raw vitality and spirit qi. Zukong replied. This also why most of the cultivators choose to live in places rich in spirit qi. The cultivation sects are prosperous only because they are built on lands rich in spirit qi. This not only increases the progress of their disciples by multiple folds, it also helps temper their minds. Zukong added. Is this why you want me to start my journey soon, senior? Lin Mu asked. Yes, it's part of the reason. Right now, since your cultivation is still low, it would not matter to you as much, but once it rises later, you will feel the difference in the environment. You will be uncomfortable in a place that's lacking in spirit qi. Zukong answered. Lin Mu took Senior Zukong's words seriously and cemented his resolve. Wulim City. Inside a large mansion, situated beside a lake, a thin and scholarly man was relaxing on a lounger in a library. The library was rather dark, with the only source of light being the lamp that was placed on a table. The thin and scholarly man had his feet up on a lounger and was reading a book. He had a calm look on his face and seemed to be engrossed in the content of the book. A veiled woman appeared from the darkness and came to stand beside the man. She bowed her head and stood silently. The thin and scholarly man let out a sigh and spoke without looking away from the book. You have something for me, I hope. Yes, my lord, it's about the new cultivator. The veiled woman replied, Chapter 77, The Slumbering District. The thin and scholarly man nodded and allowed the veiled woman to approach. Go ahead, the thin man said. The veiled woman then produced a scroll in her hand, likely from a spatial treasure, and passed it to the thin man. I've taken the liberty to compile all the intelligence we've gathered, my lord. There are some parts you'll find rather fascinating. The veiled woman spoke with a respectful tone. The thin man opened the scroll and started reading it with his full concentration. At first, the man's expression seemed rather disinterested, but later it became more interested until finally it reached the peak of elation. Ha ha ha, the thin man laughed out loud. You've done well, very well. Seems like we have an interesting contender here. The thin man spoke with a joyous tone. How do we proceed, my lord? Do we bring him to you? The veiled woman questioned. We know that his senses are sharp, and he's been able to detect our people before. We also don't know who's backing him, but considering his strength and talent, I would say it's someone strong. The man said, and paused before continuing. Don't approach him for now and just observe him. Try to get a clue about his backer. If it's someone from our list, eliminate him. Otherwise, we may have a new pawn to play with, the thin man said. My lord, we still have one of our men watching him. He still has the old orders and is following them. He may end up making contact with the boy, which may end in conflict, the woman added. The thin man stroked his beard before speaking. This does make it a little difficult. Try to send a message as soon as possible, and if something does happen, try to avoid further conflict. We'll compensate him later. As you wish, my lord. The veiled woman respectfully spoke and turned around. But just as she was about to leave, the thin man spoke up again. Just in case, assign one of our higher core members to him. The veiled woman seemed to be surprised, but it could not be seen from because of her veil. Are you sure, my lord? All 3 of our higher core members are currently assigned to long-term missions. If we recall any one of them, then all of their progress may go to waste. The veiled woman asked with an unnerved voice. The veiled woman was rather shocked by her lord's words. She did not expect that her lord would place such a big importance on that cultivator who was still a teen. She knew how much every higher core member was worth. Each and every one of them was a core condensation realm cultivator and was trained in reconnaissance and assassination. Even she herself, who was considered to be the closest person to her lord, couldn't compare in strength with the higher core. Yes, if he is what I think, then it would certainly be worth it. The thin man answered with determination in his voice. Who should I assign then, my lord? The woman asked. Assign the second member of the higher core. His character would suit this mission, the thin man ordered. The second member of the higher core is currently in the Black Dawn Kingdom, my lord. I estimate it would take him 10 days to reach the designated location. The veiled woman replied. It may take a little longer than that, as the current mission is rather sensitive, and he will need to sever all ties before returning. The veiled woman added with a little hesitation. That's fine. Until he reaches there, you may personally oversee this assignment. The thin man spoke with a calm voice. It will be done as you say, my lord. The woman replied respectfully before leaving. A few minutes later, after the woman was gone, the thin man stood up and withdrew a jade slip out of a spatial treasure. He held it in his hand and let it activate. The jade slip shone for a bit and then buzzed. I may have a new solution, elder brother. The thin man spoke. Back at the northern town, Lin Mu was patrolling his neighborhood. So far, he had not seen anything strange or unusual. He also had a doubt whether the townsmen who disappeared were taken by the darkly dressed men or someone else. He had seen the guard follow the townsmen who had entered the town all the way to their houses. He had also seen the guard withdraw a strange contraption from his sleeve. Because of the darkness, Lin Mu was not able to see what it was but could guess that it was something metallic as it gave off a glint. He knew that it was not something a guard would carry and was specially made for an unknown reason. The guard was a definite suspect as he had disappeared later as well. Perhaps I should have focused on that guard from the start, Lin Mu thought. In the blink of an eye, an hour went by and it was time for him to return back. He reached the square and saw that 3 people were already standing there. The only person who was missing was Xiao Lu. The portly man approached Lin Mu and spoke. So did you find anything unusual? Lin Mu shook his head as he replied. No, everything seemed to be normal. All the houses are silent and everyone is sleeping. Except for a few stray dogs and cats, there's no one wandering out. That's good. Now we only have to wait for Xiao Lu to return and report. The portly man spoke. 15 minutes passed by and there was no sign of Xiao Lu. The portly man seemed to be getting nervous now. 5 more minutes passed, and the portly man was just about to speak something when Lin Mu interrupted. Ah, there he comes, Lin Mu spoke. The 3 men looked around, but could not see anyone there. Where? The 3 men asked in unison. Lin Mu then understood their confusion. The men could not see as far as him in the darkness. No wonder they were confused. He then pointed at an alley and everyone followed his finger. A few seconds after hearing the sounds of someone running, they could see the sprinting figure of Xiao Lu appearing from the alley with 4 dogs chasing him. Help, he shouted. The man who had brought Lin Mu went forward to help, but before he could even do anything, the dogs stopped by themselves. They growled a little and then started yelping. In the next second, they scampered away. Xiao Lu did not see this happen as he was still in a state of panic. He stopped when he couldn't hear the sounds of the dogs behind him. He looked at the people in front of him and asked, What happened? Where did they go? The rest of the 3 people, along with Lin Mu, were confused by this development. Pub future ads. That was strange. They weren't barking, only chasing. The man who had brought Lin Mu spoke. The portly man nodded before turning to Xiao Lu. Why were they chasing you? Did you provoke them? The portly man questioned. Xiao Lu shook his head as he answered. No, not at all. They just randomly started chasing me when I was just about to return. I don't know why. Lin Mu then realized something. Wait, you were shouting all this time, right? Why didn't the residents wake up? And where's the gong? Lin Mu asked. I threw the gong at the dogs when they were chasing me. As for the residents, I didn't pay attention, Xiao Lu replied. The portly man seemed to have realized something, and his face turned pale. Oh no, ring the alarm quick, I fear something bad is happening, the portly man exclaimed. The other people hesitated and did not understand the portly man's nervousness, but Lin Mu started banging the gong without a second thought. Alarm, alarm, wake up everyone, Lin Mu shouted. Seeing Lin Mu shouting, the others started to do that as well. Then the thing that they were dreading all this while happened. Not a single resident woke up nor responded. The four men were starting to gauge the seriousness of the situation by now. It had been 5 minutes, yet there were no results. There's no use. They are probably under the effect of some kind of drug. Go and check out the houses yourself. Zhukang spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Let's go and check the houses ourselves. Lin Mu spoke authoritatively. Strangely enough, no one questioned him right now and just went with the flow. Even Yuan too did not oppose him or show any aversion right now. Lin Mu ran to the closest house and started banging on the door while shouting. But even then, no one responded. The other men tried the same thing, but to no avail. We need to break down the door and look inside, the portly man spoke. Everyone tacitly nodded and agreed to the proposition. The men braced themselves to break the door and were just about to slam when Lin Mu ripped the door off of its hinges with ease. The four men were left with the jaws hanging upon seeing this feat. Lin Mu paid no attention to their shock and just rushed inside. He saw the pair of homeowners sleeping on their bed soundlessly. He went ahead and picked up the man that was sleeping and shook him hard. The four men entered the room and saw Lin Mu shaking the man hard. Why are they not waking up? Chapter 78, Capturing the Spy. Lin Mu had shaken the poor man to his core, yet there was no physical response from him. The other people had also tried on their own and tested the man as well but got no response. It's no use, let's go try the other houses, Lin Mu spoke. Lin Mu then went to the next house and broke down the door as well. He walked inside the house and found its sleeping residents. The others followed him inside and watched as he tried to wake them up. Lin Mu had checked that actually they were alive and not dead. They just seemed to be highly unconscious and unresponsive, while their breathing still continued. Why is this happening? Yuan too spoke out loud. Everyone heard his words and reciprocated with him, as they all were wondering about the reason for this phenomenon. We need to keep on checking the houses. There are bound to be more people that are not affected by this, Lin Mu spoke. Yes. This can't just happen to the entire district. We are still awake, so there should be more people, the portly man affirmed. The party of 5 went from house to house checking on people. At first, they would just break in through the front door, but later understood that this was ineffective, as the people who were unconscious would not respond either way. In the end, they just decided to make as much noise as possible to alert anyone that was unaffected. They had wanted to inform the guards outside the district about this occurrence, but then decided against it as they thought that staying together was the right decision at this time. Who knows what would happen if they were alone, thus they did not want to take the risk. It took them over 2 hours before they were even able to find a person that was unaffected by it. They were at a rather small house, which looked old. Its paint had faded away, and the wooden frames of the windows and door seemed to be pretty weathered as well. As before, they knocked on the door hard and shortly got a response. Who the hell is disturbing my sleep at this time? A person shouted from inside the house. Wake up, we have a huge problem. We are the people who are doing the night vigil, the portly man spoke. Some incomprehensible grumbles could be heard coming from behind the door. The door soon opened, and an old man appeared from behind it. The old man seemed to be at least 80 years old and had a face full of wrinkles. "What do you want?" the old man groaned. "We are the night vigil team. We found that people in the district are unconscious and unresponsive." The portly man spoke. "Yes, we checked many houses and tried to wake people, but no one is responding. We even tried shaking them physically, but they still did not respond. You're the first person we found that responded," Lin Mu explained. By now, the old man had become woken enough to understand the current predicament. He asked for them to show them the unconscious people, which they gladly did. After seeing the proof with his own eyes, the old man understood the graveness of the situation. "What do we do now then?" the old man asked. Everyone turned to look at Lin Mu subconsciously. Due to him taking the approach head-on, everyone had unknowingly accepted him as the leader. Although his surprising strength may have played a part in it as well, there weren't many people in the town who could just rip off doors that easily. "I recommend we go and inform the guards at this point. This is much bigger at this point, and we don't know the implications of this. We are definitely gonna need a lot of people if we want to check every house," Lin Mu ordered. Everyone nodded without thinking much and started following Lin Mu. Half an hour later, they had left the residential district and were at its exit. The guards should have been patrolling around here, but they were nowhere to be found. "Where are the guards?" the men questioned together. "There seems to be more to this than we thought," Zhukang spoke. "I'm going to go look for them, and you guys try to see if the residents here can wake up," Lin Mu ordered. All the men nodded in response and went ahead to do their tasks. Lin Mu decided to directly go towards the guard barracks. That way, if he encountered any guard on the way, he'll inform them as well. Lin Mu started running at his full speed after he was at a sufficient distance from the men. He didn't want to reveal more of his capabilities than he had already done today. The streets were eerily silent, and not even stray animals could be seen. Lin Mu was halfway to the barracks when he sensed some disturbance. Lin Mu's spirit sense was already extended, and he was completely alert. Thus, he was able to detect the presence that was hiding in the shadows hiding. Lin Mu probed the place with his spirit sense and found the person that was hiding there. "Get ready," Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu instinctively withdrew the throwing daggers from his ring and threw 2 of them at the location he had detected the person at. A muffled grunt and clinking of metal could be heard after that. "Come out now, I know you are there," Lin Mu called out. Slowly, a person came out of the darkness and revealed himself to Lin Mu. The person was dressed in dark blue clothes and was wearing a featureless mask with only 2 holes for eyes. He had a thin sword hung on his waist and was 6 feet tall. Lin Mu used his spirit sense to gauge the man's strength and discovered that he was a cultivator too. The man was at the early stage of the chi refining realm and didn't seem to have refined his spirit sense yet. When Lin Mu's spirit sense probed the masked man cultivation, he seemed to have detected it as he flinched for a moment and became tense. "He's dressed differently. Does he belong to the same group of people or not?" Lin Mu wondered. "You can find that out soon enough. For now, you just need to get the information out of him, either by hook or by crook," Zhukang replied. Lin Mu then drew the short sword from its sheath and pointed it at the masked man before speaking. "Who are you, and why have you been following me?" The masked man didn't speak, but instead drew his own sword in response. "So you're not going to take the easy route," said Lin Mu with a sharp tone. The man advanced first and slashed, which Lin Mu easily dodged by sidestepping and responded with an attack of his own. Tilde Xing Tilde. The masked man was able to block it, but felt the weight of the strike on his blade. He instantly understood the difference between their strengths. He was already shocked when he felt a spirit sense probe on him, but when he actually felt the force of Lin Mu's attack, his suspicions were confirmed. The masked man was not one to give up easily, though. He attacked again and missed. Lin Mu had an advantage in speed as well as strength. If he wanted to, he could have ended this fight instantly, but he instead wanted to get the information out of the man first. Both of them exchanged blows one after the other. While all of the masked man's attacks missed, it was not the same for Lin Mu. Most of his attacks were blocked, but some had nicked the masked man. He had multiple smaller cuts on his body, some on his hands, some on his torso, and some on his legs. After fighting for 5 minutes, Lin Mu decided that it was enough. "That's it, surrender now or I'll end you right now. You know that you have no chance against me," Lin Mu sternly spoke. The man did not heed Lin Mu's words and instead attacked again. Seeing that the man was uncooperative, Lin Mu decided to end it quickly. He channeled wisps of spirit chi into his short sword and slashed at the masked man. The man tried to block it in turn, but was unsuccessful as Lin Mu's blade just cut through his own sword effortlessly. The blade was just about to reach his neck when Lin Mu paused for a moment and punched with his other hand. The strengthened fist landed on the masked man's face and knocked him down to the ground. Lin Mu had not used his entire strength as he did not want to kill the man right away. Even if he wanted to kill the man, he would avoid attacking the face, as it would just end up crushing the man's skull and disfiguring him. Lin Mu would not be able to identify the man then, and it would become difficult for him to further investigate. After being knocked on the ground, the man became disoriented and could not respond. Lin Mu then placed the point of his short sword at the masked man's neck. "Surrender," Lin Mu ordered. Finding himself unarmed and at the edge of death, the man finally gave up. "Okay, I surrender." Chapter 79, The Spy's Perspective. 3 hours ago in the residential district of the northern town. A man dressed in dark blue clothes and a featureless mask was hiding over the roof of a house and looking at a courtyard. He had been in that position for many hours now, but was still not bothered. He had stayed there all this time, unmoving and nearly invisible. Eventually, he saw an average-looking man approach the courtyard and then knock on its gates. A minute later, he saw the door of the house inside the courtyard open. A short-haired boy around the age of 15 walked out and opened the gate. Both of them talked for a couple of minutes before walking away. The man was leading, while the boy followed behind him. Seeing that his target was moving, the masked man finally got a chance to stretch his tensed body. While it was normal for him to hide like this for an extended period of time, as it was part of his job, it still tired him out every time. He was a cultivator, sure, but he was only at the early stage of the chi refining realm and was not like the tireless core condensation experts who could work tirelessly for weeks. The masked man followed the pair until they reached the square that was located in the center of the residential district. He then saw them talk amongst themselves about the night vigil. They talked for about 5 minutes before they separated again and went in different directions. The masked man followed the boy towards the northern direction, which was the same way they originally came from. He saw the boy look a little lost in his thoughts while patrolling the streets. The expression on the boy's face actually reminded himself of his own situation many years ago. He too was once lost in the world and didn't know what to do. That was until he met his Lord, who gave him the opportunity to become a cultivator. For this grace that his Lord had bestowed upon him, he had chosen to serve him till his death. He would jump into the inferno of hell if his Lord so asked him to do. He was his Lord's blade, and such was his duty. He, along with his fellow comrades, all worked for the glory of his Lord. They were all useless before. It was their fortune that they met their Lord who had allowed them to become worthy. Unknowingly, more time passed, and an hour had gone by. The masked man had seen the boy mutter something to himself multiple times over the time period. He had found this a little strange, but had just attributed this to the boy's eccentricities. He did not know why he had been ordered by his Lord to watch this boy, but knew that all he had to do was to follow his orders. The masked man had observed the boy for over a week and had found out that the boy was much stronger than he looked. To him, if he was not informed beforehand, he would only think that the boy was an average body-tempering realm expert. But beneath that facade of naivety, it hid a full-fledged chi cultivator. The masked man could not figure out how the boy became a cultivator at such a young age. Even for him who had above-average talent, It took him over a decade to be able to become a cultivator. It was a little shocking for him to see such a young cultivator in a small town like this. While there were young cultivators like this in Wu Lim City as well, they all belonged to influential families and clans. For an orphan boy with an insignificant background like his, it should have been nearly impossible, but here he was existing and defying the odds. The masked man snapped out of his thoughts upon seeing that the boy was returning to the square. A few minutes later, they reached the square, and he saw the boy talk with the three men standing there. One of the men was missing, and they seemed to be waiting for him. After a while, they started getting impatient, only to hear the boy speak out loud. The missing man had returned, but not without a pack of stray dogs chasing him. It was at this time that things started going haywire. The masked man saw that the chasing dogs were not barking. This was probably the most abnormal thing, as dogs always barked while chasing their prey. Yes, prey. He had seen the look in the stray dog's eyes. They were fueled with bloodlust and wanted to kill. The masked man suddenly realized the reason for the silent but murderous dogs. They had been poisoned with beast-inciting powder. The beast-inciting powder was used to provoke beasts and create a rampage. It was outlawed in the Shuang-Kayan kingdom, and its possession was punishable by death. The masked man could only think of a few people or organizations that could have access to it. The beast-inciting powder was not only expensive, but also difficult to create. To use them on normal animals such as these stray dogs was only a waste. Then in the next moment, he saw something which he could not explain. The stray dogs halted before the five people and growled for a bit before yelping out as if they were scared by the most dangerous of predators. He had never seen this before, as no beast affected by the beast-inciting powder would ever flinch. They would mindlessly chase down their prey and tear them to shreds. The occurrence in front of him was simply unscientific. Though this was not the end of the bizarre situation. The men soon talked amongst themselves and figured out the strangeness of the current scenario. Then the masked man heard something which made him realize that in all this mess, he had failed to recognize a huge thing. While the stray dogs were barking and the man being chased was crying out for help, no one heard it. This was even more unusual than normal, as all the residents of the town were rather anxious due to the recent string of disappearances and the spirit beast attacks. They should have woken up rather easily, but even in all this hullabaloo, no one responded. The masked man then saw the men trying to alert the residents, but to no avail. He even saw his target, the boy, pull out a door from its hinges, without any hesitation revealing a part of his strength. 30 more minutes passed by as the masked man saw the party of 5 people getting more and more anxious. They were searching for any resident that could be awakened. Even the masked man himself was worried because of this development. The masked man knew that he would have to inform his lord about this phenomenon. It was not easy to incapacitate so many people without leaving a witness, thus he knew that someone big was behind this act. His lord had many plans and liked to know everything that happened around, hence this was definitely something that he needed to inform his lord about. The masked man could not see what happened inside the house but could guess, and after hearing the conversation of the men, he confirmed it. The people inside were alive but unconscious. Not just that house, but every house that the party of 5 men visited. The masked man knew about some substances and techniques that could be used to put someone in a deep sleep like this, but not on an extensive scale such as this. Doing it at such a large scale would require a large retinue of people, and to do it covertly would require even more immense influence and power. The masked man had thought that every person in the district was affected except for the 5 men, but he was soon proved wrong when they found another person. This person was an old man with a wrinkled face. The masked man was a little surprised by this, but soon discovered the reason. That old man was a warrior. While it may not be apparent to most people, he had grown up seeing warriors fight and had even joined an organization that vetted out people through combat. He was able to sense the faint aura of a warrior on the old man. As the man was very old, the aura had faded away, yet even now he had the disposition of a warrior. His gait was still there when he walked without any support. The masked man guessed that the old man was at the 10th stage of the body-tempering realm at the very least. He judged that the old man must have fought in the war that happened a long time ago and was now disabled and weak. Because there was no other reason why there would not be a record of a 10th stage body-tempering expert, as they were rather rare. Even the masked man himself was only at the 8th stage of the body-tempering realm. He knew how difficult it was to progress after that. But now that he knew that whatever that was affecting the residents did not affect people of that level, he could narrow down the suspects. He still didn't know why the 5 people of the night vigil were not affected, though. After informing the old man, the party decided to go and inform the guards, but even that seemed to be unsuccessful as all the guards were absent. The masked man narrowed his brows and started to get a little nervous himself. He then saw his target separating himself from the party and going in the other direction. The masked man shifted in the shadows and continued stalking his target, completely unknown to the fact that he was soon about to be caught. Chapter 80, Old Warehouse. Lin Mu did not move his short sword from the neck of the masked man, even after he declared his surrender. He did not want the man to surprise him after letting his guard down. Lin Mu instead scanned every inch of the man's body for any hidden weapons or dangerous items. He had seen the darkly dressed men use poisons, thus he wanted to be extremely sure of his safety. After scanning the man with his spirit sense, Lin Mu found a few weapons hidden on his body. This included 4 daggers, one each hidden at the ankles and wrists, along with a set of metal needles which seemed to be steeped in some kind of black liquid, most likely to be poison. Lin Mu took away all of these weapons from the masked man before allowing him to sit up. "Now speak, who are you from and why have you been following me?" Lin Mu questioned with a stern tone. The masked man seemed to hesitate a bit before speaking. "I am but my lord's tool, and I was ordered by him to observe you." Lin Mu narrowed his eyes upon hearing the masked man's words. It was a little surprising to him that it was actually someone else that was pulling the strings from the behind. He then thought of the similarities between the men who had tried to kill him before and this man. "Are you part of the same group of people that killed Gan Ma?" Lin Mu questioned. The masked man tilted his head slightly upon hearing Lin Mu's words, as if he was confused. "Isn't Gan Ma the second hunter who became a cultivator?" The masked man thought before speaking. "Gan Ma's dead," the masked man asked. Lin Mu closely observed the masked man and could tell the genuine confusion in the man's voice. "You didn't know that but know who he is?" Lin Mu asked. "We know who he is, but according to our intelligence, he has been missing for nearly a month now," the masked man answered. So you are with those men," Lin Mu uttered before straightening his blade. Seeing that his target had assumed something wrongly, the masked man put up his hands in protest. "No, we are not who you think, though if you allow me to contact my lord, I can find it out for you," the masked man replied. Lin Mu felt a little surprised at the masked man's words, but did not accept them right away. There were a few more questions he wanted the answers to. "Are your people behind what's happening in the district right now?" Lin Mu questioned with a grave expression. "No, we're not, but I can tell you that we wouldn't do something like this. Even my lord would like to find out more about this and why this happened. But let me tell you this, that whoever has done this is very influential and has a lot of resources." The masked man spoke. "Why do you say that?" Lin Mu asked. "Whatever substance that is being used to induce the sleep into the district's residents, it is definitely expensive and difficult to get," the masked man answered. Lin Mu did not believe the masked man at first, but then he heard Senior Zukong talk. He's probably telling the truth. A substance that can incapacitate so many people at once is definitely hard to come by in a lower-level world like this. Zukong spoke. The masked man saw that Lin Mu's expression had turned dull for a moment. He didn't understand why, but after that, the boy nodded to himself and spoke. "Okay then, for now, I'll accept your answer, but I won't trust you completely," Lin Mu said. The masked man thought to himself for a bit before speaking. I have a little more information that may be helpful to you. Go ahead, Lin Mu replied. The dogs that were chasing that man, I know why they were not barking, the masked man answered. And why's that? Lin Mu asked. They were affected by a poison called as the beast-inciting powder, the masked man answered. It was probably an inferior version of that poison, seeing that it was able to affect normal animals, Zhukang informed Lin Mu. You know what it is, Senior? Lin Mu curiously asked. Yes, it's a rather infamous poison and is known in most of the worlds. It does not directly harm the beasts, rather it just sends them into a mindless rage. If a normal animal is poisoned by it, though, then they will just explode, Zhukang explained. Is this poison something that's easily available? Lin Mu asked out loud. To the masked man, it seemed as if the boy was asking him, but Lin Mu was actually asking both Senior Zhukang and the masked man. Any qualified alchemist should be able to make an inferior version, even for a lower-level world like this, though I can't tell about the restrictions that would occur in its acquisition, Zhukang answered. No, it is outlawed in the Shuang Kaiyan Kingdom, as it can cause the beasts to rampage, which can result in a beast wave. It is also very expensive and few people can acquire it, especially in this region, the masked man answered. Why would someone use an expensive substance like it on mere stray dogs? Lin Mu muttered. Suddenly a thought clicked in Lin Mu's mind as he formed an idea. The masked man saw the change of expression on Lin Mu's face and grasped that something was wrong. Oh no, the place where Xiao Lu came from, there's probably something there, Lin Mu exclaimed. You can't leave the masked man here, though, Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu understood Senior Zhukang's words and knew that he would either have to make a choice between killing the masked man or to let him go. It was as if the masked man read Lin Mu's mind and instantly spoke. I'll come with you. Don't misunderstand me, but if something wrong is happening here, I have to report it to my lord. Lin Mu stared at the masked man for a few seconds before he lifted his short sword from his neck. I'll trust you for now, but if you do anything suspicious, know that I'll kill you in the next moment. Lin Mu spoke with a grim tone. Lin Mu had not exposed all of his capabilities, thus was confident in being able to kill the masked man any time that he wanted. With his two skills of flicker and blink, it would be a piece of cake. The masked man gently nodded and then stood up, intending to follow Lin Mu. Both of them then started running towards the residential district. With their full speed, they reached the residential district in 5 minutes. The masked man was having a hard time keeping up with Lin Mu, even after strengthening his legs with spirit chi. With speed and spirit sense like this, the boy is rather talented. I can't even estimate his cultivation. Is he perhaps in the peak stage of the chi refining realm? The masked man thought to himself. The masked man had only seen such speed and spirit sense in his senior comrades. He had also experienced spirit sense before, thus was able to tell when Lin Mu's spirit sense probed him. It was also because of this he was shocked, as according to the knowledge he had, spirit sense could only be refined when a cultivator reached the peak stage of the chi refining realm. What he didn't know was that Lin Mu's speed was not just because of his chi cultivation, but also because of his 10th stage of body-tempering realm vitality. Him being able to refine spirit sense could also be attributed to his unique situation, in which he actually did not have a cultivation technique at all, but was rather using an auxiliary cultivation technique unique to him. People of a lower-level world like this would never be able to comprehend this, as they simply did not have the information or the capabilities. Even if someone told them that it was possible, they would just deny it. After reaching the square located at the center of the residential district, Lin Mu turned towards the eastern direction and started running towards it. He kept an eye out for anything abnormal that stood out and also focused his senses. A minute later, they reached the end of the street and started looking around for any clues that may have been left behind. Xiao Lu should have most likely encountered the stray dogs here. Lin Mu spoke while looking at the mud prints on the ground. The mud prints were of the stray dogs and were faintly visible in the darkness. He followed them and found out that they lead to an old warehouse. The warehouse was used by the local residents to store their surplus crops, but ever since the reduction in population from last year's plague, its use had become less. Lin Mu noticed a small hole at the base of a wall that was big enough for a dog to pass through. There were paw prints coming out of the hole. Lin Mu found the side door of the warehouse and broke through it with ease. The masked man followed behind Lin Mu tensely. Even he was feeling the grimness of the situation. Lin Mu looked at the relatively empty warehouse that had a few crates, wooden boxes, and sacks lying around. Lin Mu suddenly squinted his nose as he smelt something. Blood. Both Lin Mu and the masked man spoke out in unison. Chapter 81, A Temporary Alliance. The pungent smell of the blood had scattered a little bit, but the sharp noses of Lin Mu and the masked man were able to detect them rather easily. They followed the stench and soon found the origin of it. They walked up to a large box that was partially covered with a tarp and checked it. The first thing they noticed was the bloodied paw prints nearby the box. The paw prints were similar to the stray dogs they had seen outside the warehouse. Lin Mu took a breath before lifting the tarp that was covering the large box. A wave of foul stench assaulted his nose as the tarp blocking it was lifted. Lin Mu wrinkled his nose in disgust and steeled his senses. Lin Mu went closer and looked at the source of the vile stench. It was a dead body that was lying inside the box. One of its arms was hanging out of the box and seemed to have been gnawed on, probably by the stray dogs. The dead body was wearing some mangled clothes, along with leather armor that was nearly shredded. Lin Mu looked at the face of the dead body and could not identify it, as it was someone unknown to him. "Why is this dead body here?" Lin Mu spoke. "It's a mercenary from the Crimson Fang Mercenary Company," the masked man spoke. Lin Mu turned to look at the masked man and spoke. "How do you know this?" "I can tell that from the symbol. Even though it's damaged, I can still recognize it," the masked man answered. In response to Lin Mu's question, the masked man slightly lifted the dead body's arm and showed the damaged symbol that was present on the shredded armor. Since the leather armor was heavily damaged, the symbol of the Crimson Fang Mercenary Company was only partially visible. Lin Mu looked at the symbol closely and recognized it, as he had also met some of the Crimson Fang mercenaries before. They all had the same symbol engraved on their armors. Though looking at the leather armor that this dead man was wearing, Lin Mu could tell that it was of higher quality. The armors that he had seen the other Crimson Fang mercenaries were of a lower quality than this. "Use your spirit sense," Zhukong ordered. Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and scanned the body and found out a shocking thing. "He was a cultivator," Lin Mu spoke out loud. The masked man heard Lin Mu's words and did his own deduction. Coming to the same conclusion, he narrowed his eyes that were hidden behind the featureless mask. "An elite member of the Crimson Fang mercenary team," the masked man informed. "Could this be related to the disappearance of the mercenaries? But there haven't been any new reports about Crimson Fang mercenaries," Lin Mu muttered. "No, there have been more mercenaries disappearing, but because they are far from the town and separated, it takes a few days till someone discovers that they have gone missing," the masked man explained. Lin Mu looked at the masked man with a curious expression and asked, "How do you know of this?" "Our Lord has been keeping an eye on the recent events. There are other comrades of mine that have been investigating this as well," the masked man spoke honestly. Lin Mu was rather surprised by the masked man's honesty. He did not know why he was telling him this, but there was probably some other reason behind it. "Why are you telling me this?" Lin Mu questioned. "Because it seems to me that our goals are the same, so it will be beneficial for both of us to cooperate," the masked man spoke. "But weren't you ordered to attack me?" Lin Mu asked in a nonchalant tone. "No, I was only ordered to observe you. I wasn't told to make contact," the masked man answered with a straight voice. "It seems like we have an alliance on our hands. Well, at least a temporary one," Zhukong spoke with a chuckle. "You're fine with this, senior," Lin Mu spoke inside his mind. I am, at least for now. Besides, you need to learn to cooperate with people, or more accurately, cultivators, Zukang answered. If you say so, Senior, Lin Mu replied. Lin Mu always felt strange when Senior Zukang used his chuckling tone of voice. Since he had seen his real body, it just didn't sit well with him. It was as if an imposing being was behaving like a child. Wait, there's something more here. The masked man spoke upon spotting something. The masked man then went towards another box that was kept at the side. This box had another box that was kept over it and was blocking its opening. He lifted the upper box and moved it to the side. Soon more bloody scent spread around, though this time it was not foul and instead seemed like it was rather fresh. Lin Mu approached the box and saw what was lying inside it. It was another corpse of a man that seemed to be freshly killed. Lin Mu looked at the wounds and saw that they were bandaged. They bandaged the wounds after death, the same as with Gan Ma. Lin Mu spoke. The masked man also looked at the strange corpse and tried to find any other wounds, but could not. The only wound the corpse had seemed to be in his chest and was covered with bandages. The masked man heard Lin Mu's words and went back to check the other corpse for wounds. Upon checking the corpse, he found out that the corpse actually didn't have any wounds that caused its death. Strangely enough, only the clothes and armor were destroyed. The cause of death was due to strangulation, as could be seen from the ligature marks on the neck. The cause of the bloody smell was actually because of the stray dogs. You say you've seen something similar before, the masked man asked. Yes, Ganma the hunter was also killed, and then his wound was bandaged, Lin Mu replied. You know the people that caused that? The masked man questioned. Yes, they saw that I discovered them and tried to kill me, Lin Mu answered. And what happened to them after that? The masked man asked, even though he already knew the answer. What do you think? They are dead, Lin Mu answered with a calm tone and then heard Senior Zukang speak something in his mind. Repeat my words to him, Zukang spoke. Lin Mu softly hummed in response and agreed. The masked man was lost in thought for a moment, as he seemed to have realized something. Then you must have seen their faces, the masked man suddenly spoke. Yes, I did indeed. I also know the identity of one of the men. Lin Mu spoke with a straight expression. Pub future ads. Do you have some evidence too? The masked man couldn't help but ask. The masked man was feeling a little excited, as he knew that he had probably made a huge discovery. His comrades had been investigating the recent events for a while, but did not have much success with it, as the culprits were rather good at hiding their tracks. He had never thought that he would be able to discover something like this by chance. I have to get the information and report it to the Lord, the masked man thought. Can you tell me about their identities and also the evidence? The masked man asked with slight anxiousness in his voice. We got him, Zukang spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Lin Mu was a little surprised by this, as everything had gone according to Senior Zukang's plan. Now, he just had to do a little more, like Senior had instructed. I could, but I won't, Lin Mu replied to the masked man. The masked man felt his heart drop for a moment, but then calmed down. He understood that he had to do something in return and would not be able to get it easily. Okay, what do you want in return? The masked man asked. A sharp glint appeared in Lin Mu's eyes, and even a slight smirk could be seen at the edge of his mouth. I want to meet your lord, Lin Mu answered. That won't be possible, the masked man replied straight away. The masked man knew how difficult it was to meet their lord. Even he himself had only met him 3 times until now. But even those 3 times were enough for him to develop undying loyalty and pledge his life to his lord. The masked man went silent and thought for a minute before continuing. You can meet the lord's closest person, though. My lord is reclusive and does not meet people easily. This is better than I thought. A person close to this lord would work just fine, Zukang said. Lin Mu knew that Senior Zukang was never intending to meet the lord straight away. He just wanted him to have an advantage in bargaining the terms of this alliance, and thus wanted to meet someone in a higher position. The masked man was certainly a low-level person in his organization. Thus he wanted someone who at least had some administrative authority. A person that was probably the right hand of this lord would work perfectly for them. That's fine with me. We are now. Lin Mu spoke and extended his right hand. The masked man extended his right reciprocation and shook Lin Mu's hand. Allies, both men spoke in unison. Chapter 82, The Culprits Arrive. After shaking hands, both of the men developed an understanding. Lin Mu returned all of the masked man's weapons except for the poisoned needles. The masked man also tacitly understood and did not ask for them either. From the bandaged wounds, we can assume that this has been done by the same people who attacked you before. Now we only need to find some more clues here if we can. The masked man spoke. Lin Mu nodded his head and went around to search for clues. It didn't take him long to find them either, as it was right in front of him. He looked at the first corpse and checked it. He soon found a small vial filled with some kind of colorless powder in it. The vial was hidden in the sleeve of the corpse and was dangling by its tassel. When the masked man turned the corpse a little, it must have gotten loose. Lin Mu picked up the vial and saw that its cap was actually a little loose, and some of the powder had actually spilled out onto the sleeve of the corpse. The masked man saw the vial in Lin Mu's hand and suddenly exclaimed, "The beast-inciting powder." Lin Mu's eyes narrowed upon hearing the masked man's words, and he looked at the small vial. "So this is what caused the stray dogs to attack Xiao Lu," Lin Mu stated. The stray dogs came in contact with the powder that was spilled onto the sleeves while eating the hand and probably went insane. The masked man deduced. Lin Mu nodded and then continued. "Now the question is, why did this person have this powder? I originally thought that the culprit spread the poison, but now it seems otherwise. Still, it is not easy to get this poison. It is a mystery how this mercenary came upon it. Even an elite mercenary doesn't have the capabilities or the reach to obtain a poison such as this." The masked man spoke. "It's also a little strange that the attackers didn't search his corpse," the masked man added. "That is true, but we still don't know what their objective is," Lin Mu replied. "That's not all, Lin Mu, you're forgetting something," Zhu Kang interrupted. "What, senior?" Lin Mu asked. "The effect of the beast-inciting powder is to send the beasts into a mindless rage. But when the stray dogs encountered you, they ran away," Zhu Kang answered. Lin Mu realized the meaning of Senior Zhu Kang's words and spoke to the masked man. Was there an abnormality in the beast-inciting powder or the stray dogs? Because they ran away after encountering me. The masked man felt confused upon hearing Lin Mu's words, but tried to think over it. He had not paid attention to the occurrence at first, but now that he was remembering it, something like this shouldn't happen according to his knowledge. Beasts affected by the beast-inciting powder don't even fear death and plunge and head first into conflict. Them being afraid of Lin Mu was extremely strange. "You are right, but I don't know what the abnormality could be," the masked man spoke. Lin Mu suddenly realized something as his eyes went wide. "It couldn't be because of your imprint, could it, senior?" Lin Mu questioned. That should not be possible, as the imprint is only detectable by cultivators or beasts of a higher cultivation." Zhu Kang spoke and took a pause. "But if it was detected by the stray dogs, then that vial of beast-inciting powder is certainly abnormal. If it was also able to increase the sensing capabilities of a normal animal, then it's probably not simple," Zhu Kang explained. After hearing Senior Zhu Kang's explanation, Lin Mu thought of something before looking at the masked man. "Do you know anyone that is more knowledgeable about this beast-inciting powder?" Lin Mu asked. The masked man snapped out of his thoughts after hearing Lin Mu speak and looked up at him. "I myself don't know, but there should be someone my comrades know," the masked man answered. "Well then, I would like to meet them as well," Lin Mu stated. "That can be arranged," the masked man simply replied. Lin Mu turned to look at the corpses and spoke. "Now that we have that behind us, what do we do with the corpses? We can't leave them here." "Yes, that is a problem. I'll have to inform my superiors about this. The masked man spoke. Though if these corpses are left here and the entire neighborhood is asleep, then I think that they may be coming here to collect them or do something else. Lin Mu replied after thinking for a bit. Also, if the culprits find you, I doubt you will be able to fight against them alone, Lin Mu added. The masked man realized the severity of Lin Mu's words and understood that it will indeed be pretty difficult and may even result in his death. He then grasped a small necklace on his neck with his hand for a moment before releasing it. Not now at least, the masked man thought. But suddenly, as if to prove Lin Mu's words, the main door of the warehouse suddenly opened. A group of 8 men dressed in black clothes walked in and saw both of them standing near the corpses. The men were covered from head to toe and could not be identified. They were all equipped with similar-looking swords on their waists and seemed to have armor hidden beneath their clothes. The 8 men looked at the duo with wide eyes before one of the men shouted, "Kill, don't let them escape." Heaven's tongue, it really happened. Lin Mu spoke with shock. "Focus now, you have to defeat them first," Zukang sternly warned. The masked man drew his sword and muttered to himself. "Shouldn't have hesitated." Lin Mu drew his short sword and extended his spirit sense. He quickly detected the strength of the 8 men and informed the masked man. 4 of them are spirit chi cultivators, the rest are body-tempering realm experts. 2 of the cultivators are at the mid-stage of the chi refining realm, while the other 2 are at the early stage. The masked man narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on the handle of the sword. "I'll have to reveal a few of my skills, I'm afraid." Lin Mu spoke to Senior Zukang. "It's fine. Better to kill them now and deal with the situation later. You can't hesitate in moments like these," Zukang advised. Lin Mu nodded and spoke, "So be it." In the next instant, a fierce expression appeared on Lin Mu's face as he started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra. All of the 8 darkly dressed men were approaching the duo at once, so Lin Mu chose to target one of the mid-stage chi refining realm cultivators. The masked man heard the strange chants that were being uttered by Lin Mu and felt a chill in his spine. Suddenly, Lin Mu disappeared in front of the eyes of the 8 men, surprising them. Even the masked man was rather surprised at this occurrence after he could not see Lin Mu beside him. The masked man then turned to face the attackers and saw Lin Mu standing behind them. Lin Mu triggered the second skill blink and appeared right behind the 8 men. He slashed his short sword at the neck of the mid-stage chi refining realm cultivator and instantly decapitated him. Because his companion was under the effect of the Severing Heart Sutra, he didn't react fast enough. Taking this opportunity, Lin Mu strengthened the short sword with spirit chi wisps and waved his blade again, severing the heads of the 3 body-tempering realm experts. Now there were only 4 attackers left, 3 chi cultivators and 1 measly body-tempering realm expert. The first person to react was the masked man as he threw one of his daggers at an early-stage chi cultivator and then slashed at another. The early-stage chi cultivator could not dodge in time as the dagger was buried in his throat, killing him. This reduced the number of attackers to only 3, relieving most of the burden on the duo. The remaining mid-stage chi refining realm cultivator finally reacted and cut at Lin Mu with his own sword while shouting curses at him. Lin Mu dodged the sudden attack by using the first skill flicker and let the attack pass through him effortlessly. Spinning around, Lin Mu seamlessly withdrew a spear from his ring and impaled it into the one remaining body-tempering realm expert. The masked man had also clashed with the early-stage chi refining realm cultivator and was crossing his sword with him. They exchanged a few blows and seemed to be at nearly the same strength. Lin Mu was still fighting with the other cultivator and was dodging one cut after the other. Lin Mu's superior speed and agility were proving advantageous here. Chapter 83, The Masked Man's Misunderstanding. Flitting around in the warehouse, Lin Mu dodged each and every blow. He glanced at the masked man every few seconds to check how the fight was going. Seeing that the masked man would not be able to defeat his opponent quickly, Lin Mu decided to give him a little helping hand. The fierce look reappeared on Lin Mu's face and sent a chill down the spine of the mid-stage Qi refining realm cultivator that was fighting him. He then started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra again and targeted the early-stage Qi cultivator that was fighting the masked man. A dull look suddenly appeared on the face of the early-stage Qi cultivator as he faltered for a moment. Taking grasp of this opportunity, the masked man ended his life and accomplished his task. Having done this, he looked at Lin Mu and his opponent. But he was shocked as soon as he looked at them. The mid-stage Qi cultivator was no longer alive. Lin Mu had used this short time period when the cultivator was distracted by his companion's death to split him in half. Lin Mu looked at the short sword in his hand and marveled at its effectiveness. Truly an excellent specimen of a blade, he praised. Unlike Lin Mu, who was marveling at his blade, the masked man was rather shocked and a little fearful at his display. He was surprised at Lin Mu's sudden disappearance at the start, but attributed to some kind of speed skill. But when he produced weapons out of thin air, he understood that the boy also had a spatial treasure. The masked man was no stranger to spatial treasures, and had seen many of them. But in the case of Lin Mu, he was truly shocked. The first point was that how would he get a spatial treasure in such a backward place? Even in Wu Lim's city, only influential or rich people had spatial treasures. The second point, which was more shocking, was that the spatial treasure was unlike anything he had seen. The speed at which Lin Mu was able to withdraw a weapon was instant. Even the best spatial treasure he knew of couldn't do a feat like this. And even if he had the highest quality of spatial treasure, just the cost to get one forged would be sky-high. That's right, the highest quality spatial treasures couldn't just be bought. There was a big demand for it, but no supply. One could only commission an expert to forge a spatial treasure, and that two only top-grade spirit tool refiners could actually make spatial treasures. Even from them, only a master-grade spirit tool refiner could do it, thus making a high-quality spatial treasure no small feat and would require months if not years of work. Just the basic ingredients required to forge a spatial treasure would be worth a huge fortune and needed a long time to gather. This reduced the supply of spatial treasures in the Great Zhou Empire. Besides, there were only a handful of master spirit tool refiners currently in the entire Great Zhou Empire. This resulted in the highest quality spatial treasures being monopolized by the powerful sects and the nobles of the empire and the residing kingdoms. It was in fact considered a sign of authority and influence. If someone saw a person with a spatial tool of this quality anywhere, one would have to be careful with their words and had to avoid offending them. This entire thought train of the masked man led him to misunderstand Lin Mu's status and made him think that he was the disciple of a hidden expert or the heir of a noble clan. This, I need to inform the Lord quickly. I can't let him make a mistake and offend someone he can't afford to, the masked man thought. The masked man actually had a method of contacting his superiors rather quickly, but it was only meant for the most extreme of the extreme emergencies. Even the arrival and the attack of the culprits was not worth using it according to him, but this demonstration of strength that Lin Mu had just done completely turned his viewpoint and sent his caution reeling. Lin Mu was thinking that revealing his skills had put him at a disadvantage, but unknown to him, it had actually given him a huge advantage. After all the attackers were dead, Lin Mu used his spirit sense to scan their bodies for any hidden weapons and other dangers. Senior Zukong had informed him beforehand of certain tactics that cultivators used in order to eliminate their enemies even after their death. Lin Mu's caution turned out to be beneficial, as he did end up finding something dangerous. There were tiny packets of poison placed behind the face covers of the black-clothed men, which would burst and spread to the person trying to uncover them. A simple yet effective mechanism made it so that the packets of poison did not break from impact and only burst when the face covers were pulled apart. Even the masked man was shocked by this as he exclaimed, "These are no normal cultivators, they are death warriors." Lin Mu turned his head and looked at the masked man with a little confusion. What are death warriors? He asked. The masked man gulped before speaking. Death warriors are a special kind of warriors trained by certain clans and organizations for committing highly illegal acts. Just the mere existence of a death warrior is deemed forbidden in the Shuang-Kayan kingdom, as they don't have true identities and only live to die for their owners. Is this true, Senior Zukong? Lin Mu asked in his mind. It is indeed true. Death warriors are a unique breed of warriors in many of the worlds. Though the standard may greatly vary, these dead men can barely even be considered cultivators, not to say about true death warriors. Zukong spoke with disdain in his voice. Lin Mu was rather surprised, as this was the first time he had heard Senior Zukong talk in such a disdainful tone. It was as if he felt offended by the mediocrity of these death warriors and did not deem them worthy of their title. Unwilling to question Senior Zukong, Lin Mu just accepted his words calmly. Lin Mu then carefully removed the packets of poison that were hidden in the face covers of the attackers. There was a small clasp hidden near the back of the neck, which when released would allow one to remove the face cover without breaking the poison packets. After removing the face covers of the 8 men, Lin Mu tried to identify them, but he did not find anyone familiar and could not find any common points between them either. They had no identification marks such as tattoos or brands either. Neither did they carry any piece of intelligence such as the letter Lin Mu obtained last time. The masked man also observed the faces of the culprits and did not find them familiar. His eyes then went towards the swords of the 8 culprits. He picked them and observed them closely. He then disassembled the handle of the sword and revealed the base of the sword. There were a few words carved on the base of the sword. They read, Xiangwei Jin Armaments. Lin Mu curiously looked at what the masked man was doing and paid attention to it. After the words that were carved on the base of the sword were revealed, he was a little surprised. What is that? Lin Mu asked. This should be the marking of the manufacturer, the marked man replied. Xiangwei Jin Armaments. Wait, are these from Xiangwei City? Lin Mu questioned. They are indeed. They are from one of the biggest armament producers of Xiangwei, the masked man answered. Then does this mean that the culprits are from Xiangwei City? Lin Mu wondered. Not exactly. The Xiangwei Jin Armaments produce so many weapons that they can be found all over the Shuang-Kayan kingdom. This won't help us much, the masked man replied while shaking his head. The masked man then stood up and spoke. I need to immediately contact my superiors. So you'll leave now? Lin Mu asked. The masked man sighed before replying. No, I have another method. What? Lin Mu asked curiously. The masked man did not answer, but instead removed his necklace from his neck and held it in his hand. The necklace looked like a small and thin tube that was hollow. Its thickness was about the same as a chopstick. The man gently lifted the bask of his mask and revealed the bottom part of his face. He then brought the tube-shaped necklace up to his lips and blew on it. No sound was produced after the masked man blew on the tube, but a small disc-shaped hole opened on the tube and started spinning. The man kept on blowing on it for a few minutes without stopping. Only when he was completely out of breath did he stop. Chapter 84, A Friendly Offering. The masked man seemed completely out of breath, and it was as if this little task took him more effort than the entire battle that he had just gone through. The masked man could not bear it anymore and collapsed down onto the ground while breathing heavily. What happened to him? Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu then extended his spirit sense and checked the condition of the masked man. When he saw the spirit chi of the masked man, he got shocked as it was completely depleted. Not a single wisp of it was left remaining inside his danshan. He's in a severe state of chi exhaustion, Zukong spoke. How did he deplete it all, though? It didn't look like he used much of it during the battle either. Lin Mu wondered. It seems like that small tube he's holding is not simple, Zukong replied. Was that perhaps his method of contacting his superiors? Lin Mu questioned. Hey, are you all right? Lin Mu asked with concern. The masked man did not reply and only continued to pant. It seems that the qi exhaustion was much severe than he thought. Why is he so severely affected by this, senior? When I had qi exhaustion before, I was tired, but not this bad. Lin Mu questioned. Of course, you would not be tired. With how vastly that ring is modifying your constitution, it would be a feat to become that exhausted. Zhukang thought, but did not express it. You are at a higher stage of body tempering realm than him, and you practically also have a superior method of cultivating qi. Your standards are greatly different, so you can't really compare it. Zhukang answered Lin Mu. Silently nodding to Senior Zhukang, Lin Mu decided to wait for the man to rest a bit. You know, you can give the masked man one of your spirit apples. It will help him recover faster, and you will also be able to observe its effects on him. Zhukang suggested after waiting a minute. Lin Mu had eaten a couple of spirit apples that grew on the spirit apple tree that was inside the Garden of Karma. It tasted good to him and also helped him restore a small amount of spirit qi. The last time he ate a spirit apple, it restored about 25 wisps of spirit qi for him. Senior Zhukang had told him that it would not be the same for another person, as everyone's constitutions varied, and even their metabolism was different. Lin Mu had wanted to try feeding a spirit apple to a normal beast, but Senior Zhukang told him that it would not do much except for killing them, perhaps. Lin Mu would have to capture an 8th-stage body-tempering beast in order to be able to test it. But Senior Zhukang then told him that, for him to analyze a beast's constitution would be difficult, as their physiologies were vastly different than humans. He would have to have a higher cultivation level as well as better spirit sense to even attempt that. Now that Lin Mu had this chance to test it on a different person, he wanted to take it. As for whether the masked man would suspect where he got a spirit apple from, that would be rather useless, as he had already revealed much more shocking secrets. Something as simple as this would not matter at all. Besides, there was an entire orchard of spirit apples in the northern town. He may as well have bought it normally. He did have the sufficient capital for it. Having made up his mind, Lin Mu withdrew a spirit apple from his ring and put it towards the masked man. The masked man turned to look up and saw the spirit apple in Lin Mu's hand. Go on, take it. It will help you restore your spirit qi. Lin Mu spoke. The man slightly nodded while panting and took the spirit apple from Lin Mu's hand. His mask was already lifted from his mouth, thus he did not have to make the effort again. He placed the spirit apple at his mouth and took a bite. The sweet and tangy juices from the spirit apple spread in his mouth and gave him a little taste of heaven. He chewed for a little bit before swallowing it. As soon as the morsel of the spirit apple reached his stomach, it instantly started releasing the spirit qi stored within it. The wisps of spirit qi started being absorbed from the masked man's stomach and were being pulled into his meridians. The spirit qi wisps traveled through the man's meridians while nourishing his body and relieving his fatigue bit by bit. Feeling the effects of the spirit apple taking place, the masked man no longer hesitated and started devouring the rest of the spirit apple. Bite by bite, the entire spirit apple disappeared into the masked man's stomach. He did not even leave behind the core and ate it all without wasting anything. Soon the spirit qi wisps that were circulating inside the masked man's meridians started settling inside his danshan. A few minutes later, the spirit qi had calmed down, and the man's danshan was replenished with spirit qi once again. While all this was happening, Lin Mu was closely observing the masked man's condition. Right from the moment when the masked man had taken the first bite of the spirit apple, Lin Mu had started studying it. His spirit sense was sensing every single wisp of spirit qi that spread inside the masked man's body. Lin Mu learned multiple things from this test. Firstly, he saw the difference between his own danshan and another person's danshan. The difference he found was extremely vast. He found out that the capacity of his danshan was nearly thrice that of the masked man. The second thing he learned was the meridians of the masked man. He was able to learn the masked man's qi cycle pattern. Lin Mu knew that a cultivator's qi cycle pattern varied depending on the kind of the qi cultivation technique that cultivator was using. This meant that if Lin Mu was able to obtain the breathing technique of the masked man, he may be able to replicate his entire chi cultivation technique. The third thing he learned was the actual effect of the spirit apple itself. While a spirit apple was able to restore around 25 wisps of spirit chi for Lin Mu, it was much more different for the masked man. The spirit apple restored around 80 wisps of spirit chi for the masked man. This difference also surprised Lin Mu. Having learned all this, Lin Mu felt rather satisfied and did not think that he had wasted the spirit apple. The masked man also seemed to be a little surprised by the effect of the spirit apple. He sensed his danshan and found that his store of spirit chi had been replenished by 80 wisps. It had only been 10 minutes, and he had restored such a large amount. If he cultivated normally, it would take him nearly 2 hours to replenish the same amount on his own. The effectiveness of this spirit apple was surprising to the masked man. He had eaten a spirit apple before and had experienced its effect. This does not seem like a normal spirit apple. It is more than double the amount of spirit chi in it, the masked man thought. The masked man then looked up at Lin Mu with a strange expression that was hidden beneath his mask. A person with such a distinguished identity as his was bound to be different. Even a normal spirit apple is so much more potent. The masked man spoke to himself. "Thank you," the masked man said after taking a deep breath. "It's fine. The quicker you recover, the better it will be. We don't know if more of those men would come," Lin Mu replied. The masked man remembered the severity of the current situation and nodded. "You're right. Though we may not have to worry as much, my companions should be here soon," the masked man spoke while looking outside the warehouse. Lin Mu then looked at the strange tube-shaped necklace hanging in the masked man's neck and thought about it. "Is that necklace a spirit tool that's used to contact your companions?" Lin Mu curiously asked. The masked man turned around after hearing Lin Mu's question and sighed again. "No, it's not a spirit tool. Well, not completely, but it does allow me to contact my companions," the masked man answered. Seeing that the masked man was unwilling to explain further, Lin Mu did not probe either, but he did ask Senior Zukong about it. "It may be some kind of primitive spirit tool, seeing as it did consume his entire store of spirit chi," Zukong answered. Hearing about a new term, the curiosity within Lin Mu was ignited once again. Zukong instantly understood this and started explaining it before Lin Mu even had the chance to ask. Zukong was rather satisfied by the curiosity Lin Mu showed. It was good that he had a penchant for learning. A primitive spirit tool can simply be considered to be an incomplete spirit tool. While a primitive tool may have the structure of a spirit tool, it does not have the necessary formations and the chi circuits placed on it, Zukong explained. Lin Mu nodded after hearing Senior Zukong's words and walked ahead to stand with the masked man. He joined the masked man in looking out of the door of the old warehouse. The night sky was lit up with the moon and the stars, spreading their luminance all across the town. Lin Mu soon observed a group of masked figures running across the roofs of the buildings. Chapter 85. The Masked Man's Companions Arrive. 30 minutes ago. Somewhere in a silent and decrepit alley located inside the northern town, an individual dressed in dark blue clothes and a featureless mask knocked on the door of a shop. The individual knocked in a certain pattern and on different places on the door. A minute later, the door silently opened, and the individual walked inside. The door immediately closed, revealing an old woman behind it. The old woman did not speak anything and just gestured for the masked individual to follow her. She brought him to another room inside the shop before closing down the door of that room as well. The old woman then looked at the masked individual and spoke. "Show me the crest." The masked individual then pulled out a small metallic plate that was hexagonal in shape from their pocket. The masked individual handed the hexagonal metal plate to the old woman, who quickly snatched it from him. After taking it, the old woman glanced at it for a second before inserting it into a small opening that was hidden in the seam of the wall behind her. As soon as she inserted the hexagonal plate, a clicking sound was heard, and then the sound of gears moving could be heard. Soon a rectangular outline appeared on the wall. A wooden panel then shifted to reveal the passage behind it. The old woman then looked at the masked individual and spoke again. "They're waiting for you." The masked individual silently nodded before walking through the new opening in the wall. After the masked individual was gone, the wooden panel automatically shifted and closed the entrance of the passage. The masked individual walked for a few meters straight before reaching a staircase that descended deeper into the ground. The staircase was dark, unlike the dimly lit passage. Thus, the masked individual picked up a lamp that was hanging on the wall and walked downstairs. The masked individual must have walked for 5 minutes before reaching the end of the staircase. One could only imagine how deep the stairs went into the ground. At the end of the staircase, there was another door. The masked individual held the handle of the door and pushed it open, revealing the brightly lit room behind it. Quickly closing the door, the individual walked inside. "You're late," a voice spoke inside the brightly lit room. The masked individual turned towards the source of the voice and replied, "I found a few more clues of those people." The voice of the masked individual was feminine and cold, making one feel the chill on their skin. The masked individual then removed their mask, which revealed a beautiful face that was marred by a scar that extended from the left temple to the chin. The masked individual was actually a woman. "And what kind of clues did you notice?" the voice asked. "Whoever they are, they have been going to the northern forest every day. I also found a few traces of blood on the route towards the northern forest," the unmasked woman replied. We'll investigate it then," the voice spoke as it got closer. Soon a man appeared in front of the woman. The man had short hair and was wearing dark blue clothes similar to that of the woman. He had an average face that one did not find peculiar. "Any new information?" the woman asked. "Nothing in particular. Most of our companions are still out doing their task, while the rest returned an hour ago to report. You're the only one who was late," the man replied and took a pause. "Well, not just you. Hai Wen has not returned yet either," the man added. "Why is he late? He's the most punctual of us all," the woman asked. "Hai Wen was assigned a tailing mission recently. He's been on it for a few days now," the man answered. "Tailing mission? Did they find a potential suspect?" the woman questioned. "We do not know. He was directly informed by the leader," the man answered. "We'll just have to wait for him then, I guess," the woman replied while walking towards a chair. "Perhaps," the masked man spoke with an uneasy voice. The woman noticed the man's unease, but did not question it, rather choosing to rest on the chair for a bit. The man also sat down on a chair nearby and closed his eyes. A few minutes passed until a very high-pitched sound could be heard in the room. The pair of man and woman abruptly stood up with their eyes wide open. 5 more people came out from a door that was to the left of the room. "Someone has triggered the emergency signal," they all spoke in unison. "Follow me," the short-haired man ordered. The man then led the 6 people to a room that was situated across the hall. He pulled out a key from his pocket and opened the door. Inside this room, multiple tables were placed, and on these tables, tens of rectangular plates were kept. Currently, one of these rectangular plates seemed to be making the high-pitched sound. A disc-shaped opening had appeared on the rectangular plate, and the circular plate that was cut out from it was spinning rapidly. The circular plate spun for about 2 minutes before stopping. Tense expressions could be seen on the faces of each and every person in the room. "Whose plate is it?" one of the persons asked. The woman walked forward to check the name that was written below the rectangular plate. "It's Hai Wen," the woman exclaimed. "His target, Hai Wen, is on a tailing mission. He must have been compromised," the short-haired man spoke. "Quick, we can still save him if we reach there now," the woman spoke. "But we don't have everyone here. Hai Wen signaled the highest level of emergency. It rung for 2 whole minutes. He must have depleted all his spirit chi," one of the men spoke. "No, if he's out of spirit chi, we need to be even more quick or he won't survive for long," the woman protested. "That's it, we leave right this moment," the short-haired man declared. None of the people dared to question the short-haired man's words as they all got ready. A minute later, everyone was equipped with their featureless masks and had their swords at their backs. They started leaving the underground room one by one and reached the shop that was located at the top. The wooden panel in the wall opened, and all of the masked individuals walked out. The old woman that was sitting in the shop noticed this and came out to see them. An emergency. Who? The old woman asked with a grim voice. Hi Wen, the short-haired man replied. I'll inform the leader, the old woman said before walking aside and bringing out a cage that had a gray pigeon perched within. We'll leave first, the short-haired man uttered before leaving the shop along with the others. The old woman quickly wrote something on a small piece of paper before rolling it up and inserting it into a small tube that was tied to the pigeon's leg. She then picked up the pigeon and released it outside. The pigeon swiftly flew away to the south. The 7 masked individuals were running across the roofs of the buildings silently. From their speed, one could tell that they were all chi cultivators. The 7 masked individuals ran for about 5 minutes before they reached the residential district. His target was located in the residential district, so he should be nearby. The short-haired man spoke before taking out a small compass. The compass did not have any markings and only had a pointer. The masked man looked at the compass for a second before turning towards the eastern direction. We are in the range, follow me, the short-haired man ordered. They ran for 2 more minutes before an old warehouse appeared in front of them in the distance. There he is, the masked woman exclaimed. But who's that person with him? One of the masked men questioned. We'll know soon. Get your weapons ready, the short-haired man spoke. Lin Mu was looking at the masked individuals that were running on the roofs of the buildings and coming towards him. The masked man beside him noticed this as well and looked at them. They're finally here, the masked man spoke while sighing with relief. Lin Mu watched as the 7 masked individuals soon reached them with their weapons drawn. The masked individual that was standing at the front came forward and pointed at him with his sword. Get away from him, the short-haired man spoke. The masked man that was standing beside Lin Mu suddenly felt alarmed upon hearing the man's words and walked forward to stand in front of Lin Mu. Lower your sword, Captain. He means no harm, the masked man hurriedly informed. The short-haired man stared at him for a few seconds before speaking. Fine. Now tell me, why did you use the emergency signal when you are completely fine here? Come see. The masked man spoke shortly while gesturing to the other men. Chapter 86, Reaching the Safe House. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes upon seeing the forceful attitude of the masked man's companions. He felt a little annoyed having swords pointed at him, but did not mind it as he understood their caution. He then watched them as they walked inside the old warehouse. The masked man's companions seemed visibly shocked upon seeing the many corpses that were lying around in the warehouse. At least that's what Lin Mu was able to perceive from whatever he got from the masked individuals. A minute later, the masked men seemed to have grasped the situation. Are they the culprits? The captain of the masked individuals asked. Yes, they are, the masked man that was accompanying Lin Mu informed. One of the masked man's companion was about to check one of the corpses when Lin Mu suddenly shouted. Careful, there's poison on their bodies. The captain of the masked individuals turned towards the masked man in question. They are death warriors, the masked man informed. An audible gasp could be heard coming from one of the masked individuals. Lin Mu felt a little strange upon hearing the gasp and could swear that it was a woman's. The masked man who had been accompanying Lin Mu sensed everyone's shock and then spoke. Let me explain from the start. A few minutes passed as the masked man explained the entire series of events that happened. From Lin Mu detecting him and fighting him, to them finding the 2 mercenary corpses in the old warehouse, and then the assault of the death warriors. During the entire explanation, all of the men kept silent and listened intently. A few more minutes passed, and the explanation finally ended. After ending the explanation, The masked man gestured the captain of the masked individuals to come close to him. He then whispered something in his ears that made the captain's breathing audibly disturbed. "This boy is now considered as our ally," the captain of the masked individuals declared. None of the people protested as they all nodded in acceptance. They all had heard the strength and the skills of the boy in front of them, thus they certainly did not want to fight him. Besides, having an additional ally that was this strong was only beneficial to them. "Now that we have this at our back, can you please tell me your names? I'm getting confused at this point," Lin Mu asked in a friendly tone. "Yes, I believe introductions are in order. My name is Hai Wen," the masked man who had been accompanying Lin Mu answered. "My name is Hai Bao," the captain of masked individuals who had short hair answered. "My name is Hai Shi," the masked woman replied. One by one, the rest of the masked men reported their names. Lin Mu was a little surprised upon hearing that all of their surnames were the same. "Why do you all have the same surname?" Lin Mu curiously asked. "We all took up the surname when we joined our lord," Hai Wen spoke. "We are called as the High Corps," Hai Bao added. "Is this all of you, or are there more?" Lin Mu questioned. "There are more of us, of course, but I can't tell you how many," Hai Bao answered. "That's fine. Now, what do we do about this situation?" Lin Mu replied while gesturing towards the multiple corpses. "We will take them away and have them looked at. The higher-ups should be able to find some clues from them, hopefully," Hai Bao replied. A few of the masked men started gathering the corpses together. "We still have a huge problem on our hands, though. The people from the neighborhood, they're not awakening," Hai Wen spoke. "I think I know what happened to them," Hai Shi replied. "You do?" Lin Mu probed. "I don't know the exact cause for this, but I know that they should wake up after a few hours," Hai Shi answered. "How do you know this?" Hai Wen and Lin Mu questioned together. "I've seen it happen before in another town," Hai Shi answered with a cold voice. Hai Wen and Hai Bao instantly understood Hai Shi's tone and did not ask further. Lin Mu too saw the hint of anger in her voice, hence did not ask to clarify. "Though, Captain, we have found a major piece of evidence," Hai Wen spoke with a little enthusiasm in his voice. Hai Bao nodded and gestured for Hai Wen to stop. "Not here, we'll talk after getting to the safe house," Hai Bao spoke. "We need to transport these bodies quickly before the guards come here," one of the other masked men spoke. "Yes, we can't let them find out. The guards are involved in this too," Lin Mu suddenly spoke. "Is this true?" Hai Bao asked. "Unfortunately, it is, but it's better if we discuss it later," Hai Wen answered. Pub Future adds. "I would be willing to show you the proof as well," Lin Mu added. "Very well, we shall be leaving now then. Everyone grab a body, or whatever parts there are," Hai Bao ordered after looking at the dismembered and decapitated corpses. Lin Mu could have very well just stored all the corpses in his ring and made the work easier, but Senior Zukong advised him to wait and not reveal this yet. While the High Corps knew that he had a spatial storage treasure, they did not know the capacity of it. Lin Mu took up Senior Zukong's advice and decided against storing the corpses in the ring. Besides, for cultivators such as them, bearing the weight of a corpse would be no trouble. It indeed proved to be true as everyone picked up a corpse and started running without any restraint on them. Hai Bao guided them towards the safe house while keeping an eye out for guards or any other people. They did end up seeing some guards rushing towards the residential district. While it was Lin Mu who had chosen to go inform the guards before, he had met and fought Hai Wen. Hence he did not reach the barracks and did not have the chance to inform the guards. "This is strange, I never informed the guards," Lin Mu spoke. "It must have been your companions from the night vigil, probably," Hai Wen guessed. "I hope so," Lin Mu replied with an unsure tone. 15 minutes later, Lin Mu and the rest of the High Corps reached the dark and decrepit alley in which their safe house was located. Hai Bao seemed to be a little nervous upon reaching the safe house and seemed to be looking around a lot while swiveling his neck. "Looks like he hasn't refined his spirit sense yet either," Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu wanted to probe the high core with his spirit sense to find out their cultivation bases, but did not do that as it could be considered to be an offense. Wanting to maintain his allied relations for now, he chooses to avoid that. Lin Mu then saw Hai Bao knocking on the door of a shop in a particular pattern. He himself had seen this shop before a long time ago, but had never bothered to go in and check what they sold. There was no signboard hanging over it either, thus it made it harder for one to know its purpose. After Hai Bao knocked on the door of the shop, it opened and the face of an old woman was revealed. She glanced at everyone carrying corpses on their backs for a second before finally settling on Lin Mu's face. She just threw a questioning gaze on to Hai Bao and did not speak. Hai Bao just nodded in response. The old woman then gestured for everyone to come inside. Lin Mu and the rest walked in with Hai Bao leading them. Lin Mu then saw the inside of the old shop. While it was not explicitly dusty or dirty, the items kept in the room did seem to be mottled due to age. There were mostly paper scrolls, brushes, inkstones, inkwells, parchment paper, sheepskin, silk scrolls, and a variety of other materials that may be used in writing and literary arts present in the shop. Lin Mu was a little surprised by this shop. He did not think a shop like this ever existed in the northern town. Literary supplies like these weren't really needed as much in a small town like the northern town. There were indeed other shops that sold writing materials in the town, but they did not sell them exclusively as this shop did. Instead, they sold them in addition to other sundries. Especially for high-end supplies such as the silk scrolls and the inkstones, there was a very small demand. People preferred to use normal paper scrolls and lamp black for writing instead. The old woman then took them to another room at the side and took out a hexagonal metal plate. She then inserted it into a small opening in the wall. Soon the wooden panel of the wall shifted, and an opening was revealed. The old woman went to another room and left them on their own. Hai Bao then picked a lamp with his free hand and took them to the actual safe house that was located at the bottom of the shop. Chapter 87, Showing the Evidence. Lin Mu and the rest of the high core were currently walking on the stairs that led to the entrance of the safe house. The stairs were dark, but the lamp that Hai Bao was holding helped to dispel the darkness, allowing them to watch their steps. "We must be at least 50 meters deep underground," Zhukang spoke. "We are. How much time must have been needed to build this passage?" Lin Mu internally exclaimed. "Use your spirit sense to check the walls. I'm finding them to be a little strange," Zhukang spoke. "Yes, Senior," Lin Mu responded. Lin Mu then used his spirit sense to probe the walls and found out the walls were a little hollow, and there was an empty pocket behind the plain wall. The brick walls of the passage seemed to have been added later to make it look much more smoother. The actual walls of the passage were hidden behind these walls and seemed to be made out of completely solid rocks. "This place does not seem dug out, Senior. It's actually a cave," Lin Mu reported his findings. Indeed, digging such a deep tunnel would have been immensely difficult, especially in a town. "This cave should have existed here for a long time," Zhukang replied. Lin Mu nodded in response and continued following Hai Bao. Soon they reached the end of the staircase and came upon a door. The door was plain and did not seem to have a lock or a latch. Hai Bao pushed it open and walked inside. The others too walked in and then closed the door. The room was brightly lit up, and Lin Mu felt a little uncomfortable after traveling in dim light for a while. A minute later, his eyes adjusted, and he no longer felt any discomfort. He looked around in the room and found that its walls were also made up of bricks. There were 3 doors in the room, with one being the one they came from. The other 2 were located to the left and right of the entrance door. The room was a little large and seemed more like a hallway than an actual room. Except for a few chairs and a table placed in the room, it was relatively empty. "Let's go. We need to store these corpses in the storage, or they will start decaying soon." Hai Bao spoke to everyone while gesturing them to follow. He then went towards the room that was at the left and swung open the door. Another room came into their sights, but this one was different. This room had weapons and other pieces of equipment set up on stands. In this room, He opened another door and showed them in. This was the room intended for storage. The room was much more colder than the other rooms and had stone walls, unlike the brick ones. There were a few miscellaneous items placed around the room, but nothing valuable. Hai Bao then placed down the corpse he was carrying to the side. The others too placed them down in a single file, allowing them to view them with ease. After everyone was done with this small task, Hai Bao looked at Lin Mu and spoke. "So what's this evidence you were speaking about earlier?" Hai Bao questioned. Lin Mu withdrew the small blood-stained letter he had obtained from his attackers and presented it to Hai Bao. "This is what I was talking about. I obtained this from the men who attacked me earlier," Lin Mu answered. Hai Bao looked at the message written on the letter and read it out loud for everyone to hear. Strained expressions appeared on everyone's face except for Lin Mu after hearing the message that was written on the letter. "So it seems there are more of these death warriors out there," Hai Wen spoke. "Not exactly. The ones that I found were not death warriors," Lin Mu replied. A complex expression could be seen on Hai Bao's face as he was lost in his thoughts for a minute. "How did you reach the conclusion that the men that attacked you previously and the ones you fought today are the same?" Hai Bao asked. "It was because of the way they dealt with the corpse. They tied their wounds after their death," Lin Mu answered. "Indeed, their target was Ganma the hunter before this," Hai Wen added. "You mean one of the two hunters that are cultivators?" Hai Shi asked. "Yes, that Ganma, let me just show you," Lin Mu replied. Lin Mu then withdrew Gan Ma's corpse from his ring and placed it on the ground for everyone to look at. Hai Bao nodded after looking at the corpse for a moment before speaking again. "You also said that the guards were involved in this. What did you mean by that?" Hai Bao questioned. "Yes, the vice-captain of the town's guards, Han Su, was one of the persons that attacked me," Lin Mu answered. Seeing that the people were still a little reluctant, Lin Mu decided to just show them all of the corpses of the attackers. If Lin Mu withdrawing the corpse of Gan Ma did not move the high core at the start, him bringing out 6 more corpses definitely shocked them. Before this, only Hai Wen and Hai Bao knew about Lin Mu's spatial treasure, but now with him withdrawing the corpses, everyone here knew that he had a high-quality spatial treasure. Their looks towards him seemed to be filled with a mix of shock, awe, and fear. Lin Mu could understand the shock, but not the awe and fear. "It seems they fear your status," Zhukong spoke. "My status?" Lin Mu questioned. "They probably developed a misunderstanding after seeing you have a spatial treasure. They should be pretty rare in a low-level world like this after all," Zhukong answered. "Use this misunderstanding to your advantage," Zhukong added before going silent again. "As you wish, senior," Lin Mu responded in his mind. Though after seeing the condition of the corpses Lin Mu withdrew, the expressions of the people became more dreadful. Especially after seeing the corpse that had a huge hole in his chest, which was caused by Lin Mu using the boulder collapsing fist. What did this kid do to inflict such a huge hole? It was as if it exploded from the inside, Hai Wen thought. The members of the High Corps had seen a lot of gruesome sights, but even for them, the level of carnage Lin Mu inflicted was a little too much to digest. If what Hai Wen said is true, then this kid should already be at the peak stage of the qi refining realm, Hai Bao thought as he swallowed his saliva. Forcibly calming himself down, Hai Bao spoke again. "Okay, so what more do we know? Does anyone else have something to add?" Hai Bao asked. Hai Shi then reported the clues that she had found outside the town, on the route towards the northern forest. I think that was caused by me. That's the place where I fought these men," Lin Mu spoke with an awkward tone. A fallen expression could be seen on Hai Shi's face as she sighed, but did not speak anything. The other members also reported their findings, but none of them were considered to be significant or useful for Hai Bao. Though Lin Mu caught onto some words that one of the members of High Corps had said, he had reported that a black market shipment that was being smuggled recently disappeared. He said that the contents of it were likely to be some kind of prohibited substances. "Could it be the memory confounding poison?" Lin Mu muttered. Haishi, who was standing beside Lin Mu, heard his words and spoke. Wait, memory confounding poison. Why do you think it is that? Oh, I found a vial on one of the attackers. Lin Mu replied casually while withdrawing the said vial from his ring. Everyone took a step back in sync upon seeing the vial in Lin Mu's hand. Of course, the disappearance of them mercenaries from their camp, they were affected by the memory confounding poison. One of the men of the High Corpse exclaimed. Well, that solves some part of the mystery for us at least. Hai Bao spoke with a slightly relieved tone. We should wait till the morning. The higher-ups should be coming soon. Hai Bao spoke. Yeah, they should be able to find something on these corpses, something that we missed. Wei, she added. Seeing that everyone was agreeing, Lin Mu went with the flow. So what do I do now? I still want some answers from your superiors. Lin Mu spoke with a straight tone. I already know that. After the higher-ups come in the morning, I'll inform them of your request. Hai Bao replied. Though I think the Lord will be personally interested in you now. Hai Bao spoke internally. Hai Bao then gestured for everyone to disperse. Hai Wen looked at Lin Mu and spoke. Follow me, I'll show you a place to rest. Lin Mu nodded and followed Hai Wen to another room. Seems like someone is targeting the cultivators in the town. Lin Mu casually spoke while walking with Hai Wen. We suspected that too initially, but seeing the evidence, I guess we confirmed it. Nearly all of the cultivators of Northern Town are gone now. Hai Wen replied. Oh no, not all. There's still Old Man Jiang Wei. Lin Mu subconsciously spoke. WHO. Chapter 88, Hai Wen's Curiosity. The surprised shout of Hai Wen attracted the attention of a few people, including Hai Bao, who was following from the back and was apparently heading towards the same location as them. What did you say? Hai Wen asked with a perplexed expression. Lin Mu had thought that the High Corpse must have known about Old Man Jiang as well, since they had information about all of the cultivators that were in the town. By now Hai Bao had also come close and seemed to be interested in their conversation. What happened here? Hai Bao questioned. Captain, I think we missed some intelligence about another cultivator that lives in the town, and Lin Mu here knows about him. Hai Wen replied. Hai Wen was wondering if their intelligence collection ability had really fallen so far behind that even a kid knew more about things now. What cultivator are you talking about? Hai Bao asked again. Old Man Jiang, Lin Mu stated. Hai Bao's expression suddenly fell upon hearing the name, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Hai Wen saw the changes on Hai Bao's face and wondered if something wrong had happened. Is there something wrong, Captain? Hai Wen asked with concern. No, nothing. As for the cultivator Lin Mu's talking about, I know about it. Hai Bao answered after taking a deep breath. Pub future ads. You do? Hai Wen questioned in surprise. Yes, I've known about it, and so does the Lord as well. Hai Bao answered. Why did we not know about this then? Hai Wen asked curiously. Well, he's in the same category as Lin Mu. We were strictly warned not to be involved him. Hai Bao answered while wiping the sweat off his brow. We've been having so many difficult scenarios lately. Don't you think that we should have been informed? Who knows if this cultivator could have been involved in it? Hai Wen protested. I can guarantee that he's not, Lin Mu declared after hearing the conversation. Considering our current situation, I'll ask the leader to brief you about it in the morning when she comes. Hai Bao spoke. Hai Wen still seemed dissatisfied, but then looked at the unwilling faces of Hai Bao and Lin Mu. Even if he could protest against his captain's orders a bit, he couldn't do the same for a person like Lin Mu. Hai Wen took a deep breath and calmed down before thinking for himself. If this person called Old Man Jiang is in the same category as Lin Mu, then his status must be nothing to scoff at. While we still don't know Lin Mu's exact background, it does not seem the same for Old Man Jiang. Captain Hai Bao seemed rather alarmed, and he's unfazed by most things. Hai Wen thought. Lin Mu saw that Hai Wen had gone still for a few seconds, thus understood that he must be thinking. He let him be for a minute before interrupting him. Hai Wen, Lin Mu called out. Hai Wen then snapped out from his thoughts and looked at Lin Mu. Ah yes, let's go, Hai Wen replied. Hai Wen then guided Lin Mu to the room used for resting. The room was very simple and only had a few beds along with some chairs and tables. Lin Mu looked around the room and assessed it. The room had the same brick walls as before, but when Lin Mu used his spirit sense to probe them, he found that the walls were freestanding and did not have anything behind them. The back of the walls was completely hollow and was unlike the passage where there was a rock wall behind the brick wall. The brick walls themselves were only about a foot thick. Lin Mu could not gauge how far back the rock walls must be, as his spirit sense was dampened after traveling through a foot of solid wall. Is this place a cave? Lin Mu muttered. Hai Wen was still a little involved in his thoughts, thus could not hear what Lin Mu said properly. Did you say something? Hai Wen asked. Oh no, nothing. Lin Mu answered, not wanting to bother with it for now. Hai Wen just nodded and gestured towards the beds. You can take whichever bed you want for resting. The leader should be here in the morning, or if we're lucky, before daybreak, Hai Wen answered. Lin Mu nodded, and then thought for a second before asking. What more can you tell me about this leader of yours? Honestly, I don't know much other than that she's a woman and is the closest person to our Lord. You can ask her yourself in the morning when she comes. Until then, just wait, Hai Wen asked while shrugging his shoulders. Lin Mu nodded and just picked a bed randomly to rest on. He did not choose to sleep, but instead just decided to cultivate till the morning. He sat down cross-legged on the bed and started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra. Over the few weeks, Lin Mu's control over his spirit chi had increased, and now he could actually control it without the use of the Severing Heart Sutra. But even so, chanting the Severing Heart Sutra increased the efficiency by multiple times. By now, Lin Mu had also understood what kind of effect the Severing Heart Sutra had on other people. It would erase their emotions instantly, which caused them to enter a dazed state. People needed time to adapt to this emotionless state, thus they kind of shut down when they were targeted by the Severing Heart Sutra. Though Lin Mu still thought that there were more methods to use the Severing Heart Sutra than just this. He just had to figure them out. Lin Mu also thought that he needed to increase his proficiency with the sutras more. He had also seen the effect of the Calming Heart Sutra on other people, and knew that it was not as useful to use it on other people for now. It was just that he could not think of many situations that would warrant the use of the Calming Heart Sutra. He knew what had happened to the town when he entered the enlightened state, hence knew what the full potential of the Calming Heart Sutra could be like. While Lin Mu was chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and cultivating, Hai Wen was observing him. He could hear some esoteric chants that were coming out of Lin Mu's lips and did not know what to make of it. The chants seemed mysterious to him, and he could not understand them at all. Instead, if he focused on the words that Lin Mu was chanting, Hai Wen himself started feeling very nervous. It was as if he was forbidden from hearing the chants, and something bad would happen to him. But Hai Wen was curious and wanted to know more about Lin Mu. He wanted to provide his lord with as much information as he could. Thus decided to try anyway and started to listen to Lin Mu's chants with full focus while closing his eyes. At first, Hai Wen only felt uncomfortable, but soon the feeling started intensifying. 5 minutes later, he no longer just felt uncomfortable, but instead felt as if there were needles poking on his skin. He gritted his teeth and continued focusing on the chants while bearing the pain from the illusory needles. 15 minutes passed, and at this time, Hai Wen seemed to have lost himself in his mind. He was still feeling the needles on his skin, but could not open his eyes anymore. It was as if something had trapped him in his own mind. He tried to escape this state, but could not. 30 more minutes passed, and by now Hai Wen felt as if he was going insane. He wanted to end this state and was cursing himself for choosing to do this. The feeling of needles on his skin had long since disappeared, but now there was something much more worse. Hai Wen's vision suddenly returned, and he could see again. What is this? Hai Wen said as he looked around. Hai Wen could tell that his eyes were actually still physically closed, and he was just imagining this. though he was still hearing the esoteric chants in his ears as well. Hai Wen then saw a mystical fog appearing in front of him. The fog started moving in different ways and then congealed to form innumerable swords. The swords danced in the air and moved to form various images. Hai Wen could see some vague figures in these images, but could not tell who they were. He tried to get closer so that he could see it clearly, but this seemed to have annoyed the swords. The swords danced and formed an image of a man with unrecognizable features. This man formed by the sword images seemed to have noticed him and became angry. He then pointed at Hai Wen and shouted, "Sever!" The swords that were dancing suddenly stopped and pointed at Hai Wen. Hai Wen saw this and got terrified. No, stop this," he shouted, but to no avail. The swords rushed towards him at the speed of light and split him into millions of pieces. These million pieces then were again split by the swords into billions of pieces. This kept on going till not even a single trace of Hai Wen was left behind. Chapter 89. The Confused High Core. "Wake up, Hai Wen, wake up," multiple voices shouted. Hai Wen's eyes suddenly opened wide, and he sat up straight. He looked around and saw all of his companions surrounding him, while Hai Bao had his hands on his shoulders and was shaking him. Hai Wen's eyes were bloodshot and his nose was bleeding. Lin Mu was woken up by the commotion that was happening in the room a while back. He had been cultivating the entire night and had been sitting in the same position. When he woke up, he saw one of the members of the High Corps trying to wake up Hai Wen, who had apparently fallen asleep on the bed near him. Hai Wen was not responding and was bleeding from his nose as well. Lin Mu did not know what happened and guessed the worst. Was he perhaps affected by some kind of poison? Lin Mu thought to himself. That's difficult to say. Heavens know that you two came in contact with multiple poisons last night. It could have been one of them, Zhu Kang replied. By now, the frantic shouting of Hai Wen's companion had attracted the attention of other people as well. Even Hai Bao had reached there and had taken over the duty to try and wake Hai Wen up. Seeing that Hai Wen was still not responding to Hai Bao and other attempts, Lin Mu decided to tell them. He may be affected by some kind of poison, perhaps the same one that affected the town's residents, Lin Mu stated. Hai Bao and the others listened to his words and turned around. Yes, of course, they did tell us that before, Hai Shi spoke. It could indeed be the same poison that's affecting the residents, but still, why is he bleeding from his nose? Another member added. Whatever it may be, at least he's still breathing. Let's try a few other methods. Hai Fen, go and get some of the smelling salts. Hai Bao ordered one of his companions. The man named Hai Fen instantly left the room and rushed to get the smelling salts. He returned a minute later with a small vial of smelling salts in his hand. Hai Fen then handed the vial to Hai Bao, who popped its cork open and held it under the nose of Hai Wen, while the others shouted. Suddenly Hai Wen shot up and sat upright. The others looked at his bloodshot eyes, which had a hint of madness mixed in them. Hai Shi gulped and looked at the distressed expression of Hai Wen. What happened to you, Hai Wen? Hai Bao asked. Hai Wen did not speak for a minute, as it took him a while to return to his senses and determine where he was. I'm back, Hai Wen exclaimed in relief. At this point, Hai Bao was getting seriously worried about Hai Wen's condition. He was really starting to think that Lin Mu's suggestion that Hai Wen got poisoned was true. Hai Bao nudged Hai Wen, prompting him to speak. I was in a different place. A nightmare, perhaps. Hai Wen spoke between his breaths. Hai Bao saw that Hai Wen was not in the right condition to talk, thus let him rest. Come talk to me later when you're fine. For now, just rest, Hai Bao ordered. Hai Wen just nodded and did not speak anything. He laid down back on the bed and thought about what he had experienced. What was that? Was that just a dream? It certainly didn't feel like it. The pain, it was too real, Hai Wen thought. It only happened because I kept on listening to the esoteric chants that Lin Mu was uttering. I need to inform the captain and the leader about this. He is potentially much more dangerous than we think, Hai Wen determined. The other members of the High Corps, except for Shi had left the room along with Hai Bao. Shi was currently standing beside Lin Mu and was talking to him. "This thing about Hai Wen, do you really think it was caused due to some kind of poison?" Shi asked. "It seemed like it at first, but I don't know any more. I thought he was also affected by the same kind of condition that the townsmen are suffering," Lin Mu replied. "It is somewhat similar to it, but the bleeding that happened does not match, and neither does him awakening because of the smelling salts." Shi spoke. "That's true. Oh yes, what's the time now? It should be nearly morning, I think," Lin Mu asked. Lin Mu actually could not tell the time, as he was rather lost in his cultivation. He had felt that he progressed a little in his comprehension of the Severing Heart Sutra somehow. He could feel that his sensitivity has been enhanced by a certain amount. "It will be morning in an hour. The sun has not risen yet," Shi answered. "Has your leader not arrived yet?" Lin Mu questioned. "She should be arriving any time now," Shi answered. While talking with Shi, Lin Mu could not help but look at the scar on her face. When he originally came to the safe house, everyone was still wearing their masks, thus he had not seen anyone's faces then. Only when he was disturbed by the frantic shouting of the people and stopped his cultivation session did he see some of their faces. Though even now, except for Hai Wen, Hai Bao, and Shi still hadn't seen the others' faces. Shi saw that Lin Mu kept on looking at her face and knew that it was because of the scar. She didn't mind it as she had already come to terms with it and was used to it. Though, wearing the mask still helped save her some time, as she didn't have to explain it to people every time. "I got it when I was around your age," Shi spoke. Lin Mu snapped from his thought upon hearing Shi speak. Got what?" Lin Mu awkwardly spoke. "The scar you've been looking at," Shi spoke in a slightly mocking tone. Lin Mu felt a little embarrassed at being caught, but did not deny it. "How did you get it then, if you don't mind me asking?" Lin Mu probed. "My village was attacked by some unknown people a long time ago. I was the only survivor," Shi replied with an emotionless tone. "Oh, I'm sorry," Lin Mu apologized in sympathy. "It doesn't matter now. It all happened a long time ago," Shi replied while shaking her head. "At least I met the Lord because of it," Shi added with respect in her eyes. "Speaking of your Lord, what kind of person is he?" Lin Mu asked curiously, while his eyes flickered with a strange gleam and his lips moved inaudibly. Shi was looking away from Lin Mu's face currently, thus did not notice the look in his eyes. She just felt strangely calm and relaxed, which made her wonder why. "Our Lord is a benevolent person who helped us in our most desperate times. He pulled us from the depths of despair and gave us our current standing. He taught us to cultivate, and we pledged to join him in fulfilling his goals. We owe our lives to him." Shi spoke in a deeply respectful tone that bordered on obsession. Shi didn't even realize that what she was uttering in her current state. She just kept on uttering without stopping, though most of what she spoke of was the praises of their Lord. She only stopped when she was called by one of her companions. She then nodded to Lin Mu absent-mindedly and went to attend to her companion. Only after she left the room did she suddenly think, "Why did I just say all that? That isn't like me," Shi thought with alarm. After Shi was gone from the room, Lin Mu spoke in his mind. "You were right, Senior. They seem abnormally obsessed with this Lord of theirs." At least your calming Heart Sutra helped us in determining this, though I would say you should stay alert when meeting the leader of their group," Zhukang replied. Indeed, Lin Mu had just used the calming Heart Sutra to influence the mind of Shi. Senior Zhukang had just suggested him to try using it on people while asking them questions. Lin Mu had seen the effects of the calming Heart Sutra before, but this was another addition method that Senior Zhukang had come up with. Zhukang had been analyzing the effects of the sutras every time Lin Mu used them, and had concluded that they could be used to influence the mind of a person. Zhukang knew that it won't be 100% effective, but knew that if it was used in the right situation, while asking the right questions, it could be rather effective. The first attempt had proved that the Calming Heart Sutra could be used in this method as well. Chapter 90, The Leader's Arrival. At a certain distance away from the northern town, a carriage was traveling at great speed. It was moving towards the town and seemed to be coming from the direction of Wu Lim City. The carriage was being pulled by 4 black stallions that looked robust and hardy. Every step of theirs made a loud clopping sound that traveled far. The carriage was lightly decorated, yet still looked elegant. A man dressed in the clothes of an official was sitting at its helm and was driving it. 4 more men dressed in black clothes and large straw hats were following the carriage from behind. They were riding similar-looking horses and seemed to be traveling at the same speed as the carriage so as to keep up with it. Inside the carriage, 4 more people were currently sitting. Except for one person, all of them seemed to be extremely alert, and they were wearing featureless masks. Out of the 4 persons, only one person was a woman, and she had a veil on her face that hid her features. This woman was currently sitting in a meditative posture and seemed to be cultivating. The carriage driver that was sitting at the front of the carriage turned to the back and knocked on the front window of the carriage. One of the masked men, sitting inside the carriage, opened the window and looked at the carriage driver. "We're about to enter the town," the carriage driver said. "Anything abnormal?" the masked man asked. "Fortunately, nothing. Except for the absence of the snow today, everything seems normal," the carriage driver answered. The masked man nodded and closed the front window. The closed eyes of the veiled woman trembled for a moment before returning to normal. The carriage soon reached the southern entrance of the northern town and was halted by the guards. The 4 men that were following behind it also stopped in tandem. The guard who stopped the carriage came forward and looked at the carriage. "All the people that are inside the carriage, come out and show us your faces," the guard ordered. The man who was the carriage driver paid no heed to his words and simply withdrew a small bronze plate from his sleeves. He then held it out for the guards to see. The guard came close and used the lamp he was carrying to illuminate and observe the bronze plate. The instant the guard saw the bronze plate, he tensed up and cupped his hands in salute. "Greetings to the high officials. This lowly one could not recognize your magnificence, thus made a mistake. Please forgive this lowly guard." The guard spoke with the utmost respect while bowing his head. The other guards that were standing around too joined him and greeted them with a salute. "Greetings to the high officials," the guards shouted in unison. A single knock came from inside the carriage, and the driver understood it. The carriage driver then just gestured with his hand for the guards to clear the road. The guards instantly understood this and opened the gate. They then moved to the side and bowed their head while saluting. The carriage driver flicked the reins, and the carriage started moving again. The carriage moved at a slower speed than before after entering the town and continued on. While on their way, they saw multiple guards running around busily. The men inside the carriage seemed to have noticed the sound as they opened the windows to look outside. They saw the abnormal amount of guards and became conceited. "Is this what we are here for?" one of the masked spoke. The closed eyes of the woman, sitting inside the carriage, trembled once again as her lips gently moved. "Don't bother and just hurry for now," the veiled woman spoke with an indifferent tone. All the masked men immediately nodded, and the driver seemed to have heard this as well. The driver then cracked the whip in his hand, urging the horses to run. The carriage picked up speed and rushed through the streets. A couple of minutes later, the carriage once again slowed down as it entered a narrow alley. The alley was just wide enough to let the carriage barely pass. The carriage then came to a halt in front of an old shop that did not have a sign board. The veiled woman sitting in the carriage opened her eyes and gestured to the masked men. The driver of the carriage jumped down from it and went to the side to open its door. One of the masked men first alighted from the carriage, looked around, and pointed with his hands to the exits of the alley. The other 4 black-robed men that were following the carriage instantly understood the orders and split into 2 pairs and stood at the 2 ends of the alley, preventing anyone from entering. Everyone then alighted from the carriage, with the veiled woman being the last person. They then walked up to the door of the shop and knocked on it in a certain pattern. Unlike before, there was no delay in opening the door, as it instantly opened. The old woman who was in charge of the shop greeted the visitors by saluting with cupped hands and stood at the side as they walked inside. She did not speak anything, and the men did not expect anything either. The veiled woman walked into the shop and looked around for a second before walking into the next room immediately. Two of the masked men stayed in the shop, while the other two followed her. They smoothly opened the hidden entrance of the safe house and walked downstairs. They reached the bottom of the stairs soon and opened the door that was standing in their way. As soon as they opened it, a brightly lit room appeared in front of them. A few people were already waiting for them in 2 files. They were all standing as they looked at the woman and shouted in unison. Greetings to the mistress. Chapter 91, Briefing the Leader. Hai Bao inwardly sighed with relief upon seeing the veiled woman who had just entered the safe house. Finally, she's here, Hai Bao thought. Hai Bao had been extremely stressed ever since last night's events. He had experienced one shock after the other and was becoming more and more worried. Their investigations were not bearing fruit for a while, but now that they actually had some leads, it just seemed like a mountain fell on his mind. It started with the emergency signal called by Hai Wen, then the appearance of the culprits' corpses. After was that the surprise of Lin Mu's status, and then finally the incident with Hai Wen this morning. Hai Bao felt that everything was occurring too fast, and it was beyond his capacity to handle the alone. Hai Bao walked forward and greeted the veiled woman personally. Greetings, leader. We have been waiting for your arrival. Hai Bao spoke. So what was the emergency for which you have summoned me here? The veiled woman coldly asked. Hai Bao took a deep breath before speaking again. I'm afraid we have more than one issue that needs to be addressed. If you may please, Hai Bao added while gesturing towards the other room. The veiled woman did not speak anything, but simply followed Hai Bao's lead. Hai Bao brought her to the locked room, which he opened to let her inside. This was the same room where the plates which were used to send an emergency signal were kept in. These plates were very precious, thus were kept securely locked in this room, which also served as a meeting room for important matters. The room was 15 meters long and 10 meters wide in size. It had a tall ceiling from which multiple lamps were hanging. There were also some vents that were at top of the room, which supplied fresh air to it. On one side of the room, there were multiple tables on which the rectangular metal plates were kept. These plates hung from a stand each and had a circular cutout in it. This circular metal disc would start spinning whenever an emergency signal was triggered. The veiled woman looked towards the rectangular plates and quickly spotted the one plate whose inner disc was not in the right place. Hai Bao noticed this and quickly spoke. It was Hai Wen, who used the distress whistle to trigger the emergency signal. The veiled woman looked towards Hai Bao and continued following him to the large table that was kept on the other end of the room. She then sat down at its helm, on a large and comfortable chair before speaking. So is Hai Wen fine now? The veiled woman asked. He was when we originally returned last night, but today in the morning there was an incident. Hai Bao answered. What kind of an incident? The veiled woman questioned. Hai Bao took a deep breath and thought about everything for a second before starting his explanation. He knew that it was going to be long and winded, thus wanted to get all his thoughts in order first. The veiled woman waited patiently in silence, for she trusted her subordinates. Hai Bao then started explaining all of the events of yesterday. His explanation lasted for a good 15 minutes, and he added every minor thing during it as he didn't want to miss anything. He knew about his leader's capabilities, thus knew that the more thorough he was in his explanation, the more concise conclusion she would reach. After finishing his explanation, Hai Bao took another deep breath and stopped. The veiled woman also went silent and thought for 5 minutes before speaking again. I would like to see the corpses of the culprits, and also the evidence you had found. Hai Bao nodded and retrieved the blood-stained piece of paper from his pocket before passing it to the leader. She looked at the paper and read it quickly before analyzing its every inch. She even smelt it for a moment just to get an accurate judgment. Let's go and see the corpses now, the veiled woman ordered. Yes, leader, Hai Bao replied politely. Hai Bao then guided the veiled woman to the storage room where the dead bodies of the culprits were stored. As soon as they reached the cold room, the woman approached the bodies. Hai Bao suddenly felt a certain wave pass through and understood that it was just the spirit sense probe of the veiled woman. The veiled woman did not touch any of the bodies, but instead just scanned them with her spirit sense. She seemed to have frowned for a moment, but it wasn't visible under her veil. A minute later, she was done with the observations. They are death warriors, low-level ones, but death warriors indeed, the veiled woman concluded. We can also confirm that the town guards may be involved in this. From now on, all the town guards are to be closely investigated, the veiled woman added. Leader, the boy named Lin Mu also wants to meet you. Hai Bao spoke with bated breath. Yes, I want to meet this boy as well. The Lord is especially interested in him. The veiled woman replied with a little interest in her voice. Leader, I'm afraid that we may be going beyond our limits with that boy. I can tell with a great surety that he is a Category 4 party. Hai Bao seriously spoke. The veiled woman's pupils widened underneath her veil. That boy also knows about the other Category 4 party in the town, Old Man Jaying. Hai Bao added. If the veiled woman's shock was hidden because of her veil at first, now it was completely revealed as even Hai Bao could hear her breath getting rough. He could swear that he even saw her tremble for a brief moment. Do you have an estimate about his cultivation base? The veiled woman questioned. I did not dare confirm it myself, but Hai Wen is sure that it should be at the peak of the qi refining realm, as the boy has refined his spirit sense as well. We also witnessed the carnage he had caused. All the bodies that you see here are his handiwork. Hai Bao explained. He has skills that are rather strange and terrifying. Hai Wen seemed to have experienced it and has become very disturbed because of it. He added. Chapter 92, The Leader Meets Lin Mu. 15 minutes before the arrival of the leader. Hai Wen had taken a brief rest and was now feeling a bit better. Even still, the thoughts of the nightmare that occurred before haunted him. He could even remember the pain of being cut to pieces by millions of swords clearly. Hai Wen wondered what kind of cultivation technique or skill Lin Mu practiced that even his mere presence caused him to experience this kind of a backlash. Just him hearing the esoteric chants was enough to defeat him. Though after experiencing this, Hai Wen did not completely regret it. At the very least, I'll be able to inform the Lord about this. That way he won't be at a disadvantage, Hai Wen thought. With this thought in mind, Hai Wen went to find Hai Bao. Hai Bao had already asked him to come to meet with him after resting, so this just met his purpose. Hai Wen soon found Hai Bao in his personal room. He saw that the door was already open, thus he just walked in. Hai Bao was currently sitting on his desk while reading a report from a scroll in his hand. Preparing for the arrival of the leader, I see, Hai Wen inwardly said. Hai Bao noticed Hai Wen's footsteps, thus looked up to see him enter. Are you feeling well now? Hai Bao questioned. Not completely, but better than before at least, Hai Wen replied. You should just rest more then. The leader won't mind your absence. I'll inform her of your condition. Hai Bao replied with concern. Yes, I'll do that, but I need to tell you about what happened to me before that, Hai Wen interrupted. Hai Bao nodded in response and spoke. Go on ahead then. Hai Wen then started to tell Hai Bao of what happened from the very start. How he saw Lin Mu speaking some esoteric chants, and how he got curious and listened to them. He then told him what he felt after that, and then how he was trapped in his mind and experienced the nightmare of being chopped into innumerable pieces by a million swords. Hai Wen also told Hai Bao how he had also heard Lin Mu speak similar chants during the battle with the culprits, and how those chants seemed to have immobilized the culprits until they were killed by Lin Mu. The more Hai Bao heard, the more shocked and concerned he got. Hai Bao knew that there were as many cultivation techniques in the world as there were drops of water in an ocean. There were common cultivation techniques that were similar to each other, and then there were cultivation techniques that were completely unique. Hai Bao had heard rumors, or more like legends, about forbidden cultivation techniques that only a chosen few could cultivate. These cultivation techniques were highly attuned to their user and would cause a backlash for others that tried using it. But even then, he had never heard of a cultivation technique that could harm another person if he was just in the presence of one. From the vivid descriptions and the expressions of Hai Wen, Hai Bao could tell that this was no mere exaggeration and was truly what he said it was. If just his presence is this dangerous, then what would it be like when he actually attacks someone with his full strength? Hai Bao thought. Hai Bao could tell that Lin Mu did not use his full strength during the previous battle either. He now understood how lucky they were that Lin Mu chose to join their side and was not their foe, well, at least not now. I can't let this happen, though. Who knows what kind of background that boy has? For all we know, his history could all have been faked and he must have been trained by hidden experts. Hai Bao thought. After Hai Wen was done with his explanation, a slight expression of relief could be seen on his face, as if a burden was lifted off of his mind. Though what he didn't know was that this burden had not disappeared. Instead, it had just transferred over to Hai Bao and had even increased in size. Thank you for informing me of this. It was wise of you to do so. You should go and rest now. I'll take care of the rest. Hai Bao spoke. Hai Wen simply nodded and left the room to go and rest again. The leader should be arriving soon. I better gather the others and wait at the entrance. Hai Bao muttered. Hai Bao stored the scroll that he was reading back into a drawer and then left the room as well. Gather at the main hall Hai Core. The leader should be arriving any minute. Hai Bao shouted out. Present time at the storage room, inside the safe house. Hai Bao had just finished telling the veiled woman who was the leader of the Hai Core about Lin Mu. After hearing his entire explanation, the veiled woman was fully shocked and could not help but praise their luck, though she still could not tell whether it would turn to misfortune in the future or not. We better take this one step at a time. The most basic thing would be to avoid conflict with this boy, Lin Mu, and to prevent any enmity, the veiled woman concluded. Perhaps the Lord should personally meet this boy, the veiled woman thought. As you say, leader, Hai Bao responded. The veiled woman then nodded and spoke again. The others will go and try to gather more clues about the culprits. In the meantime, we should go and meet up with this Lin Mu. Hai Bao gestured for the veiled woman to follow, and then led her to the room where Lin Mu was currently reciting in. They reached the room in a minute, and Hai Bao opened the door. He walked in first and looked for Lin Mu. He instantly spotted Lin Mu as he was still sitting in the same position on the bed. Lin Mu was not as focused on cultivating right now, thus was easily able to detect when the door of the room opened. His eyes snapped open, and he saw Hai Bao entering the room with another person in tow. This person had a veil on their face that hid their features, but Lin Mu could tell that it was a woman. The leader of the Hai Core, Lin Mu softly muttered. Keep your spirit sense alert. She may try to probe you, Zukong ordered. Yes, Senior, Lin Mu replied in his mind. Following Senior Zukong's words, Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and kept it alert. In the next moment, Senior Zukong's words came true as he sensed the collision of another spirit sense with his own. This was his first time experiencing the spirit sense of another person, except for Senior Zukong, Duan Qi, and Old Man Jiang. Lin Mu saw the distance between them and estimated that the range of the spirit sense of the veiled woman should be a little less than 10 meters, most probably at 9 meters. Lin Mu could also observe the difference between the veiled woman's spirit sense and the other spirit senses he had experienced. It was much weaker than any of the other ones he had observed. Of the spirit senses he had experienced before, Senior Zukong was the strongest, while Duan Qi was the weakest. But even still, the veiled woman's spirit sense was at least 10 times as weaker than that of Duan Qi's. Lin Mu even had the confidence that he would overtake the veiled woman in a few weeks' time. Similar to Lin Mu, the veiled woman had also thought of trying to estimate Lin Mu's cultivation base. But when she felt her spirit sense probe being blocked by Lin Mu's own, she instantly retracted it. She could feel the density of Lin Mu's spirit sense and did not want to probe further, as it could end up offending him. His spirit sense is already denser than mine, and his range should be wider than mine as well. He must just be restraining it, the veiled woman thought. He should be at the very peak of the chi refining realm, the same as me, but his cultivation technique should be much stronger and superior. The veiled woman pondered. Lin Mu could not have imagined that in the brief moment their spirit senses collided, the veiled woman would have thought of so many things, and even had overestimated his cultivation by a long shot. He didn't mind the spirit probe the veiled woman used, and was fine with it, as she instantly withdrew it after meeting his. The veiled woman came close and stood in front of him. "Greetings, I'm Lin Mu." Lin Mu greeted the veiled woman with cupped hands, as was the proper etiquette. In a surprise to him, the veiled woman actually reciprocated his greeting. "Greetings, fellow cultivator. My name is Hai Wan," the veiled woman replied respectfully. Hai Bao was also surprised by this, not because of how the veiled woman greeted Lin Mu respectfully, as it was already expected, but because of the tone of her voice. The leader, who was always cold and straight with her tone, had suddenly switched it for a mellow and genial tone that was bordering on the realm of sweet too. Chapter 93. The High Core Meet Old Man Jiang. The veiled woman named Hai Wan gestured Lin Mu to take a seat. "Please be at ease, we'll just talk casually," Hai Wan spoke. Lin Mu nodded and pulled a chair from the side to sit on. Hai Bao too slid a chair forward for Hai Wan to sit on, while he himself stood at the side. Lin Mu saw this and looked at Hai Bao, but he just shook his head. Understanding his intention, Lin Mu didn't question it. Hai Wan had many questions that she wanted to ask, but knew that she had to show some restraint and keep to herself, lest she ends up offending the cultivator in front of her. In her first nonverbal interaction with Lin Mu, she had already grasped a part of Lin Mu's personality and understood that he was rather mild and reserved. Compared to the other young and talented cultivators who were often arrogant and upturned, he was much more reasonable. Hai Wan could not help but think of the upbringing he must have received for him to be this humble. She had investigated and learned about the situation with Lin Mu's parents and knew that he was an orphan. She could only attribute Lin Mu's current standing to a hidden master. At this point, Hai Wan could only hope that whatever background Lin Mu had was either amicable or at the very least neutral with theirs. Hai Wan was already extremely wary when she heard that the boy in front of her knew about Old Man Jiang. She could still remember when she and her lord had their first run-in with Old Man Jiang a few years ago. A few years ago, in Wulim City. A thin man who had a scholarly aura was sitting on a luxurious-looking chair and was listening to a person speak. He was sitting in a room that looked like a study and was illuminated by softly glowing lights. There were 5 more people in the room, and all of them were dressed in dark blue robes. Of the 5 people, only one person was not wearing a mask and was instead wearing a veil. This person was none other than the leader of the High Core. Hai Wan, and the scholarly man sitting on the luxurious chair was the lord that the High Core followed. If one could sense it, then they would find out that the 4 men who were wearing masks were all core condensation realm cultivators. Such a lineup wasn't something that could be seen every day. Currently, one of the masked core condensation realm experts was speaking. "We have completed our initial reconnaissance of the Black Dawn Kingdom and the Easter Ming Dynasty. Most of what we discovered was the same as before, but there were still some abnormalities that we detected," said the man who was standing in front of the Lord. "We think that someone has been manipulating and hiding their involvement. The recent conflict between the royal family of the Black Dawn Kingdom also seems to be their doing." Another masked man that was standing to the right spoke. The Lord stroked his beard a couple of times before replying. "That's fine. It is indeed as I expected. We will just need to continue monitoring it further then. For now, just assign a few of the lower members to keep an eye on the situation, and if it gets more complicated only then will we interfere." The Lord then looked at the masked men and scanned them before speaking again. "Anything else of importance?" One of the masked men seemed to be hesitating, and this was hidden behind the mask, yet the Lord detected it. "Do you have something to say?" the Lord asked in a calm voice. "I do. but I don't want to waste my lord's time," the masked man answered respectfully. The lord then waved his hand and spoke. "Go on ahead, we still have some time left." The masked man then cupped his hands in respect before speaking. While returning from the northern frontier, this servant passed through the northern town and took a halt for a brief amount of time. There I sensed something different. I felt as if the flow of spirit chi in the air was abnormal and seemed to be gathering towards a certain area. Thus, to investigate this, I went forward towards the area, which was an unassuming and abandoned alley. The first strange thing I found out was that there was no one in the alley. All of the shops in the alley seemed to be old and run down. The masked man took a breath before continuing. I then sensed the second strange thing. My spirit sense was blocked when I tried to probe the alley. It was as if there was a barrier set up there that was surrounding it. No matter what direction I tried, my spirit sense was always blocked. This servant then decided to enter the alley himself to see what was the cause for this. As soon as I entered the alley, I could sense the concentrated spirit chi in the air. I looked around and concluded that there was an illusory formation placed on the area. Then, suddenly, I felt as if I saw someone in the sky, but they then disappeared in the next second. And along with this, the formation that was covering the area also disappeared. A few seconds later, the concentration of spirit chi in the air also returned to normal. The expression on the Lord's face was getting sharper by the second. "How did you leave the alley?" the Lord asked with a cold tone. The other people in the room were currently a little shocked by the masked man's words, thus did not detect the faint aura that was rising from the Lord's body. The masked man, who was speaking, suddenly had a confused expression on his face after hearing his Lord's question. He was lost in his thoughts for a few seconds before speaking. I don't know how. I can't remember when I left it either," the masked man uttered while stuttering. An enraged aura suddenly burst out of the scholarly man, an aura that was stronger than the aura of all of the people here combined together. "You fool! You've been under the effect of a confounding formation all this while, and you did not realize it," the Lord shouted with fury bursting out of his eyes. The veiled woman who was standing to the side suddenly widened her eyes in realization. The area had a confounding formation placed on it. "What if you've been followed all this while?" Haiwan spoke out loud. It was at this time that the other members of the High Corps realized the seriousness of their situation. Suddenly, as if to justify their fears, an imposing aura that was even stronger than the Lord's descended upon the room. "Who," the Lord shouted as he struggled to bear the weight of the aura. The other people in the room were already unable to bear it as they all instantly collapsed onto their knees. Then, in the next moment, the roof of the room was split apart as two people descended from the sky. The two people that descended into the room were an old man that looked ancient and had a long beard, along with a young woman that was wearing a green-colored Taoist robe and had a wooden hairpin in her hair that was in the shape of a poplar leaf. These two were none other than the pair of grandfather and granddaughter, Jiang Wei and Duan Qi. The pair looked at the people in the room and finally settled their gazes onto the Lord. Humph tilde, a group of measly core condensation realm cultivators. Duan Qi scoffed. "Seems like you were right, Care. I was overthinking this. They're not worth our time," Jiang Wei spoke. "Should I finish them off?" Duan Qi asked without moving her petrifying gaze from the Lord. Jiang Wei seemed to be thinking as he did not answer right away. Instead, a wave of imposing spirit chi emanated from him and spread around. A few seconds later, he seemed to have reached a conclusion as he spoke. "No, leave them for now," Jiang Wei spoke while looking at his granddaughter. He then turned back to the Lord and spoke in a grandiose tone. "This is your first and last warning. Do not interfere in our matters and don't intrude our territory either." Each and every person could feel these words being carved into their minds. They all then nodded their heads in acceptance, albeit with difficulty. "Let's go, grandfather," Duan Qi spoke and then withdrew a spirit sword from her spatial treasure. The pair of grandfather and granddaughter were just about to jump on the spirit sword and leave, when the Lord gritted his teeth and spoke out. "May I have the names of your excellencies?" the Lord asked while bowing his head. An annoyed look appeared on Duan Qi's face after being interrupted. She was just about to speak when Jiang Wei gestured to her, and she settled down while letting out a harumph. "You can call me Old Man Jiang Wei answered in his hoarse voice. "This junior will forever remember the grace that the senior has shown me." The Lord spoke with a tone that was overflowing with awe and respect. The members of the High Corps simply kowtowed on the ground, without being prompted to do so. They could not speak anything due to the imposing pressure, anyway. Jiang Wei faintly nodded before mounting the spirit sword and flying away. But a moment after they left, Duan Qi's voice echoed again. "You better keep this to yourself." She spoke in a cold and menacing tone. Chapter 90, End of the meeting. A few minutes after Jiang Wei and Duan Qi left, the people in the room were finally able to relax and take control of themselves. The High Corps could barely lift themselves up from the floor right now. They sat up from the kowtowing posture with the support of their arms and looked at the aftermath. They saw the rubble that was strewn around due to the collapse of the roof and the bookshelves that were fallen as well. But in the end, their gazes settled on one of their comrades. It was the same person who had reported about the abnormality and the same one who was also scolded by the Lord. The person in question was currently stuck in the kowtowing posture. Unlike others who had lifted themselves, he was still stuck there. One of the masked men dragged himself to the man, who was still kowtowing, and spoke. "Hey, are you fine?" he spoke. Suddenly, the Lord, who was bowing all this time, plopped down onto his throne. "It's no use, he's already dead." The Lord spoke with a tired tone. "Wah, what?" everyone uttered in unison. The masked man who was near the kowtowing man shook him and saw him fall over onto the other side. The masked man who was kowtowing until now was bleeding from his eyes and mouth. His pupils had overturned into his skull, and he was no longer breathing. The veiled woman gasped and looked over to the Lord and calculated her words before speaking. "My Lord, were they?" "I fear yes," the Lord shortly spoke while rubbing the bridge of his nose. The Lord could already feel the headache coming. He hadn't thought that a routine mission would end up causing such a huge mess. He had lost one of his core condensation realm cultivators and had also offended a hidden expert that was at the very least a Dao shell realm cultivator. The other masked men were finally able to lift themselves off the ground. They stood up shakily and looked over to their Lord. "What was their cultivation?" one of the masked men asked. The other masked men also joined in on the question, as they were curious too. They did not understand the meaning of the interaction between their leader and their Lord. The Lord heard the question and sighed with dissatisfaction. "It was good that I chose Hai Wan to become the leader, even if she is weaker than them," the Lord thought. The old man was at least a Dao shell realm cultivator, while the woman was probably a core condensation realm cultivator since she was able to fly using a spirit sword, though she could be stronger than that too. Hai Wan answered for her Lord. Hai Wan could sense the growing dissatisfaction in her Lord, thus answered for him. She also wondered how they were going to approach this matter in the future. Lin Mu was looking at Hai Wan, trying to grasp her personality. The genial way she had talked to him had made him feel strange, thus he wanted to know a little more about her. "So you say these people have been abducting mercenaries?" Hai Wan asked. "I don't exactly know, but it does seem like it. They even had memory-confounding poison with them," Lin Mu answered. Lin Mu then withdrew the small vial of memory-confounding poison that he had stored in the ring. He then passed it to Hai Wan, who took it. She looked at it for a minute and seemed like she was using her spirit sense to determine its authenticity. "It is indeed memory-confounding poison," Hai Wan concluded. "They also found some beast-inciting powder on a mercenary," Hai Bao spoke up. Hai Wan's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. "You found it on a mercenary and not on a culprit?" she asked to confirm. "Yes, I found it on one of the dead mercenaries' body. I actually wanted someone to look at it and find out where it came from," Lin Mu replied. While I know a little about poisons, I'm not really an expert in this. I'll have to ask someone else. Hai Wan spoke. Lin Mu nodded in understanding. He already knew that they would need an alchemist to take a look at it, as only the people capable of making it would be able to know what it was. But even then, we still need to investigate its source. Hai Wan spoke and then turned towards Hai Bao. Investigate the identity of the mercenary first and try to find out his associates, Hai Wan ordered. Yes, leader, Hai Bao answered. Hai Wan and Lin Mu then talked about a multitude of topics. Lin Mu told her about his side of the story, and Hai Wan intently listened. While she already knew most of this, she still wanted to hear a first-hand account. Hai Wan could feel goosebumps on her body upon imagining the scenes of Lin Mu fighting against the culprits. Her curiosity about Lin Mu's background was increasing by the minute, but she knew that asking it outright might be troublesome, thus she decided to wait for an opportune moment. Hai Wan and Lin Mu's conversation lasted for over an hour, and they only stopped when one of the masked men that came with Hai Wan entered the room. Hai Wan looked at him and gestured with her hand for him to speak. It looks like the residents are finally waking up. The town head has also issued a warning, the masked man reported. Hai Wan nodded her head in response and turned to Lin Mu. Seems like our conversation ends here. You can leave for now. We'll inform you when we find more about things. Hai Wan spoke. Sure, Lin Mu answered. Hai Wan then turned to Hai Bao and spoke. Give him an identity badge as well. As you command, leader, Hai Bao replied, and then gestured for Lin Mu to follow him. Lin Mu then exited the room along with Hai Bao and went to the room where the emergency signal plates were kept. After entering the room, his attention was instantly pulled towards the metal plates that were kept on stands. Hai Bao walked up to his desk and withdrew a hexagonal badge from it. He then handed it to Lin Mu and spoke. This is an identity badge for our corps. You can use this to enter the safe house if you need to report something or if there's an emergency. Thanks, Lin Mu replied and then looked towards the plates. What are those? Lin Mu asked. Hai Bao looked at where Lin Mu was pointing and saw that it was the emergency signal plates. He wondered if he should tell him about it or not, but then decided to tell him. He had seen how the leader was very respectful with Lin Mu and already knew that they would probably be allies in the future. They're used for emergencies. Whenever a member is in the most dire of emergencies, they can use the whistle to alarm us, Hai Bao answered. Lin Mu then remembered the small tube that was hanging on Hai Wen's necklace. He had blown on it and called for help. How does it work, though? Lin Mu questioned. Hai Bao had a confused look upon his face after hearing Lin Mu's question. I actually don't know exactly how. Our Lord designed this, and the only thing I know is that it makes a noise when a whistle is blown, Hai Bao replied. Lin Mu used his spirit sense to observe the metal plates and found out that they were actually of different thicknesses. Although the plates looked the same, there was a difference in the thickness and size. This is rather innovative. Someone actually found a way to use earth and spirit metal without placing formations on it. Zhukang suddenly spoke. Earth and spirit metal, Lin Mu asked. It's a common type of spirit metal that's used in the manufacture of spirit tools and spirit weapons. Usually, in order to use it, one needs to place formations on it. But the way these are designed, they don't need any formations to work. These can actually be called as primitive spirit tools, Zhukang answered. Lin Mu's curiosity was ignited once again after hearing Senior Zhukang's words. So does this mean Senior knows how it works? Lin Mu inquired. Yes, I can. These plates work due to a phenomenon called as chi resonance. When air is blown into an emergency whistle, it is also charged with spirit chi. This chi is absorbed by the whistle and is then released in the form of a certain type of wave. As long as the person using it is in the range of the plate, the disc in the center of it will start resonating and will spin. And due to the difference in the dimensions of the plate, the emergency whistles can be made uniquely for each individual, Zhukang explained. Lin Mu intently listened to Senior Zhukang's words, and felt amazed at learning this. Whoever this lord is, we can safely assume that he is very smart. He used such an ingenious method that it would actually be appreciated in some of the higher worlds as well. Zhukang praised. Chapter 95, The Mercenaries' Situation. After hearing Senior Zhukang's praise about the Lord, Lin Mu understood that he must be careful with him. A person as smart as the Lord must be carefully dealt with. Hai Bao saw that Lin Mu was still staring at the metal plates, thus spoke out. Are you fine? Lin Mu snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly spoke. Ah yes, let's go now. Hai Bao nodded and led Lin Mu out of the safe house. A few minutes later, they were standing in the shop upstairs. There, Hai Bao went to talk with the old woman and spoke to her about Lin Mu and their current situation. The old woman did not speak much and only nodded before leaving the room to do her own tasks. Hai Bao showed Lin Mu off to the door and let him leave. Lin Mu stepped out of the door and saw the dim sunlight that was illuminating the town and the clouds that were trying to block it. There did not seem to be any snow today, and the previous day's snow had melted too. He let out a breath and saw it fog up. Should I take a look around the town? Lin Mu muttered to himself. I think you should get an idea of what's actually happening. You may also need to talk with those people from the night vigil, Zhukang advised. Ah yes, the night vigil, I nearly forgot about them, Lin Mu replied. Having decided what he was gonna do, Lin Mu chose a path and started walking on it. He first decided to go check on the mercenary camp as it was close by. The safe house was located in the western part of the town, thus this was the most obvious choice. Lin Mu saw some people while walking and observed that they seemed to be unnerved, and some seemed to even be scared. Lin Mu spotted some familiar faces, but they were not the residents of the eastern part. He continued on and reached the mercenary camp. As soon as he got close to the mercenary camp, he could hear the increase in the noise. He crossed the exit and saw the mercenaries gathered up in an area. They all seemed to be shouting about something, and a tall and muscled mercenary seemed to be directing them. Lin Mu went to the group to try and listen to what was happening. He glanced at the tall and muscled mercenary and could sense that he was different. He got even more closer and narrowed his eyes after hearing their shouts. We won't stand this anymore. They did not listen to us when mercenaries disappeared, and now that it happened to their own townsmen, they're up in arms about it. The tall and muscled mercenary shouted. Yes, the crowd shouted. They did not give us answers first, and now they suspect us. We won't bear this injustice. The tall and muscled mercenary shouted. Yes, the crowd shouted again. Lin Mu was a little stunned after hearing the mercenaries' shouts. He would have never thought that instead of doing a proper investigation, they were instead trying to pin it on the mercenaries. Has the town head become senile? Lin Mu wondered. The machinations seem to be running deep. There's more to this than we think, but unless we look more into it, we won't know, Zhukang replied. Should we interfere in this, though? Lin Mu questioned himself. You're not directly involved in this, except for the part where you were attacked. I would say that you should just watch and wait, let these high corps do their part, though the final decision is still up to you, Zhukang advised. Lin Mu thought it over for a minute and then made up his mind. We'll wait and watch. Only if push comes to shove will we act. Besides, I still need to cultivate, Lin Mu spoke. Lin Mu then turned around and was just about to walk away when he suddenly felt something. Spirit sense, Lin Mu whispered and turned around. The instant Lin Mu turned around, his eyes met the eyes of the mercenary that was directing the crowd. Their gazes clashed and Lin Mu understood. He spread his spirit sense probe and started to observe everything more closely. Lin Mu found the source of spirit sense and determined it to be the mercenary. The leading mercenary showed momentary shock when Lin Mu did this. The leading mercenary then withdrew his spirit sense and nodded at Lin Mu before gesturing with his eyes. Lin Mu understood this and walked aside. It seems like he wants to meet you, Zhukang spoke. Indeed, let's see what he has to say, Lin Mu replied and readied himself. While waiting for the mercenary, Lin Mu probed the other mercenaries in the crowd and discovered that there were 2 more cultivators in there. These cultivators were standing near the leading mercenary and did not detect anything when Lin Mu used his spirit sense to observe them. These 2 probably don't have spirit sense and haven't experienced it before either, I think, Lin Mu guessed. Or they're good at hiding their expression, Zhukang spoke. It doesn't seem like it. Their cultivation was at the early stage of the qi refining realm, unlike the other mercenary who is at the peak stage of the qi refining realm, Lin Mu replied. You will have to be careful. He may already know your cultivation base as well, Zhukang advised. Yes, senior, though I feel confident that I can deal with it if things go sideways. Lin Mu spoke with determination. Haha, at least his confidence is increasing well, Zhukang thought with mirth. Lin Mu waited for the mercenary and kept on listening to the shouts of the crowd. My fellow mercenaries, even if we are from different companies, we need to unite. Our superiors are out there working hard and thus can't help us currently. We need to deal with this ourselves, the leading mercenary said before shouting one last time. Yes, the crowd shouted in unison. The leading mercenary then left the area, and the crowd dispersed into smaller groups. The shouting had stopped, yet the mercenaries were still discussing amongst themselves in the groups. The leading mercenary spoke to the 2 other cultivators and then started walking towards Lin Mu's location. Lin Mu was standing a little distance from the crowd and was leaning against a tree. He watched as the 3 cultivator mercenaries approached him. Their expressions seemed to be neutral, and they were walking with an unhurried gait. The trio reached Lin Mu and stood in front of him. Greetings, fellow cultivator. The trio greeted with cupped hands. I should have guessed this beforehand, Lin Mu thought with a chuckle. Greetings, Lin Mu responded. The 3 men then lowered their hands, and a neutral yet amicable expression appeared on their faces. I am Hong Luo from the Crimson Fang Mercenary Company. May I have the opportunity to know fellow cultivator's name? The leading mercenary spoke. I am Lin Mu. The 2 accompanying cultivators had an irked expression upon hearing Lin Mu introduce himself in this way. But then the leading mercenary seemed to have secretly tapped them, after which they abruptly changed it back. This happened in nearly an instant, yet Lin Mu was able to detect it. Why are you here, Brother Lin Mu? Hong Luo asked. Oh, I was just passing by and heard some shouts, thus I came to look. Lin Mu spoke. Ah yes, we are, you see, in a rather complex predicament, Hong Luo replied. What's exactly happening, though? I would like to know more, Lin Mu questioned. I'm sure Brother Lin Mu must have heard about the recent incidents of mercenaries disappearing, Hong Luo spoke. I did indeed, and something happened in the town as well, I reckon, Lin Mu replied. Since you already know this, then it's more simple to explain. The town head basically suspects that someone from the mercenaries is to blame for the disappearances. They did not listen to us when the first incident happened, and now when the townsmen disappeared, they have the audacity to blame us, Hong Luo explained. That is rather wrong of the town head, Lin Mu replied. Lin Mu did actually feel that something was wrong with the town head. He seemed to be acting strangely and was taking absurd decisions. Brother Lin Mu is on the same page as us. That makes me delighted, Hong Luo spoke, while the other 2 cultivators nodded. Lin Mu then realized that the 2 cultivators had not spoken anything yet. And these 2 are? Lin Mu questioned. Forgive me, I forgot to introduce them. These 2 are the Ming brothers and they are both mute, thus they can't speak. They are part of the Crimson Fang Mercenary Company as well, Hong Luo answered. So what did you want from me? Lin Mu asked the actual question that he's been meaning to do. Upon hearing Lin Mu's question, Hong Lu's expression became serious. Chapter 96, Hong Luo's Request. Hong Luo took a deep breath and thought for a moment before speaking. Brother Lin Mu, as you can see, we don't have many cultivators left here. While we have many mercenaries in the body tempering realm, there are only the 3 of us left here now, Hong Luo spoke. Only 3 of you? The last time I came here there were at least 10 cultivators here. Where did everyone go? Lin Mu interrupted. While Lin Mu had known that a few mercenaries that were also cultivators had disappeared, there were still at least 10 cultivators remaining. Now that there were only 3 of them left here, it was a little surprising to him. Another elite team of mercenaries had to leave for the mission in the northern forest about a week ago. I was appointed to keep watch on the camp and to relay any message to the teams working in the forest, but as you can see, the incident happened. Hong Luo spoke and sighed. Then did you inform your superiors about this? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, I did. But the problem is that the elite teams are hunting spirit beasts deep in the forest. Just reaching their location would maybe take around 5 days, and if we were to add the time required to find them, it would be increased even more. I sent one of my junior cultivators to inform them about 3 days ago, but I fear that by the time they know about this, something worse could have happened. Hong Luo answered. Lin Mu was now starting to understand more about their current predicament. Then what you require from me is help? Lin Mu asked. Yes, we do, Hong Luo simply answered. But why me? Lin Mu curiously asked. Hong Luo and the other 2 sighed in helplessness upon hearing Lin Mu's words. We tried asking the other cultivators in town before, but the 2 hunters that are cultivators have disappeared, and the only other remaining cultivators are the captain and the 2 vice-captains of the town guards. Obviously, the latter are not going to help us, Hong Luo explained. Lin Mu thought over what Hong Luo had said until now and wondered how he should approach this. He didn't want to get involved as it would take up his time and will slow down his cultivation progress. Another reason was that, with the conspiracy and machinations that were going on in the underbelly of the town, Lin Mu did not know what kind of powers he would face. While he had been able to fight against the culprits who were at the mid-stage of the Qi refining realm, and was confident that he would be able to hold himself against one at the peak stage of the Qi refining realm, he did not know if he will be able to do the same with a cultivator that was at the core condensation realm. I think you can try helping them if they offer you proper benefits. Don't forget that you are still lacking in resources. Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu knew that while he was able to cultivate on his own with little problems, he still needed certain resources that could help him. Even if he were to ignore resources that could directly help him in increasing his cultivation speed, such as spirit pills and spirit stones, he would still require certain life-saving items like restoration and healing pills. Lin Mu had learned from Senior Zhukang that such healing and restoration pills were a big advantage that could turn the tide of a battle in the blink of an eye. While he did have the 4 vessels restoration pills, they were rather precious, and it would be a huge waste to use them for anything other than life-threatening injuries. Finally, after thinking for 5 minutes, Lin Mu had made up his mind. While Lin Mu was thinking about his decision, Hong Luo and the others waited patiently for him and did not disturb him. They knew that it was a big decision, and one would not just straight away accept their request. I can help you, but I have a few conditions, Lin Mu said with a neutral tone. Of course, Brother Lin Mu, you can speak your mind, Hong Luo responded amicably. First, I want to know in what way I would be helping, and second, I want some resources in exchange, Lin Mu stated. There are 3 things we want your help in, Brother Lin Mu. We want you to keep an eye on the mercenaries in the camp during the night and also watch out for any news you may hear about the incidents. While we can get some information on our end, it's still a tad difficult to get it from the town officials and guards, as they have been told to ignore us, it seems. Hong Luo spoke and took a pause. As for the last thing, I don't know if this would be completely possible, but I need you to investigate this incident if you can. We have to manage the mercenaries here, thus we can't do it ourselves, and anyway we are not welcome in the town, Hong Luo added. And what about the resources? Lin Mu asked with raised brows. That would depend on what kind of resources Brother Lin Mu requires. Though the thing is, you will only be able to get them after my superiors return, since we ourselves don't have them, Hong Luo replied. Lin Mu heard Hong Lu's words and started to think that perhaps he should reject his request. He didn't know when Hong Lu's companions would be returning, and if something happens to him before they returned, It would just defeat the main purpose in the first place. Still, Lin Mu thought he should at least put forward his demand, and perhaps they could come to some kind of compromise or decision. I would prefer it if you can give me healing and restorative pills. Lin Mu spoke. Hong Luo took a breath of relief after hearing what Lin Mu spoke. If it's just healing and restorative pill, then I can accept this. We do have some of those pills that I can give you, but if you want more, you will have to wait, as I said. Hong Luo replied with a calm tone. You can accept this, I think. Remember, you can actually take the help of the high core and make it easier for yourself. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu thought about it and found it to be reasonable. It would align with his goals, and using the high core would be shooting two birds with one arrow. Pub future ads. I accept, Lin Mu answered after deliberating. Then I look forward to our cooperation, Hong Luo said as he extended his right hand forward. Lin Mu shook hands with Hong Luo and confirmed their cooperation. Now then, let's go to my tent so that I can give you the pills that you require, Hong Luo said. Hong Luo then turned around and started walking towards the camp. The Ming brothers also walked along with him, while Lin Mu followed at the back. He's rather trusting, isn't he? Lin Mu inwardly spoke. No, it's more like he has no other option rather than to trust you. He seems to be at the end of his line, Zukong replied. Perhaps, Lin Mu muttered. They soon reached Hong Lu's tent. The tent was rather large and tall enough that anyone could stand and walk in without any obstruction. There were two mercenaries that were standing guard outside of the tent and kept an eye out for any person that passed by. Lin Mu used his spirit sense to probe their strength and discovered that they were actually at the 10th stage of the body tempering realm. This was the second time Lin Mu was seeing a warrior that was at the 10th stage of the body tempering realm other than him. All the other people he had seen, even the ones who were chi cultivators, were only at the 8th stage of the body tempering realm. Lin Mu tried observing closer and found out that while their two were at the 10th stage of the body tempering realm, they were barely at the border of it. Lin Mu probed even deeper and could sense that there seemed to be some abnormalities in the vital energy that permeated their body. This is rather strange. Why is there vital energy like this? Lin Mu inwardly spoke. It seems they have forcibly raised their strength to the 10th stage of the body tempering realm by certain means, Zukong guessed. They can do that. Doesn't a person need to train and consolidate vital energy properly in order to raise their strength? Lin Mu curiously asked. That is indeed true normally, but there are still certain methods by which they can raise it further. In the case of these two mercenaries, it's likely that their innate talent was not enough, and they stalled at the 9th stage of the body tempering realm. They probably used some unorthodox technique or a resource to raise it in this way, Zukong answered. What method do you think is the most likely, Senior Zukong? Lin Mu questioned. In their case, seeing how unstable their vital energy is, I can conclude that it's a pill. Chapter 97, Getting the Pills from Hong Luo. This was new information to Lin Mu. He didn't think that a pill that could do something like this existed. But now that he knew this, he wondered how much it cost and what the side effects of such a pill could be. He had already seen the unstable vital energy of the mercenaries. Thus knew that it was one of the side effects, but wanted to know if there were more. What kind of pill do you think it is, Senior Zukong? Lin Mu asked. I can't exactly tell. There are far too many pills that would fit the description, and different worlds may have different names for the same kind of pill. Unless you see it with your own eyes, it will be impossible for me to tell for sure, Zukong explained. Lin Mu nodded upon hearing Senior Zukong's words. It was reasonable that he couldn't know everything. He would just have to see it himself to know about it. Perhaps I can ask Hong Luo, Lin Mu thought. The four people then came to a halt in front of the tent. The two guards greeted Hong Luo before moving aside to let him enter the tent. Hong Luo lifted the curtain of the tent and entered inside while gesturing for the others to do the same. One by one, everyone lifted the curtain and entered the tent. Upon entering the tent, Lin Mu could see that while it looked big from the outside, the insides of it were rather cramped. There were far too many items kept in the tent to allow a person to move freely inside it without bumping into something. Lin Mu looked around and saw a multitude of items kept in the tent. He saw a bed that was kept on the other end of the tent, a little to the right side, and a set of table and chairs right next to it. Other than this, most of the tent was occupied by trunks, chests, and sacks, some of which were haphazardly strewn about. Hong Luo turned around with an embarrassed expression on his face. "Forgive me, brother Lin Mu, the tent is a bit untidy. After all the elite mercenaries went on the mission and the disappearances happened, I had to move all the precious items in the camp to here," Hong Luo explained. "It's fine, I understand," Lin Mu spoke while nodding. Lin Mu had seen his fair share of messy places, thus he was not bothered by this much. "Let me find the pills for you then," Hong Luo spoke. He then turned around and went up to a chest that was placed upon another trunk. The chest had a small lock placed on it and looked sturdy as it was made out of some kind of metal, probably steel. Hong Luo then took out a small key from his pocket and inserted it into the lock on the chest and turned it around. The lock on the chest opened with a snap, and Hong Luo lifted the lid of the chest. Inside the crate, 3 glass bottles were kept. One of them was opaque and could not be seen through, while the other 2 were transparent. Hong Luo picked up the 2 transparent bottles and showed them to Lin Mu, who was standing behind him. He placed them on the table to let Lin Mu check them out. Lin Mu looked closer and saw that while the pills in both of the bottles seemed to be of a white color, the pills in one bottle were smaller than the other. The bigger pills were 3 in number, while the smaller ones were 5 in number. Hong Luo pointed to the smaller pills and spoke. "These are the lesser wound restoration pills and can be used to heal minor wounds such as cuts and flesh wounds." Hong Luo then pointed to the bigger pills and spoke. "These are the internal replenishment pills. They can be used to heal minor internal injuries such as hemorrhage and shocks." Lin Mu then picked up the bottle with lesser wound restoration pills and opened its cap to smell them. There was no particular smell to the pills, and it seemed like they would only release their scent upon consuming them. He then picked up the bottle with the internal replenishment pills and opened its cap as well to smell them. This time he could smell a scent that was floral in nature while also having some hints of pungency. He placed the cap back onto the bottles and pretended to store them in his pouch while actually storing them into the ring. Lin Mu now started to wonder about the origin of these pills. He knew that pills such as these could only be made by an alchemist, who were usually part of sects and were seldom independent or with other organizations. The reason for this was that in order to raise an alchemist, a great amount of resources were needed, and if they wanted to progress their craft further, an even greater amount of precious materials and herbs would be needed. It also took a long time for a cultivator to become an alchemist, as they needed to learn a lot of knowledge which was often monopolized by the cultivation sects. Lin Mu wondered if these pills were from the Tricauldron Peony sect as well. "Where are these pills from?" Lin Mu questioned. "I do not know that, brother. These pills are often given to us by the mercenary company for our use. They usually acquire these from the markets in Xiangwei City, thus these pills could be manufactured by any of the sects or other organizations," Hong Luo answered. Lin Mu then looked at the last bottle of pills in the chest and spoke. "What kind of pills are those?" Hong Lu's brows furrowed upon hearing Lin Mu's question, and a complex expression appeared on his face. He seemed to be deliberating on whether to tell Lin Mu or not, but in the end, he decided to go ahead and speak. "They're a special kind of pills that can forcibly increase the strength of a person that is still in the body-tempering realm," Hong Luo spoke. As soon as Lin Mu heard Hong Lu's words, he knew he had hit the jackpot. "What's their name?" Lin Mu asked further. "They are called as vital spring pills," Hong Luo answered. "Is that how the 2 guards outside reached the 10th stage of the body-tempering realm?" Lin Mu probed. "Ah, so brother Lin Mu noticed. It seems that your attainments in spirit sense are higher than mine. Even I can't tell the difference between them and normal 10th stage body tempering realm warriors. But of course, it was expected from a person of a standing such as yours, Brother Lin Mu, Hong Luo replied. Lin Mu noticed the probing tone of Hong Luo, but did not mind it and just let it pass. He did not want to put too much focus on it and just let the other party make assumptions of themselves. So far, it had only helped him from what he could learn from his experience of meeting the High Core. Seeing that Lin Mu did not speak further and did not react to his words in any way, Hong Luo confirmed his thoughts. Well then, Brother Lin Mu, I guess we'll see each other in the night, and if you're in the town, you now know what to do, Hong Luo said. That I do, indeed, Lin Mu politely replied. Lin Mu then turned around and left the tent. A few mercenaries saw Lin Mu exit the tent and seemed to be shocked by this. They then walked away while speaking to each other in hushed voices. Well, now that I have this, I'll have more advantages in a battle, Lin Mu spoke in his mind. That you do indeed, but still it's better if you never get any injuries in the first place, Zhu Kong replied. Lin Mu just nodded inwardly and re-entered the town. His next destination was the southern side of the town. He wanted to see what was happening with the guards and also wanted to meet up with the members of the night vigil. Lin Mu reached the southern part of the town after 5 minutes and walked towards the barracks of the town guards. Upon reaching there, he saw a huge crowd of people gathered around the barracks. Lin Mu went closer and saw that these people were all the residents of the eastern part of the town. They were all the people who had been affected by the strange phenomena last night. Lin Mu saw that they seemed to have absolutely enraged expressions on their faces and were very close to exploding. They were gathered and were currently talking in whisperers, seemingly waiting for someone. Lin Mu stood at the very back and waited with them. He did not want to disturb them right now and first wanted to see how the situation would progress. A minute later, he saw the doors of the guard barracks open and out walked 3 people. Lin Mu craned his neck to look and saw that it was actually the captain and vice-captain of the town guards themselves. Chapter 98, The Vice-Captain's Orders. Lin Mu had seen the captain of the town guards a few times before, thus knew what he looked like. But when looked at the vice-captain, he was surprised. This vice-captain was not the one that he knew. Of the 2 vice-captains, Lin Mu had killed one and the other was alive, but this person was not the same one. Who's this person? Lin Mu muttered. The captain and vice-captain seemed to be discussing amongst themselves when they were walking outside. When they finally came in front of the crowd, only did they stop. They scanned the crowd with their eyes and gauge it. Lin Mu knew that they may use spirit sense, thus he stood at a far enough distance such that it won't reach him. Though he himself wanted to use his spirit sense to observe the cultivation base of the 2 people. Residents of Northern Town, the captain spoke in a loud voice, which silenced the muttering crowd. We have heard your complaints and concerns. We have also done a preliminary investigation of last night's incident. The town head has also listened to it and has decided on a course of action. The captain spoke and was then interrupted by the crowd. What do you mean complaints and concerns? This is a threat to our life, people from the crowd shouted. Yeah, we had to make our own night vigil because the town head didn't agree to assign guards. You people only found out because of the night vigil. If they were not there, who knows what would have happened? The crowd could no longer keep silent, and everyone started shouting. The captain could be seen getting more and more tense with each passing moment, but it was now that Lin Mu saw something that pulled his attention. The vice-captain that was standing beside the captain was not getting tense. Instead, he seemed to be getting annoyed instead. Silence, the vice-captain shouted. One more word, and we shall arrest all who defy, the vice-captain declared. The crowd went silent for a moment from the vice-captain's shout, and then erupted in an even greater uproar. You can't do that. We are not in the wrong here, you are. The people from the crowd hooted. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard, as the vice-captain disappeared from his position. "MYARMMM," shouted the man who had protested. The vice-captain was standing above him and had his leg placed on the man's arm. From the awkward angle it was bent at, one could tell that it was broken, if not from the painful shouts of the man. Anyone else? The vice captain spoke with a domineering voice. The people were stunned upon seeing this act. Soon fear replaced their stunned expressions, and they stepped back a few steps. Even the captain of the guards seems to be shocked by the vice captain's actions. He quickly came towards the vice captain and spoke to him. "Why did you do this? This was too harsh," the captain said with concern. HMMPH. "These people will not understand unless we make an example." The vice captain spoke after harumphing loudly. The vice captain then lifted his leg from the injured man's arm and walked back. The captain too followed him. "Now listen to this with all your attention, because I'm only going to say it once," the vice captain spoke. The people in the crowd all gulped and listened with intent. The vice captain nodded with a little satisfaction and looked at the captain with a smug look. The captain did not speak anything and just sighed. "From today onwards, no one is to leave their houses at night under any conditions. The guards will be patrolling at night, and if anyone is found wandering out at night, they will be arrested on the spot," the vice captain spoke. The vice captain then took a pause and looked around in the crowd. "We suspect that the culprits of last night's incident may be one of the townspeople. Thus, if we find anyone wandering out in the night, they will be arrested without any excuses and sent to prison," the vice captain added. The people in the crowd became even more fearful after hearing the orders and gulped. After this, the captain came forward and placed his hand on the vice captain's shoulder. "Fear not, though. As long as everyone follows the orders, they will all be safe," the captain spoke in an assuring tone. The crowd finally calmed down a little bit after hearing the captain, even though it wasn't as much because the injured man was still grunting in pain. Also, the town head has ordered to meet all the people who were part of the night vigil. So all those that are already in the crowd should come forward now, and the rest shall report here later as well," the captain informed. "Now disperse," the vice captain ordered. The crowd quickly left, for the fear that the vice captain had in their hearts was still fresh. Lin Mu was feeling incredibly suspicious of all the words that the captain and vice captain of the town guards spoke. Though the most suspicion he had was on the vice captain. He did not know this person who had suddenly popped out of nowhere and had also become so domineering. The town guards had never behaved like this before. Sure, they were overbearing sometimes, but never as much as the vice captain. Lin Mu was standing a little distance away from the crowd, so the captains had not seen him yet. He then stopped a random person who was walking by and spoke to him. "Brother, do you know who that vice captain is?" Lin Mu asked the man. "That's the new vice captain of the town guards. His name is Han Lei," the man answered. Han Lei, is he related to the Han Su somehow? Lin Mu thought. Why was the vice captain replaced, though, and where is the other vice captain as well? Lin Mu asked curiously. Lin Mu wanted to know what the people knew about Han Su after he had killed him. He also wanted to know why the other vice captain was replaced, as he certainly seemed to be someone with a higher authority. Even the captain did not dare to stop him when he acted and just spoke a few measly words after he injured the man in the crowd. "Oh, you didn't hear? Vice Captain Han Su disappeared after the spirit beast attack. Most people think that he was eaten. Because of this, the other vice captain went to investigate the matter and got injured in the process as well. He was then promptly sent to Wu Lim City for treatment," the man answered. "Then where is this Han Lei from?" Lin Mu asked. "Oh, he is former Vice Captain Han Su's elder brother, who came here from Wu Lim City as his replacement," the man spoke. "Wait, doesn't this mean there should be an additional vice captain then?" Lin Mu questioned. "There is, but I don't know who it is. We haven't seen him yet," the man answered. Lin Mu nodded to the man's reply and thanked him before leaving. "This is extremely strange," Lin Mu spoke in his mind. "Seems like the people behind the incident are making their move. The town head declaring a curfew like this is probably due to their intentions," Zhukong speculated. "That seems like it's senior. If they are able to order the town head, then this means that he is involved in it too. Han Lei being Han Su's brother leaves little doubts as well. Lin Mu replied. How should we approach this now? I'm supposed to help Hong Luo at night, and they have told all the members of Night Vigil to report as well. This seems extremely suspicious. Lin Mu asked. Perhaps you should consult your new allies. The rest, I'll leave it up to you. You need to learn how to judge situations like these yourself and make your own decisions. Zhukang spoke in a calm tone. Lin Mu did not mind Senior Zhukang's words and took them in a good stride. He knew that he was only doing to help him learn and grow. Seems like I can't meet the Night Vigil members for now. It would only complicate things further, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu decided to walk back to the safe house of the High Corps instead of his own, as there was a chance that some people may spot him in the residential district. He reached the safe house after 30 minutes and saw that the carriage was no longer there in the alley. Lin Mu knocked on the door and waited for it to open. It had been a little more than 2 hours since Lin Mu had left the safe house, thus the people in the safe house were not expecting him to return this fast. The door of the safe house was opened by the old woman who saw him and let him inside. Chapter 99, Planning an Approa chapter. Upon walking inside, Lin Mu saw that there was someone else sitting in the shop. The man was dressed in the clothes of a high official, and he had seen him before. It was one of the men that had come with the leader of the High Corps, Hai Wan. Lin Mu nodded to him in greeting and saw him reciprocate as well. He then walked inside the other room under the guidance of the old woman. The old woman came to a stop in front of the wall and held out her hand. The badge, the old woman spoke. Lin Mu withdrew the badge from the ring while putting his hand inside the pouch and handed the badge to the old woman. She looked at it for a moment before inserting it into a small slot that was hidden in the seam of the wall. The wooden panel of the wall shifted and Lin Mu walked inside it. After stepping in, the panel closed back and he started walking down the passageway into the stairwell. He reached the entrance of the safe house a couple of minutes later and opened the door. As soon as the door was open, he saw 2 people standing in front of the door. They seemed to be alert and ready to attack, but after seeing Lin Mu, they relaxed and sat back down on their chairs. I need to report something. Where's Hai Bao? Lin Mu questioned. The man who was sitting in front of Lin Mu was one of the members of the High Corps that Lin Mu had not met yet. He's probably someone that came with Hai Wan, Lin Mu thought. You can head on inside. The captain is having a meeting with the rest of the High Corps, the man spoke. Lin Mu simply nodded and went to the room that was to the right. He opened the door and saw the 10 members of High Corps standing around Hai Bao and Hai Wan. They turned around to look and saw Lin Mu entering. You're here already, Hai Bao said. I have a couple of things to report, and I also would be needing your help with something, Lin Mu replied. Go ahead, Hai Wan spoke in affirmation. The town head has declared a strict curfew at night. The captain and new vice captain of the town's guards declared to the residents. Lin Mu spoke. We already know about the curfew, Hai Bao spoke. That's not all, I learned a few more things. Apparently this new vice captain is named Han Lei. He's Han Su's brother. He's meant to be his replacement. Lin Mu spoke with a serious tone. Then that means, She spoke before she was interrupted. The culprits are making their move. They are probably controlling the town head as well, Hai Bao postulated. This Han Lei is rather overbearing too. He broke the arm of a resident just to make an example out of it. The captain did not seem to stop him either, and there's another new vice captain that we don't know of, Lin Mu added. Hai Wan turned towards Hai Bao after hearing Lin Mu's report and spoke. Forget my previous order. From now on, focus on the vice captains and the town head as well. It's no doubt that they are part of the culprits. This curfew only helps them in their acts. Now they can just abduct people and say that they were arrested for wandering outside. Yes, leader, Hai Bao responded. Hai Wan then turned back to Lin Mu and spoke again. Now, what kind of help did you need from us? I went to the mercenary camp an hour ago and met their current leader. He's named Hong Luo and is also a peak stage chi refining realm cultivator. He has asked me for help, Lin Mu answered. And what does he need help in particular? Hai Wan questioned. It's with regard to the disappearance of the mercenaries. He wants me to help investigate the matter and also to help him keep a watch during the night. But now that the town head has declared a curfew, it would be difficult for me to go out, although that's not my main concern. The town head also wants to meet all the people who were part of the night vigil, thus one way or the other I'm gonna have to meet him. Lin Mu explained. Hai Wan went silent for a minute and seemed to be thinking about it. The other members of the High Corps also stayed silent so as to not disturb their leader. It should be no problem. I'll dispatch some of our members to keep watch on the mercenaries at night. It aligns with our goals anyway. As for the investigation about the disappearance of mercenaries, we are already on it. Hai Wan spoke after thinking for a bit and then turned to face Hai Bao again. I know what to do. Hai Bao spoke before Hai Wan could even speak. Hai Wan simply nodded in appreciation. Now about this meeting with the town head, what are you going to do? Hai Shi asked. I'm going to meet him right now. Better get it done as soon as I can. Delaying it would be no use as they should already know about me because of the other people from the night vigil. Lin Mu replied. That should be fine, but just in case have Hai Shi follow you. That should help avoid any untoward incidents. Hai Wan suggested. I'm fine with that, Lin Mu answered. Okay then, now everyone knows what to do, so get going, Hai Wan ordered. Yes, leader. All the members of the High Corps replied in unison. Nodding in understanding, Lin Mu turned back to leave. Hai Shi too followed behind him and left the room, while the other members dispersed as well and went to prepare for their missions. Before walking out the door of the safe house, Hai Shi picked up her mask and put it on. She also brought an additional mask with her and handed it to Lin Mu. What's this for? Lin Mu asked, although he knew why. Have it just in case. You are an ally of the High Corps now anyway, so you have the right to use it, Hai Shi answered. Lin Mu nodded and took the mask. He then opened the door of the safe house and walked up to the shop above it. The old woman who was watching the shop handed him the badge back before he left. Pub Future ads. I'll take another route and keep on following you. If you find anything suspicious, just signal me by putting your hand up with 3 fingers, Hai Shi informed. Lin Mu nodded in response, but chuckled when he heard Senior Zukang speaking in his mind. If you're the one who has trouble, I doubt she will be able to do much. You're already much stronger than her, Zukang spoke. That is true. Lin Mu simply spoke before leaving the alley. Now then, it's time to go to the guard barracks, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu went to the southern district and reached there after 30 minutes. Along the way, he saw many people discussing and gossiping about the town head's order. They were also talking about the vice captain and how he had injured the innocent man. Seems like the people won't mind it if this vice captain disappears as well, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu was just about to enter the guard barracks when someone called out to him. Lin Mu, a voice called. Lin Mu turned back to see and saw that it was Lu Xiao who had called him. Where did you go last night? Lu Xiao asked. Lin Mu was dreading this moment for a while now, but now that it had finally come, he had prepared his answer. I couldn't find the guards and thought it was dangerous to head on alone, so I headed back. But when I came back, I couldn't find any of you, so I went back to my house, Lin Mu spoke. While his excuse had multiple flaws that could be picked out, Lin Mu didn't think that it would be as troublesome. No one had seen him after he left, so no one could verify his claims either. Oh, okay then, Lu Xiao simply replied. What happened with you guys last night? Lin Mu asked. We searched the houses as we had decided to and actually found a few more people that were awake. We informed them of the incident, but some of them disagreed with us and refused to leave their homes as they were scared, Lu Xiao replied. That understandable. Most people would not think of leaving their homes after an unexplained incident like this, Lin Mu thought. What happened after that? I mean, someone informed the guards, right? Did you guys find a guard? Lin Mu questioned. Oh, we didn't just meet any guard. We met the new vice captain himself. Apparently, he was out on his patrol and was heading towards the residential district himself, Lu Zio answered. Chapter 100, Reporting to Han Lei. Lin Mu was a little surprised upon hearing that it was Han Lei that the people from the night vigil met, but did not show it upon his face. Patrolling, as if, we were right, he's most likely a part of the culprits, Lin Mu spoke inwardly. The circumstances do point towards it, but still, you need more information, Zhukang replied. But if he already met the people of the night vigil, why didn't he take them then and there? Lin Mu thought over for a moment. Who else was with you when you met the new vice captain last night? Lin Mu inquired. Oh, it was just me, Yuan Tu and Fu Lao, the old man who was leading the night vigil. The rest of the newly awakened people were out looking for other people, Lu Zio answered. That makes sense. If it was just the three of them, then he should have become cautious since there were others still spread out, Lin Mu thought. This Han Lei probably didn't want the news to be released in an uncontrolled manner, so he opted to instead release it by himself in the morning. Zhukang spoke. Han Lei was going towards the residential district. This means that he was probably heading to that old warehouse as well, but we still don't know what's their purpose behind the dead mercenaries. Lin Mu spoke in his mind. Lu Zio looked at Lin Mu, who was thinking and seemed to be lost in thought. He did not mind it for a minute, but then started to feel strange when Lin Mu just stood still for over a minute. Lin Mu, are you fine? Lu Zio asked. Ah, yes, I am, Lin Mu hurriedly answered. You need to stop doing that as often. Make sure that you have a normal expression when taking with me with other people around, Zhukang chided. Yes, senior, I'll take care not to, Lin Mu replied in an embarrassed tone. I think we should head inside now, Lu Zio suggested. Lin Mu simply nodded in affirmation and walked ahead towards the guard barracks. They were then stopped at the entrance of the barracks by two guards. What are you two here for? One of the guards questioned. We're here to report to the vice captain. We are the members of the night vigil, Lin Mu answered. You can go on inside. The vice captain has been waiting for you people, the guard replied. The guard then moved aside and allowed the two to enter the barracks. The second guard gestured for them to follow him inside. Under the guidance of the guard, the two swiftly reached the vice captain's chamber. They then came to a stop in front of the door of the chamber, and the guard knocked on the door. Who is it? A voice called from inside the chamber. I've brought the people from the night vigil, the guard answered. Come in, the voice said with an annoyed tone. The guard then opened the door and let the two inside. The guard then closed the door and returned back to his post. Lin Mu and Lu Zio entered the room and looked around. The first thing they saw was the desk that was located right across the room and a man sitting behind it in a guard's armor. I've been waiting for you, Han Lei spoke. Lin Mu went closer and gazed at the face of Han Lei. His facial features do match those of Han Su, Lin Mu thought. What did you want to talk to us about, Vice Captain? You didn't explain to us last night, Lu Zio spoke. The expression that Han Lei had on his face became even more annoyed after hearing Lu Zio's question. The town head will speak to you about that. You don't need to speak unless you are asked to, Han Lei spoke curtly. Lin Mu's brows furrowed upon listening to Han Lei's words, and he too started to feel annoyed. Now then, what are you two's names? Han Lei questioned. I'm Lu Zio. My name is Lin Mu. The two of them responded. Han Lei seemed fine upon hearing Lu Zio's name, but he seemed to become a little troubled after hearing Lin Mu speak his name. So you are the one who disappeared last night. Care to tell me where you went? Han Lei questioned. Lin Mu then gave Han Lei the same explanation he had given to Lu Zio. Huh, so you just got scared and ran away, Han Lei said with a demeaning tone. Yes, I did, Lin Mu replied, not minding the tone of Han Lei. Fine, let's go. The others should already be done reporting at the town center. You two are the only ones that are late, Han Lei ordered. Lu Zio felt a little strange upon hearing that the others were already done reporting at the town center before them. even though he had hurried here as soon as he heard about the orders. How did the others reach the town center before us? Lu Zio asked with a meek tone. Some of them were already here when we informed the residents, while the others were brought to the town centers by the guards. You two were the only ones that were at your homes. Han Lei spoke and glanced at Lin Mu for a second before looking away. He suspects something, Zhukang spoke. I know. I also want to gauge his cultivation base, but it will be problematic if I do it right now. Lin Mu spoke in his mind. Wait till you are in a crowded area and then use your spirit sense, though it does not seem to me that this Han Lei has refined his spirit sense yet. Zhukang replied. Lin Mu silently nodded and continued walking along with Han Lei and Lu Zio. They left the barracks and headed towards the town square. While on the way, they passed many other people, but the crowd wasn't large enough for Lin Mu to use his spirit sense with little risk. They went past multiple people, but Lin Mu still could not find the right opportunity. Finally, when they were at the town square, Lin Mu got the chance to use his spirit sense. To his luck, the mercenaries had once again gathered in front of the town center, giving him the perfect opportunity. Lin Mu released his spirit sense probe and observed the cultivation base of Han Lei. To his surprise, he found out that Han Lei was at the late stage of the qi refining realm. He was even at the 9th stage of the body tempering realm and was probably at the very cusp of it. Han Lei had become the first cultivator Lin Mu had met. Until now, that was at such a high level of the body tempering realm. He's stronger than his bother, though it still should not matter as much. Lin Mu spoke inwardly. While Lin Mu was gauging Han Lei's cultivation base, he had suddenly become alert. Han Lei had felt the spirit sense probe and was now looking around, trying to find its source. But since he didn't have a spirit sense of his own, he could not pinpoint the location of the probe. Having the tens of mercenaries around didn't help him either. These damned mercenaries, meddling where they don't belong. Han Lei cursed under his breath. Lin Mu and Lu Zio, too, stopped after seeing Han Lei halt in his tracks. Lu Zio looked at Han Lei and then at Lin Mu. What's he doing? Lu Zio whispered. Lin Mu didn't answer but just shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't know either. After looking around for a bit, Han Lei's gaze finally settled onto Lu Zio and Lin Mu. He glanced at the expressionless Lin Mu and the lost Lu Zio and just grunted in response. Come on, don't waste my time, Han Lei uttered. The trio then passed by the mercenaries who were standing in front of the town center. The mercenaries gave way to them after seeing that it was the vice captain, but not before giving him mean looks. Soon they had entered the town center and were on their way towards the town head's office. They had to climb 2 floors before they reached the town head's office, which was located at the very top of the building. Lin Mu looked around and saw some luxurious vases and calligraphy scrolls hanging on the walls along the way, and even more in the office itself. After entering the office, they saw that the town head wasn't present in the office. This is rather decadent, Lin Mu thought with unease. These kinds of luxuries were rather uncommon in the northern town, so Lin Mu was a little surprised on seeing them here. Wherever the town had presented himself to the public, he was always in plain clothes, thus it gave a different impression to most of the people. But now that Lin Mu had seen this, he understood that there was more to the town head that was hidden to the eyes. This is a rather common thing which you will see in nearly all worlds. There is no lack of people that pretend to be something else in front of others. They obtain more benefits by appearing weak and meek than being opulent. They will take advantage of the weak and suppress them while fulfilling their desires. Zhukang spoke in a sagely tone. But isn't this too much? Most of the town's residents can barely get by through the winter, and whenever they ask for aid from the town head, he just says he does not have the resources. Lin Mu spoke frustratingly. It is indeed as you say, but this is the true reality of this world, Zhukang replied. This is wrong, Lin Mu muttered under his breath. But unlike before, Lin Mu's mutter was a little too loud and was heard by others as they turned around to look at him. Unknown to Lin Mu, something snapped in his mind, and the mysterious ring started humming.